Good morning, everybody, and welcome once again to Trent Bridge Live on this glorious Sunday morning here in Nottingham. Now, wherever you are joining us from today, we hope you are keeping well. Now, today is day 3 in this fixture between Nottinghamshire and Durham, and it's a day where Nottinghamshire trail by 81 runs. Matthew Montgomery and Farhan Ahmed are at the crease. Now, on day 1, we saw a big contribution with the bat from Durham's birthday boy, Colin Ackerman. And yesterday, Ben Slater and Freddie McCann also made big contributions with the bat. But as I say, it is Nottinghamshire that currently trail by 81 runs. But let's recap through all the main talking points from yesterday of day 2, and that is through the day 2 highlights.
Neil is in and bowls, and this is down the leg side and just tickled away as much as anything by Coghlan for a boundary, first of the day. Comes in again, O'Neill bowls now. It's the pad asking, and up goes the finger, so O'Neill does get his 5 for first LBW decision of the innings. He gets it.
Halfway through this second over, Potts comes in. That's over pitched on leg stump, turned off towards square leg again. McKinney dives after it, but the ball beats him to the boundary.
This ball is driven through the offside by Hamid. That was floated up outside off by Ben Rain, and Hamid has punched it away.
You need
a bit of a Vicks rub or something, I don't know.
Edged between the third slip and gully, and that's going to go down towards the third man boundary for 4. I have to go watch Nuneaton Burrows. It's away for 4, past point.
Yeah.
Slater.
There's another crunching cover drive from Asib Hamid. Set off running, but that's always going to reach the boundary rope. To end the session, into Slater, leaves it alone. 48 without loss. Durham 378, Notts 48. Thanks to Martin for his company and commentary this morning. Thanks to you for being there and all your correspondence.
Last ball of the 18th over. Rain balls to Hamid, who cuts a shortish ball past point and away for 4.
There's 35 in past umpire Lloyd. Bowls him. LBW shout, and he's got the wicket this time.
Rain around the wicket, played by Arts, misfielded by Lees. It's gone for 4.
There's been a bit of a John Cleese in frustration. Bowls now and cut away for 4 by the no-nonsense Freddie McCann. That bowls. Oh, a lovely bit of timing from Slater to get to his half-century with 4 through the offside. Smashes the ball into the advertising boards. Next ball is driven, and there McCann gets off 24 with a sparkling shot through extra cover for 4 runs. Glorious bit of timing. Rain bowls, and there's been a lot of boundaries. Rhodes bowls, and he's pulled this away on the leg side, and he's hauled out at long leg. He'll be absolutely furious. There's a wicket for Will Rhodes, his first for Durham.
Graham Lloyd and up to the crease and balls. That's a thick edge, and it's slashed away over the top of Emilio Gay.
Around today. Here's a straight drive that we've been asking for, and they might get 3 out of this if it doesn't go for 4. It's Freddie McCann who stroked it. It has gone for 4, and that's a half-century for Freddie McCann. Lovely shot, moves to 51, 189 for 2.
Spaghetti Bolognese. That's pulled away. Effortlessly that, right out the middle of the bat, bang. It's gone for 4, wide of middle.
40 ball 70 or something, just to try and get the game moving. This is turned away for 4. Nice looking shot by Clark. It's off and bowls him. Terrific delivery. Joe Clark is dismissed. Super bit of bowling from Paul Coghlan, it really was. Just getting that little bit of movement. Fabulous delivery. And Clark is out for 37. Bowled by Paul Coghlan.
Coghlan balls, it's an edge and it's gone. And McCann chased at a ball that was quite wide of off stump, but he didn't really move his feet. He should have left it really, and he's got a thick edge. Keeper jumping across to his left-hand side, takes the cap.
Don't have clouds anymore.
Oh, good appeal. banged it in short, and Haynes turned his back on it, and it didn't get up, and it's whacked him in the backside. He's out LBW. I did that once against Gateshead, fell. Rain to Montgomery, and that is the end of the day's play at 9 minutes to 7.
So, as you saw there, contributions from Ben Slater and Freddie McCann so far in Nottinghamshire's innings. So they'll start the day on 297 for 5, just 3 runs needed for another batting point, but also Durham just 1 wicket away from another bowling point for them. Now we're in for another day of bumper cricket here at Trent Bridge, a minimum of 100 overs here today. That's due to the, well, shall we say, the sprinkler situation yesterday. If you didn't see it, go on the County Championship Twitter and Instagram and you'll see it. Quite an interesting first 45 minutes yesterday, but I've been assured by Steve Burks and his team that the sprinkler situation isn't going to happen today. So hopefully 100 overs here today. The bell has already rung and the Durham players are making their way down the steps. So in the glorious sunshine, it's time for me to hand you over to your commentary team, and that is of course led by the one and only Dave Bracegirdle.
Good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome to Trent Bridge, and once again, lovely overhead conditions as we await the start of day 3 here in Nottingham. Notts batting on, still in their first innings, of course, 297 for 5. That's 81 runs behind that Durham first innings total of 378. Lovely to have you along, Dave Bracegirdle, Martin Emerson, with you this morning as our 2 umpires make their way out to the middle. Graham Lloyd, Nigel Long are our umpires. We hopefully will be underway in the next minute or two. Say that with fingers crossed, because of course this time yesterday we were building up to the start of day 2, and once the players and the umpires arrived in the middle, we had, which Aaron was just talking about there on the live stream, we had Watergate, Sprinklergate, and we didn't get any cricket until round about 11:45. Notts have got a night watchman out there who's a very capable young player, Farhan Ahmed, still in the very fledgling stages of his career. He's only 17 years of age, but he came out as the night watchman last night. He's 4 not out. Matthew Montgomery, more seasoned professional, he's 19 not out. And how close to the Durham score of 378 can Notts get in this session, or indeed can they get beyond it? Wish you well this Sunday morning, whatever you're doing. Thank you for taking the time to check in on us, and those of you staying with us throughout the day, strap in, because it's going to be a long one. 100 overs to be played out today. That's because the normal allocation of 96 has been supplemented by the 4 overs we lost yesterday. Matthew Potts is going to get us underway. If it's your birthday, many happy returns. We've got a birthday connection with each side. Shaheen Shah Afridi, who played in the Blast for Notts a couple of years ago, he's 25, and a man who Martin Emerson saw literally start his career and then move on from Durham. Celebrates his 40th birthday today. That's Liam Plunkett. Many happy returns, as I say, to them, and a very good morning to Martin.
The big 4-0, eh? Makes me feel old, that man. Here's Potts coming in to bowl the first ball of the day from the Radcliffe Road end to Farhan Ahmed. Played to point, no run there. It's a beautiful day. It's going to be warmer than yesterday, and I'm told, what was the phrase Kirsty said? Hawaiian, what was it? The smell of Hawaiian... Tropical
Hawaiian? I don't know.
Hawaiian tropical is rather strong on the balcony to our right.
Sun cream.
Yeah, sun cream, basically. There was one guy yesterday who was just in a pair of shorts, and that was it. He was very, very brown. Potts in again, and Ahmed guides this between the slip cordon and gully down towards the Hound Road stand. He'll get 2 runs there, takes him on to 6, and Notts just a run now away from a batting point, their second batting point, 299 for 5. Trail by 79, so you'd imagine they'll get ahead of Durham. That's obviously the way they'll be thinking, whereas Durham are looking for 5 quick wickets here and parity.
Just do a quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a second this Sunday morning. There's Potts to bowl the third ball of the morning. Bowls to the right-handed Farhan Ahmed. Slender build. Pushes this out on the offside. And there's no run. So 299 for 5. Notts trail by 79. Bonus point situation locked at 4 points apiece. First helicopter of the day just goes across the horizon. Next ball is guided into the gullies and there's no run. Decent number in already, maybe not quite as many as on days 1 and 2, but still time for people to come along with their picnics and what have you. Enjoy a day at the cricket. There's Potts turning already into 20 overs in this innings. Bowls now, and that's past the 17-year-old. There is that update for Radio Nottingham. And we've got off to a prompt start this morning. We're in the first over of the day, being bowled by Matthew Potts of Durham. Notts have added a couple of runs, and Farhan Ahmed, the night watchman, has moved on to 6 with that 2 down to third man. Montgomery has 19. Notts trail at the moment by 79, but nicely positioned at 299 for 5. Let's just finish this over now, and Martin can do the next one as Potts in past the umpire, and this is edge to second slip, and he's gone. Did it carry? Maybe not. Durham not necessarily celebrating. It went off the edge quickly, low down, almost on the half volley to second slip there. Ackerman just wondered if he was going to throw it skywards. He didn't, and the over comes to an end. 299 for 5. Looked like a genuine edge. This ball is still new. That was only the 7th over of its use. And still hard and shiny, and Matthew Potts bowling at a good old lick for Farhan Ahmed. A little fortunate there that nick went down rather than into the midriff of Colin Ackerman. There's Ben Rain. Lovely sunny morning, Martin.
It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. I've put a picture of the ground in the sunshine on the BBC website. You can see it there on the live cricket feed.
There are pictures available, of course, on Trent Bridge Live. TrentBridge.co.uk. It'll steer you towards watching the live feed. If you want to watch the pictures, look at the pictures.
In comes Ben Rain. Start his first over of the day from the pavilion end. That's left alone by Montgomery, who is on 19 and was dropped last night, wasn't he? On where was it? Dropped on 4 by Ackerman at first slip. It was a sharp chance. He did well to actually get a hand to it because it was quite high, but bounced down from his hand, and as he threw himself to the floor, thought he'd got it at the second attempt, but it ended up on the floor. 299 for 5. Rain bowls. Montgomery plays it to the gully to McKinney, no run.
Thanks to Aaron for setting the day up on Trent Bridge Live, and to Kirsty for sorting out the highlights. Martin and I were just sat watching them before play started and had a little bit of a snigger. I think John Cleese got a mention, Bolognese got a mention, and the Jack Haynes dismissal, nicely summed up by Martin. That hit him on the backside. It happened to me once for Gateshead fell.
At Gateshead. No, against Gateshead fell. Yeah. Dougie Hudson, if you're listening, he still talks about it now. In comes Rain. Oh, inside edge there, but it's hit the back pad and gone away from the stumps rather than onto them. Montgomery lucky.
The barefaced cheek of it.
Yeah, right in the glute. I just thought it was going down the leg side, so I just sort of moved across like that, you know, just leant forward and it came back in and whacked me. I still think it was too high.
Too much bottom hand, your coach said. Not enough bottom hand, too much bottom.
Rain to Montgomery. I think bat and pad there, and that sort of looped up in the air.
Yeah, short leg would have gobbled that up.
Short leg, that would have been out if there'd been a short leg in there.
Casey just joining us, 100 overs today. The lunch will be at the normal time of 1 o'clock. It was slipped to 10 past 1 yesterday, but lunch is at 1 o'clock. And tea, come what may, whatever else happens today, everybody will be going for a cuppa at 3:45, or so they say.
2 balls left of this over. It's the 88th over. Rain to Montgomery. That's a leave taken by Ollie Robinson, the keeper. He's got his collars turned up today, or his collar turned up.
That's not going to protect his head, is it?
No, but he's got a cap on though.
No, sorry, I thought you said Ben Rain.
No. Ollie Robinson,
Yeah.
the keeper. Has Rain got his collar turned up as well?
Need some sort of protection out there.
Yeah. Not a cloud in the sky. Rain comes in and bowls. It's gone up to mid-on, no run there. End of the over, so tidy over from Ben Rain.
Looks like they've started everywhere else. No real surprise, lovely conditions. They've started everywhere else, including Taunton, where Somerset bat on, and already Mr. Baton Banton has hit a boundary.
So he's now Bato Banton.
Well, yeah. Well, he's 350 not out. He went past Justin Langer's 342 just before the close last night, but they've not got enough yet. 643 for 6. Banton has reached 350. I wonder if they'll declare now he's reached that, or if they'll grind Worcestershire in the dirt a little bit more. It's all time, of course, being taken out of the game now. Worcestershire won't mind Somerset batting on for as long as they want today now, really, I guess. 299 for 5 here. Farhan Ahmed on 6, and this one past the outside edge through into the gloves of Robinson. So that was a maiden from Ben Rain, his 4th. 21 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 54. In terms of games finishing today, well, obviously anything could happen anywhere, but the nearest game to a finish is at Wantage Road, Northamptonshire, where Northants require a further 151 to win, but more likely Kent need 3 wickets. Second innings, Northants 109 for 7, having been set 260 to win. So that, in all probability, one way or another, will be done before lunch, as this is pushed back to the bowler. In Division 1, you'd imagine today that Somerset will, assuming they don't absolutely take the mickey and bat all day, that Somerset will get the upper hand over Worcestershire. They're just about 500 in front, and also Hampshire Yorkshire could be one that ends today. Yorkshire in their second innings 194 for 6, so they've only got a lead of 66 with 4 wickets remaining. All the scores and the text updates as always on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website. There's Matthew Potts lengthening his stride, looks fit and healthy in the early exchanges of the new season. Bowls a ball that gets up high and goes past the shoulder of Farhan Ahmed, but it was wide enough to be left alone. Pleasantly warm conditions. Again, a number of the patrons that are in are as far away from the cricket as you can imagine. They're over in the Fox Road stand or the Larwood and Vose stand, almost looking towards the sunshine. And as I say, a long way away from the cricket. Next ball, again, wide enough to be left alone. Almost like going to one of the big arenas to watch a pop concert. You can be so far away from the stage. You spend all the time really looking at the big screens. But although there are big screens here, of course they've not got continuous running cricket on there. They're predominantly used to tell you the score. So if you're going to watch the cricket, I'd like to be a little bit closer personally than some of those in the Fox Road stand. They're a long, long way away from the action. As Potts bowls, and this is guided by Farhan Ahmed with an open face, guides it down towards third. It won't go all the way, but they will get 3 runs, and the applause is for the Nottinghamshire 300 and the Nottinghamshire arrival of a second batting bonus point. So Notts go ahead, and already it's on the board. Good work in there. Notts 5 points, Durham 4 at the moment. Nottinghamshire 302 for 5, 76 behind. One more wicket and it'll be
There'll be a Durham equaliser in a minute now.
So Montgomery down to the far end for the first time today. Potts bowls to him, and nicely played down into the ground by Montgomery. No run. 302 for 5. Farhan Ahmed is on 9. Matthew Montgomery on 19 at the end of that over. And well, the day's racing along already. We've had 3 full overs.
Incredible. Trying to think what we spent 45 minutes talking about yesterday. I think at one point I was going to Google sprinkler systems and drainage systems.
Banton is now 357 not out, so that what is the purpose of...
He's just getting his eye in, Dave. Good morning to Chieftain86. Henry's dad says, Mihal, Jonah, Benj, Rob Sutton, Bren, Chris Hogg, Old Enough to Know Better, Cider Cricket and Rich James, who have all followed me over on Blue Sky today, so welcome to the new place. martycricket.bsky.social if you want to follow me there, or wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk on email. Here is Ben Rain bowling to Farhan Ahmed, who defends that one, and it rolls back up towards the bowler's end. 302 for 5. So the schedule, they're claiming that we'll finish at 6:15. I believe that when I see it. Tea is fixed at 3:45, as Dave was saying earlier on, and lunch 1 o'clock. So 100 overs being played today to claw back time lost to Sprinklergate yesterday. Somebody did call it Watergate, but that will never catch on. The rain comes in again, and that's turned off the legs by Ahmed and across towards deep square leg. And Parkinson is on as a 12th man.
I just
what was that?
I've just found last year, obviously we're all getting used to towards the back end of last season, the wily skills and the enthusiastic ebullience of Farhan Ahmed, who came into the Nottinghamshire team at the end of last season.
Rain to Montgomery. Oh, I think that's caught him in the box area. He's going for a little walk there. That's hurting.
And of course, before he did get into the first team, he was playing under Stephen Mullaney with the seconds, and he came into the first. And I fear at the start of this season I've lapsed back into a little bit of Farhan Ahmed. Well, Stephen Mullaney earlier during the first match last year, I'll just play it in a second. I've kept this. I've a good mind to keep it as my ringtone.
303 for 5. Montgomery faces this ball from Rain. It's a defensive shot. Goes back to the bowler's end. No run.
Clearly disgusted with my pronunciation. This was Stephen Mullaney.
It's Farhan, not Farron.
Farhan.
So there we are, folks. We know.
It's Farhan, not Farron.
Could be a doorbell.
So I've kept that from Stephen Mullaney from last year, and apologies to the young man and his family if I do mispronounce it. It's Farhan.
In comes Rain to Montgomery. That's flicked off the legs nicely. It's got a bit of speed as it goes towards the boundary on the Fox Road side of the ground, and it makes it for 4 right the way through mid-wicket. Nicely timed. 307 for 5. Montgomery now on 23. Dropped on 4 yesterday. Yeah. About to face his 50th delivery as well. And the deficit is 71, so they've chipped another 10 runs off this morning.
Yeah, Monty's first runs of day 3. Lovely shot. He avoided the very edge of the square there, where the lush grass likely to hold the ball up.
Rain balls, that's played through mid-wicket. It hasn't got the pace this time, but they'll get 2. So it just drifts off the square on that leg side. And that was his 50th delivery, and he now has 25 runs. Strike rate of what, Dave?
Yeah, going very well. About 50, I reckon.
You reckon?
Yeah, I'll just get my calculator.
You're calling it a hunch.
309 for 5. I don't want it to sound like a platitude or anything, but I thought Durham bowled very, very well yesterday. Certainly in comparison with what we saw on day one from Notts. We made reference to the sharp contrast between the extras. Notts bowled 10 no balls in the Durham first innings, accounting for 20 runs. Obviously there were a couple of wides as well, and apart from Will Rhodes, who had one horrific over, Durham have been very disciplined. There were 40 extras in the Durham first innings so far, only 9, and 4 of those Will Rhodes no balls, so Durham haven't gifted any runs. As Potts bowls to Farhan, not Farron. Pushed at it a little bit away from his body, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. So they're playing everywhere else. Surrey 120 for 2 at Chelmsford against Essex. They've lost a second wicket this morning. It's Ollie Pope, bowled by Jamie Porter, for 45 in that one. 120 for 2 after Essex declared on 582 for 6. Maybe grinding its way towards a draw, as this one's deflected by Farhan Ahmed down the leg side for 4. That went very, very quickly indeed and clattered into the advertising boards. Hampshire Yorkshire we've mentioned. Yorkshire 201 for 6, leading the home side by 73 at Taunton. Somerset 6 for 6. There you go. Still batting. Worcestershire 154 all out. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 2.
Scorers have got a devil of a job on their hands there, haven't
indeed.
they?
Warwickshire 234 for 4 after Sussex made 528. They're all the Division 1 scores. Matthew Potts in again to Farhan Ahmed, who's on 14, 313 for 5. Division 2 at Derby. Gloucestershire in their second innings 135 for 3, trailing the home side by 34. At Cardiff, Leicestershire have just been dismissed for 427. So Glamorgan 229, Leicestershire 427. Leicestershire a first innings advantage of 198. At Lords, similarly, they're at the end of the Lancashire first innings, 359 all out, leading Middlesex by 99. And that game at Wantage Road, Northants 112 for 7, requiring 148 more against Kent, as Farhan Ahmed pushes this to point, and there's no run. Incidentally, something I tweeted this morning for this match: Durham missing David Beddingham, Notts missing Carl Verena, the wicket keeper. Both had to stay in South Africa for the 4-day match to see if Western Province could win the domestic title over there in South Africa. Fourth day today, and it's been abandoned without a ball being bowled in Potchefstroom. 313 for 5, as next one is again just steered out on the offside. I've exchanged messages with Dane Patterson, who also plays for Western Province, and very, very, very wet indeed, he said to me, and asked about the weather here, and to tell him it's absolutely glorious.
In contrast to the start of last season, where it was so wet, Durham never got on for 4 days against Hampshire. Yeah. One of those days it was so unbelievably warm and windy, it was perfect for drying, but there was just so much water in the ground after a very wet winter.
Potts bowls. Ahmed high on his little tippy toes and pushes it back to the bowler, who then underarms it Skittles like down the strip to wicketkeeper Robinson. 313 for 5. Bantongate is 371 not out, just hit his second 6 of the innings. 669 for 6. Apologies for keep referencing that, but it's not often, Martin, is it? You can talk about somebody in the county game who's 371 not out.
If somebody doesn't bring out a T-shirt with Batto Banton written on it and the score, then they're missing a trick there.
Batto Banton.
Yeah,
like that.
The singer was Pato, wasn't it?
Yes.
313 for 5. Rain bowling here to Montgomery. It's played back to him along the ground. I will say it's not a cloud in the sky. It's quite hazy up there, but there are lots of vapour trails from the aeroplanes. You can see them all in all directions, long white lines right across the sky. They look like missiles high up in the altitude, or spaceships or something.
Yeah, there's been one or two photographs put up by both the Notts media and the Durham media, and you look at the sky and think, crikey, that's been touched up a little bit. I can assure you that they haven't, folks. It has been that blue, that clear.
Rain to Montgomery. Montgomery jabs his bat down on that. The ball trickles back to the bowler. Two planes that have just gone past. Geneva to Edinburgh and Charles de Gaulle to Glasgow. So we're facing southeast here, aren't we, I think?
Roughly.
Yeah. Be a great day to be on an aeroplane. You'd be able to see everything, wouldn't you? No cloud or anything. 3 slips in place here for Rain as he comes in to bowl to Montgomery. That's left alone, taken by the keeper.
I'm going to have to get my old doodah out here.
What doodah?
The compass, because
I've just looked on Google Maps. I think we're facing south, slightly southeast. Here comes Rain. Good stop at short mid-wicket there. Diving down to his right-hand side, George Drizzell. The sun's obviously in front of us as well, which is a clue. Montgomery on 25 from 54 balls. Rain comes in. Short one, left alone. Just watches that as it goes through to the keeper.
Somerset have had enough. 670 for 7 declared. Banton out for 371, and they've declared at that point Lewis Gregory has taken them in. 371 for Tom Banton. New highest score first class cricket for Somerset. Good luck to Worcestershire. Come on the pairs, as they say.
Rain to Montgomery. Montgomery defends, plays it safely into the ground, and that is the end of the over. 313 for 5.
Yeah, quiet start here, isn't it? 16
another
runs.
maiden from Rain.
16 runs, no wickets, 6 overs. Durham will be expecting to have to put in an honest couple of hours toil here. Just keep plugging away like they did yesterday. Lyndon James will be doing next. He obviously has had to drop down one with Farhan coming in as night watchman. So Lyndon James all bat at 8. Here's Potts to Farhan, drives into the offside, no run. Fergus O'Neill, the Australian, on his Notts debut at 9, and then the 2 former Worcestershire quicks, Josh Tong and Dylan Pennington. A year ago, Pennington came out for his Notts debut on day 1 with the bat, and was the third victim in the Sam Cook hat-trick. So disappointing start to Pennington's Nottinghamshire career with the bat. A first baller that was celebrated wildly in the Essex camp. Notts trail by 65. And a lovely still Sunday morning in early April. Ahmed on 14 and happy to block. Congratulations if you were on the Grand National winner, 33 for 1.
There was only one person on it yesterday.
My good lady had...
Did she back it?
No, recorded it. Recorded it, had a little look when I got home. 3-1-3 for 5. Potts bowls, and Farm playing and missing away from his body there. Not too much foot movement, but survives to fight another, well, not another day, but another ball at least.
Tweeted that picture, well, put it on Blue Sky this morning, the sun over Trent Bridge. Mayhall, who's here, wonderful. It is a joy to be here. This morning he was analysing the scores in the county championship matches so far and trying to predict which way each match was going to go.
Potts bowls and just push back to the bowler. I think you've, at the halfway stage, you've sort of got an idea of how most of them will go. I think there's a little bit of jeopardy here, I guess, if if things just suddenly start to happen quickly here, it could tilt it one way or another. As it is, it's seemingly drifting towards a 5 o'clock-ish handshake tomorrow tea time, but a lot of cricket to be played today. Maybe the surface will start to play a few tricks as Potts bangs it in short and it goes through to the keeper. That's unlikely, I should add, but not so sort of close enough to Durham already for it to seem like it's going to be fairly neck and neck at the end of the first innings of both sides. And you don't necessarily expect Durham to come out all guns blazing, try and thwack their way to 350 today and then try and put some pressure on Notts tomorrow. Or conversely, you don't expect Notts to have Durham 40 for 6 at any stage today. 3-1-3 for 5. This is pushed into the offside. Both sides will still be optimistic. They'll still be eyeing up a route to victory, particularly with a lot of overs to be still bowled. But the smart money, I guess, if somebody was laying down the odds at the moment, would be on a draw tomorrow. Well, that's how I see it at the moment. I don't know how anybody else views it, but as I say, things can change, things can happen quickly. Runs can be scored quickly, wickets can go down in a cluster, but that's something we haven't seen yet in the match in either innings.
You over from Ben Rain. Ball played back to him by Montgomery. Rain so far 1 for 61 from 23.1 overs, 5 maidens. Potts at the other end 1 for 84 from 23 overs, 2 maidens. Chris Hogg says, thanks for the mention. I'm looking forward to a great season of cricket following Cumbria, Netherfield and of course Durham on the radio. Just check to see where Netherfield Cricket Club is. It's right in the centre of Kendal. Not far from your mates Laurel and Hardy, Dave.
Oh yes.
And you're out to Barra. Rain comes in again. Montgomery rocks away from that one. It's short, goes through to the keeper.
Northants have lost 2 wickets in quick succession, so they're teetering on the precipice at 114 for 9. That one is nearly over. Kent looking extremely likely to be the first winners of the new season and seem likely to do it inside 7 sessions here. Northants still 148 away from victory. Kent look as if they're going to pick up a huge win on their travels.
Rain bowls to Montgomery. It's turned off to backward square leg for 1 run, so he moves on to 26. 314 for 5. Looking at a name here, and I thought initially it was Richard Lee Dyate, and I thought that can't be right. Then I looked again, Richard Lydiate. Trent Bridge is a beautiful ground, yes. It's one of my, I would say it's my favourite ground actually. Especially on a day like this. I think its beauty was challenged on the 4th day in 2021 when it was snowing and it was absolutely bitterly cold. But it didn't come down heavily, did it? It just trickled down and it never settled, and the players stayed out there all afternoon. Compare that to people in shorts and t-shirts today. Farhan Ahmed defends this one. He's on 14, plays it short to Coughlin on the offside.
There was a T20 game, I think. It might even have been a List A game. One night you came and it absolutely poured it down, didn't it? It was torrential.
It was well, the T20 last year was a Saturday afternoon, I think. I got here and there'd been thunderstorms, and then they started after a delay, and then I think they had to go off again and never got it finished.
Yeah, this was 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah. In comes rain. Ball flicked away by Ahmed down towards long leg. Clark's trying to chase around and stop it, and he's cut it off right below our commentary position. They will run 3. So he moves on to 17, 317 for 5. Good work from Clark. It was a Friday night game. It was a T20.
Yeah.
It was a lovely warm evening. The players were coming down the steps. All the fireworks were going off, you know, those sparklers and everything. And then this squall came in over our shoulder. Lightning, thunder. The wind was just horrendous. The ground staff were trying to cover the square, and the wind caught hold of the tarpaulins and was dragging them across the field. And it was like Armageddon, and it passed in about 5 minutes, but that was the end of that. Rain bowls to Montgomery. It spits at him a little bit. He fends it away one-handed down to backward square leg. Gets a single. End of the over. He's got 27 and knots a 318 for 5. Deficit 60.
Well, the Kent players can be home for tea. They have defeated Northants by 145 runs at Wantage Road. Northants 143 out in their first inning, all out in the first innings, 114 all out in their second innings. They've been well and truly walloped by Kent, who themselves in a low-scoring game only made 231 all out, 171 all out. So they've had 40 wickets going down in 6 and a bit sessions there at Wantage Road. But Kent, at this precise moment, at top of Division 2, and Northants bottom of Division 2. Early days in the new season and the standings. A lot of people saying Lancashire and Middlesex maybe the two favourites in Division 2, but Kent have laid down a marker. There's Potts. Runs away from us, or away from the Radcliffe Road stand, and bowls to Matthew Montgomery, who pushes this up to mid-on, and there's no run. 3 slips, a backward point, extra cover, and a wide-ish mid-off. The captain, Alex Lee's almost extra cover. He's out there trying to fill 2 fielding positions in 1. And on the leg side, there's 2 men out on the fence on that short side, and a mid-on as well. 318 for 5. Not so 60 runs behind. Here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Nottingham, with Potts bowls. Turned away nicely. Field set deep, as I say, on the leg side. So a single taken. Paul Coghlan doing the fielding. And it's 319 for 5, and this partnership up to 31.
Harry from the office has just sent me a screenshot of a Jeremy Clarkson tweet. The Formula 1 race this morning gave me an idea of what it might be like to watch cricket. Was it exciting for once then, was it?
No overtaking. I think all 20 cars finished.
That's about the norm, isn't it?
It was a procession.
That's what normally happens.
Potts to Ahmed, and edged and caught at third slip. It went very quickly, and Matthew Potts has bowled well with good pace, good rhythm, and gets the wicket there of Farhan, who's out for 17. He's done a pretty good job coming in as night watchman. Snaffled by Emilio Gay. It's his second catch of the innings. His first one was to dismiss Ben Slater out at long leg. This one went very, very quickly. Second wicket of the innings for Matthew Potts. Not so 319 for 6, and the match in terms of points neck and neck once again. 5 points apiece as Durham get their second bowling bonus point. Farhan Ahmed at the crease for a total of 46 minutes, faced 33 balls, hit 2 boundaries, and he's shown himself certainly to be up for the job of night watchman as and when the need requires. A genuine edge, and it just couldn't have gone more comfortably into the hands of Emilio Gay. He didn't have to move his hands from the crouching position either upwards or downwards. He went straight in, and nicely pouched by the former Northants man, who I'm sure when he gets back to the Durham changing room at lunch, we'll have a look at the scorecard from Wantage Road and reflect that his former county haven't done particularly well without him. Here's Lyndon James on his way to the middle. to join Matthew Montgomery with Notts 319 for 6 in the 95th over.
It's a deficit than 59. Added 31, those two.
Yep, did all that was asked of him. Farhan Ahmed now hands over the rein to Lyndon James. His 26th birthday in the winter. This is his 58th first-class match. Made his actual debut for Notts as long ago as 2018. Right-hander, tall man, brings the bat down and defends. Last season, just 510 runs at 34 with a century. Also played for the England Lions. He took 29 wickets last year as well. That side of his game continues to come on apace. This is his 6th match against Durham, just shy of 500 runs. He's got a great average though against Durham, 96.4, 2 centuries. Top score of 164 not out, and his maiden first-class 100 as well came against Durham at Chesterley Street. Here's Potts bowling to Lyndon James, and he comfortably gets on the front foot and pushes it up to Lee's no run.
I thought you were going to say FM there, 96.4 FM. That sounds like one of our radio frequencies. What's Radio Nottingham's frequency? There is a BBC with
103.8 and 95.5. Yeah.
95.5, huh? We're 95.4. We're just one off you.
319 for 6. Ball's now down the leg side, and it's come off something. Was it bat or no? It hasn't come off anything. It's debited to Ollie Robinson. We're in a different postcode to Ollie Robinson, but I would suggest he was perhaps a little surprised when he looked up and saw the umpire giving that as byes. It seemed for all the world that it brushed something down the leg side, either bat or pad, and it raced away for 4. Nonetheless, umpire Lloyd says it's 4 byes, 323 for 6 at the end of a successful over for Matthew Potts.
Took Potts by surprise. He was standing staring at the track there, wasn't he? Lyndon James got 164 not out against Durham in that Nottinghamshire 462 run win here in 2022 when they got promoted. Got 108 against Durham in Chesterley Street in 2021, 79 not out in 2021 as well. And he got 56 last year in Chesterley Street, so he certainly enjoyed batting against Durham over the years. Coughlin on to replace Rain from the pavilion end. That was a short, loose ball, and it got what it deserved as Montgomery just cut it straight past point and away for 4.
Number of people been in touch, thank you, at Brace Cricket on Twitter, X thing. Yellow Belly, morning Dave and Martin, listening to Stephen Mullany pronouncing Farhan. I was thinking he was trying his best Alan Partridge impersonation. Thank you, Yellow Belly, good morning. 1 or 2 more after this next ball.
Montgomery on 32, 327 for 6. That is left. It swings away past the off stump through to the keeper.
Jiggs, who travels the world on his narrow boat, finally snagged a sunny spot to sit still, and lovely to hear you for the first time this spring. Sounds like the game might be a gentle procession like the Formula One, unless the dry weather and morning damp grass changes the pitch tomorrow.
Where is he on his boat? Be doing a bit of gongoozling as well then.
He'll tell us. And he came back and then said, nice to bring Lyndon James in at this point of the day and get his eye in before lunch.
Coughlin to Montgomery, that's left alone. Shortish ball.
And Andrew Wallace. The Grand Prix this morning was the equivalent of 850 for 3 declared, playing 700 for 2 in a drawn test match. The previous 2 have been great to watch, though. I think today was the exception rather than the norm. Yeah, I agree with you there, Andrew.
Today's Grand Prix was the equivalent of Taunton this week.
Yeah.
They just spend, how many laps did they do? Was it 100 laps? What did they do?
Well, 200 miles, so
200
obviously different circuits have laps of different lengths.
It's a good ball, playing a miss there from Montgomery off Coughlin. Whenever I've tried to watch it, and I just cannot get into it. I've been to Silverstone, I was bored out of my brains. And I sat trying to watch a Grand Prix with my daughter last year, and it's just... Am I missing something? Because I just can't get what it's about. Watching cars going round and round and round. And there's like maybe a bit of overtaking on the first corner, and then they talk for the next 50 laps about tyre pressures and petrol weights, and show you replays of the one bit of overtaking there's been. Oof, good leave that was. That wasn't too far off the stumps from Coughlin. You see more action if you go and stand on a bridge over the M1 at Kegworth.
I find as a cricket follower you have to just be aware of which battles you're fighting, because
I don't mind fighting this battle.
Because there's a lot of people out there that really don't understand cricket, and the moment you start on any other particular sport,
you can't compare cricket with Formula 1.
No,
and as I've said, I can go and play cricket.
Each to their own.
I can join my local cricket club, which I did, and play cricket. I can't go and buy a Formula 1 car, can I? It splits our office right down the middle. It's amazing how many people have got no time for it. Coughlin bowls. That's gone off towards backward point. That is the end of the over. 327 for 6. Nottinghamshire trail by 51. Montgomery has 32. James yet to get off the mark. He's only faced the 3 balls. And the partnership is 8. It's right up there. I know the reaction you get from some people who are real big Formula 1 fans. But it's like when I say Middlesbrough's not in Yorkshire, that always lights the touch paper.
It's like I say to you each and every day, Martin, you're not always right.
No, I've said I've tried to watch it, I just can't get into it. I just don't understand what the lure is.
The lure at the moment here is for Durham to try and get another one, with Matthew Potts continuing. He's been bowling since the start, so 45 minutes or so. He's been putting the ball in good areas from this Radcliffe Road end. He's got Lyndon James on naught at the other end, and Lyndon James just pushes down the line of an off stump. I'm not entirely sure he actually played at the ball deliberately there. He just made sure that he knew where his off stump was. The tall man who went to Oakham School, the same as Stuart Broad, and now wears Stuart Broad's number 8 shirt. Well, he's got the number 8 on his back, the same as Broad. It's not necessarily Stuart Broad's shirt because it's got his name on it, if you follow.
Came back that way from Northampton last year and came through a beautiful little village near the back of RAF. What's the RAF base on the A1?
Next ball on its way now, wide of the pegs. Wittering,
yeah. And past what looked like a lovely country pub with the Stonecutters Arms. Very nice. You've got Hambleton Village in the middle of Rutland Water as well. Finch in there. Used to have a nice view from the back garden of the pub looking down over the water, but there's been a house built there now.
A couple of sides who've started their second innings this morning in a little bit of early trouble. Glamorgan are 10 for 2 at Cardiff in their second innings. They're still 188 behind Leicestershire, and Middlesex are 7 for 2 at Lords. They still trail Lancashire by 92. A bit of trouble there for Middlesex as Lyndon James gets off the mark here. As we've seen so often in this game, there's a plentiful supply of runs to be had in that third man area, because traditionally county championship skippers sort of leave it vacant. They're not too bothered about having a man down there. They'd rather have the extra slip. So when it is run down there between slips and gully or slips and point, there's generally runs to be had, and Lyndon James gets a boundary. 3-3-1 for 6 knots in the, what are we in, Martin? The 97th over of the innings, so bonus points to be accrued from about another 13 and a bit overs.
Had an email from Carl Horriban. I'll read this out in a minute. It's quite funny.
Potts. Figures of 2 for 89 in his 25th over. Bowls wide enough to be left alone.
We are cricket@yahoo.co.uk if you want to email. He says, hello guys, Dave is spot on about the Fox Road stand. Yesterday, in a desperate attempt to stay warm, I moved from the Radcliffe Road lower into the Fox Road sun at about 5:15. Two problems: the wind was still whistling through, so it was still bitter cold, and second, you need a telescope to see the action. I'm enjoying the commentary as always, and particularly the classic war films, putting that young whippersnapper firmly in his place on Friday. That young whippersnapper, Matt Henry, who's back with us today, he'll be on in a minute.
Potts bowls, and this is pushed to point, no run.
Born in 1990, the title of Matt's autobiography. The Cruel Sea with Jack Hawkins, another classic. He says, keep up the good work.
One of the big headlines on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website this morning is Matt Henry out injured.
So you weren't expecting him to come
back
today?
I wasn't expecting him to come back today.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's just come back to have some more love and affection from you and I. 3-3-1 for 6. As Potts about to conclude the over. And he does. Goes through to the keeper. 3-3-1 for 6. Just very quickly before we hear from our film critic, Andrew Wallace. Marty, you can go karting though, he says.
Yeah, I've done that.
That's the equivalent of saying you're playing for your local village. It's the same as playing international cricket. Andrew clearly has a different opinion on Formula 1.
We've got a great karting centre in Sunderland up at Warden Lords. Excellent there. Lewis Hamilton used to ride there when he was younger.
So Matt Henry's out injured.
Yeah.
Not this one.
How was the M1 today? Was it more exciting than Japan?
It was clear.
Yeah.
So about the same, I reckon.
Yeah. Ooh. Coglan coming in here to bowl. Start of a new over, bowling to Montgomery. It's gone towards the slip cordon on the floor, taken by Emilio Gay, no run.
Yeah, I thought I'd come back and defend myself.
Well, you missed Watergate yesterday. I hope you've heard all about that.
Yeah, I saw
You're
the
up to
clips
speed.
on,
We'll be asking questions on Watergate.
Yeah, I saw the clips on social media. Yeah, good day to miss, it seems, if I missed out on 45 minutes of action.
In action.
Yeah.
Well,
it's action if you enjoy seeing the sight of the ground staff with sponges out there.
I think we were talking about tins of spaghetti in the end, weren't we, or something like that. Coglan in again. And this is played out through mid-wicket by Montgomery. There's runs to be had here. At least 3, I would say. It's not going to get all the way to the boundary, but 1 for the throw. Field has slipped. Potts has slipped as he's chased that off towards the Larwood and Vos pub. Just checking where he fell over there and replacing a divot. The grass across that side of the square is very shiny where the sun's catching it.
Shiny grass.
Yeah, slippy shiny grass. Sounds like an REM song.
Yeah. Middlesex have lost another wicket. They're 7 for 3 at Lords. And all 3 wickets to Tom Bailey of the Thompson twins. Tom Bailey, figures of 3 for 4.
In comes Coglan. That's played away nicely by Lyndon James. Just right in towards his legs, and he's dug it out and fired it wide of mid-on. More work for Potts to do as he chases that up towards the Hound Road stand. 3 runs. So James moves on to 7. Nottinghamshire 337 for 6. Trail by 41 against Durham. Here on the BBC.
Tell me you know the Thompson twins are.
Is Alana Curry playing as well?
Alana Curry and Tom Bailey.
Yeah.
testing me again. I'm nervous to admit to anything now after the emails we've got this morning.
Doctor.
Doctor. Yep.
I stand by my claim from day one though, so.
Coglan bowls. Ooh, good ball. Playing a miss there.
On what? On
Montgomery.
films?
My point is not that all films from before 1990 are no good. But I have a little interest in going back and watching all of it. My theory is, or my opinion I guess, it's not much of a theory, there's not much depth to it, that I think acting dates and the setup of film dates quite a lot. I think when people talk about the classic films, I just don't necessarily see it. I find the style of these things date a little bit. That's more my point.
Coglan in. That's through to the keeper.
You're one of these person that goes on quiz shows and Pass. That was before my time.
I'm not on that. I'll argue my case on that. If it's in my area, if you ask me, well, I don't know. Well, I'm without meaning to suggest that people are going to be sending in quiz questions on English cricket team from the 1940s or whatever, or the English top flight football or whatever from the 80s. I'd back
England's
myself
World
to do
Cup win,
okay.
of course, in the football doesn't count, does it?
Yeah.
In comes Coghlan to Montgomery. Montgomery plays that to the covers, no run. End of the
Okay.
over, picked up by Clark.
It wasn't proper football, was it, Matt, then?
It's just films.
337 for 6.
Well, we could go into music, but I don't want to upset too many people.
I'll tell you which film that everybody raves about as a Christmas film, and I watched it for the first time 2 or 3 years ago, and I thought, what is the point of this film? It's a Wonderful Life. The baddie gets away with it. He has all his money stolen, and the baddie gets away with it.
But in its time, it was a classic.
I know, but what message was that sending out? You may as well go into fraud and steal.
Lovely morning. Soon to become afternoon. Where are we? About 8 minutes away from the midday update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Matthew Potts continues. Alex Lee's reliant upon his England man. Bowls now, and that's a scratchy run, a scratchy inside edge from Lyndon James. Somehow went between his bat and his body and the stumps down to a deep backward square on the leg side. Single taken. James on to 8. 338 for 6 knots.
We've had our first check-in from the rhubarb triangle today. Stuart says, morning Marty and Dave, early start for me covering the T100 triathlon in Singapore. Hopefully some early inroads. Haven't been so far. He's down near Castleford now these days. Nice housing estate he lives on, because I went past it on a boat a few months ago.
Potts beats Montgomery on the outside and goes over the shoulder of the bat. Bowling with good pace, good rhythm here. 338 for 6. There's quite a lengthy list of players that are vying for the fast bowling spots in the England Test side, but Matthew Potts certainly auditioning well here. Been very impressive.
Might be a matter of the last one standing, mightn't it, with the injuries that are coming at the minute. But Potts will be right in the mix, you reckon?
I think so, like what I've seen here from him. Comes in again past umpire Lloyd, bowls with the grunt, and Montgomery eases it out to point, and there's no run. 338 for 6 means that Notts are 40 runs behind that Durham first innings score. The only wicket to go down today, the night watchman Farhan Ahmed. He was 4 not out overnight. He made his way to 17 and then was caught at third slip by Emilio Gay from the bowling of Potts. That was fairly recently when the score was on 319 for 6.
Just looking through the international fixtures, I see England are playing the West Indies in Leicester.
Next ball is wide of the pegs and through to the keeper.
One day here in June. Leicester was a venue for the World Cup in 1999, but when's the first test then?
Here.
Zimbabwe first test is here, isn't it? And then the first India test is Headingley, late June, 20th of June, I think.
It's a 4-day test match here.
Which, if it's on the pitch as true as this, I mean, you'd back England without speaking out of turn. You'd back England to beat Zimbabwe, obviously. If you look at the rankings and the amount of Test cricket each of them get to play, or at a high level at least. But a flat pitch will bring Zimbabwe into it somewhat.
Potts, 5th ball of this over, and again past the lunge, the forward press of Matthew Montgomery. Beat him on the outside and into the gloves of Robinson once more.
I can't even see that fixture on the list. When's the date of it?
Towards the end of May.
Worried you're in the men's. Are you in the men's section here at the women?
Oh, is it the women, is it? No, it is. It's women, so there isn't an international at Leicester then. Where's that gone?
22nd, no, 20, something like that. 22nd of May, something like that, I think it is.
Potts, this time wide enough to be left alone. So he's asking a lot of questions there. Don't know how much longer he can continue. Alex Lees just runs down to the far end past him. There was no words exchanged between the two of them. Of course, at the start of the over, he might have said one more, Matt, please, but certainly didn't seem to say that's that. Nobody's run up and patted him on the back, so he might still be operating next time the bowling comes to this end. 3-3-8 for 6. Lyndon James 8. Matthew Montgomery is on 35. He was dropped on 4 yesterday. He was 19 not out overnight.
Coghlan. That is a leave from James. Yeah, it starts the Thursday the 22nd of May. It runs to the Sunday. I noticed the week before there is an international at Leicester. First class friendly, first class select 11 against Zimbabwe.
Surrey are 4 down at Chelmsford. Wickets have been shared around. Harmer, Cook, Porter and Snater 1 apiece. 4 England boys have gone. Burns, Sibley, Pope and Jamie Smith.
That is a lovely shot. Really nice late cut there from Lyndon James. Just watched that onto the bat, middled it straight past point of that short boundary. 4 runs.
I say the 4 England boys have gone. At the crease now, Ben Foakes and Dan Lawrence. So they keep on coming, don't they? That's 6 England players in the top 6. Then Ryan Patel, Jordan Clark, Matthew Fisher, James Taylor and Kemar Roach. But sorry, a little bit of a match on there. Essex made 582 for 6, Surrey 148 for 4.
Coghlan back to his mark. James on 12, 342 for 6. Defends this one, forward to the ball and pushes it out into the offside to Clark. No run. Daniel Parachowski. Hello, Marty and Dave from the Radcliffe Road lower stand. Loving the shorts and t-shirt. April weather. The cricket's not bad either.
It's getting a bit like Manchester United in the 1990s, isn't it? Surrey. I think everyone else apart from the Surrey fans in the country would just don't complain if at the start of the season they lose a couple of games to make it interesting.
Hi Marty and the band of merry men. Greetings from a sun-kissed but not quite sizzling Costa del Hartlepool. Game evenly poised at the moment. As Coghlan comes in here to bowl to James. James up on his toes, gets right behind that one, plays it into the ground and back to the bowler.
Emilio Gay's just been brought out of the slip corner, so he's gone to mid-wicket, and mid-wicket's gone out on the leg side fence, just hoping they can tempt Lyndon James into taking on a short ball from Coghlan.
Paul says he should be with us for the duration as there's no band to watch tonight. Come on, Durham. And he comes, bowls. And that's a sharp catch. If that got off the ground more than about a foot, I'd be surprised, and it wasn't there for long.
Jiggs has been back on, Martin. He wondered where he was. Being gongoozled indeed, he says, not too far away. I'm near Shardlow.
Oh, yeah.
I'm recovering after a day of Morris dancing in Nottingham yesterday.
Oh, I took, when we were down at Derby a couple of years ago, I took my bike and went for a ride along the canal at Shardlow, the Trent and Mersey. Very nice there. Coghlan in. Fended away one-handed by James, short on the leg side, and that is the end of the over. 342 for 6. There's some nice pubs down on the canal there as well. You've got the old mill next to the lock, and then there's a couple of little pubs in the village.
Lunch today at 1 o'clock, despite it being an extra long day. Tea at 3:45. I say an expected finish at 6:15, but invariably things will drag on. We have got that bowling change though, so Matthew Potts didn't quite complete the first hour because Ben Rain is going to come back and have a go from this Radcliffe Road end.
It is midday. You mentioned earlier Liam Plunkett's birthday and Shaheen Shah Afridi. Paul sends a list of births and deaths, cricketing related. It's
going to be Ben Rain to bowl Bowl to Montgomery. Made his way to 35. And has a little flinch at that one without making contact. Who have you got then?
There's quite a lot of birthdays. You mentioned the two with links to these clubs, didn't you? There's actually nobody really jumping off the page, to be honest with you, looking through the list.
There's lots of sites where you can get today's cricket birthdays.
You must know who you share a birthday with, celebrities, famous people. That must be something. That's something everyone checks.
I haven't got a clue.
There's Ben Rain. This is pushed up to mid-off.
On this day in 2014, Sri Lanka beat India by 6 wickets to win the 5th T20 World Cup.
The two that stand out for me sharing the same birthday are Del Boy, David Jason.
Not bad.
And as a Popmaster fan, it's appropriate that Ken Burns shares the same birthday. And sadly no longer with us, but I always felt proud that I shared the birthday with Farrah Fawcett Majors. There's Rain, bowls, and it's pushed back to the bowler. There's obviously many more, but they're the three that spring off the page. There must be somebody that you've got in mind to actually raise the topic.
I have Andrea Pirlo, Italy midfield,
AC
Milan Juventus. Quite a good one. Malcolm X.
I've just pulled up a page, famous birthdays. I don't know any of these people.
Did he used to be called Malcolm Twitter?
It's a good one. It's a good one.
There's an update. Nottinghamshire batting in the warm sunshine, 342 for 6. They lost 2 wickets this morning, I beg your pardon, 1 wicket this morning. The night watchman Farhan Ahmed out for 17. Matthew Montgomery's on 35. Lyndon James on 12. Notts trail by 36. They're 342 for 6.
Charles VIII. I suppose what your version of famous is.
So there's nobody famous born on or sharing the same birthday as you, Martin, is that what you're saying?
Mike Tyson, apparently.
Mike Tyson.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Horace Chapman, South African cricketer.
Rain bowls to Matthew Montgomery. So good afternoon, everybody. It's beyond the witching hour. You're perfectly entitled now to reach for the drinks cabinet, should you wish, on your day of leisure. And have a little toast or whatever you want to have a toast towards.
Willie Sutton, American bank robber. Why is he on the list?
I think I have Marcus Bent, the not as good noughties Premier League footballer, not as good as Darren.
No.
Rain bowls turned to mid-wicket. No run there.
Did he pass through Sunderland at one point or not?
I don't think so. Charlton, I want to say Marcus Bent, maybe Ipswich.
Who's that here with the actress?
Yeah, when your Wikipedia page describes you as a journeyman striker, you know you're struggling. If Wikipedia are calling you a journeyman, as they do. A lot of clubs, though. 14 different clubs.
Coghlan, new over bowling to James. Tickled off the leg, it's down to fine leg for 1. James now on 13. And Notts edging towards that third batting point, 7 runs away from it now at 343 for 6.
Still checking birthdays.
Yeah, I just haven't heard of any of these people. I haven't got a clue who any of them are.
Gary Pallister.
Oh yeah.
Our neck of the woods.
Yeah. Well, we've got a bit more modern. I've got up to 1965. Montgomery's on 35 as Coghlan bowls. And he's played that to deep square leg, 1 run. 344 for 6. Yeah, Mike Tyson, born in 1966. Rudy Steen, South African cricketer.
The wrong Jim Montgomery.
Oh, Jimmy Montgomery, but it's not the Sunderland
opposite,
keeper, it's a Canadian ice hockey coach. Who's probably never made a double save at Wembley.
The greatest save of all time.
Coghlan from the pavilion end. James drives straight, that's lovely, that's 4. Max hasn't given up the chase, but the ball's going to beat him to the ropes, and it does. Just over pitch there from Coghlan. Just veering towards the leg stump, and James driving nicely along the floor. Put the ball back past the stumps at the bowler's end and away up to the boundary where the pavilion is. So he's on 17. The deficit's now only 30. Nottinghamshire 2 runs away from that batting point. Sanath Jayasuriya.
Not bad. I'd take that. Mike Tyson, Sanath Jayasuriya.
Ralph Schumacher, what does he do?
A lot of F1 chat this morning.
You can't be famous just driving a car round and round and round. James waits as Coghlan bowls. That's gone down the leg side and is taken by the keeper.
The thing with my birthday is I have it over and over and over and over and over again because it's 2nd of February, which is Groundhog Day.
Ah.
Bringing you back to movies, Bill Murray and
good film.
Andy McDowell. Oh, yeah,
Was
that
that-
is a
oh,
good
no,
film.
that's in 1990.
That was in the
though,
80s.
Was it?
Yeah, Groundhog Day was in the 80s, wasn't
Oh, well, maybe I was saying 90s, but maybe that's just one of my exceptions. You can check that as
it?
well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
what
actually,
was the song that woke him up every morning?
Sonny and Cher. Next ball, bowled by Coghlan to James. Just rolls towards mid-on, no run there.
There was no jeopardy in that, was there? Straight in.
1993.
I got you, babe.
Good film.
Good film.
And after
funny,
1990.
funny.
And after
funny.
1990, so of course it's.
Funny.
I'm not saying that every film made after 1990 is good either, by the way. I'd like to point that out before people get in touch. That's absolutely
What was
not
your
what I'm saying.
what was your theory that because before 1990 seems too old?
I've just not got much interest. I think it dates, as I say, going back to old. And there are some exceptions.
That's gone through to the keeper. It's
Star
a short one. Is that a
Star
no ball or
Wars.
not? It's a
Yeah,
wide.
it was too short.
Yeah.
It's called. It's
There,
called.
yeah.
Yeah.
We've now started signalling these as wides. They used to signal them
Yeah.
as no balls. didn't they?
Yeah, well, I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
They gave a few against the Notts bowlers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ironic cheers from out there
Yeah.
in the crowd out in front of us. I wonder whether that's the locals getting a little.
Well, they were calling
Tension.
for it, and
Yeah.
it was the square leg umpire who had to.
It's like a football crowd. If
Yeah.
your team doesn't get any free kicks and then suddenly the ref gives you one, then. Hey! 3 cheers for the ref.
Last ball of the over then, and James defends. That is the end of the over. 1 run needed now for that batting point. 349 for 6, 29 runs. The deficit. Day 3 here. Nottinghamshire against Durham on the BBC. It amazes me how many times I get back to the pub after a Sunderland game and everything's the referee's fault. I can't remember the referee pushing the ball into his own net or giving away penalties or not marking forwards or whatever.
As I mentioned on day 1, was away speaking to Sarah Glenn and Sophie Eccleston yesterday, so I didn't see much of the Sunderland game about the same time. Yeah, since he came into some criticism yesterday as well, despite a victory.
It's every match.
The way of the world, isn't it? We talk so much about referees, it's tiresome.
Here's Ben Rain, owing to Matthew Montgomery. Ollie Robinson standing up. And this is pushed into the offside. 3:49 for 6. Thank you for joining us this Sunday early afternoon now. Martin Emerson alongside myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and from BBC Sport Online, they've let him out of the office this week, Matt Henry. Although yesterday he doesn't have a phone, so he had to go all the way to Manchester to do a couple of interviews.
So they were. I'll explain after this ball. Ben Ray.
He bites quite easily, doesn't he, Martin? That's one thing. That's one thing we've noticed over the last couple of days. 3:49 for 6 as rain bowls and Montgomery keeps it out. Go on, explain yourselves then.
So Sophie Eccleston and Sarah Glenn, England women's.
They don't do phone
internationals.
interviews, is this what you're saying?
So they were. It was yesterday or this weekend. Is the ECB's Get Set weekend where volunteers at thousands of clubs across the country are encouraged to use this
Clean their clubs up.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yeah. And Sophie Eccleston and Sarah Glenn had come down to a club in Wythenshawe, or Wythenshawe Cricket Club in Manchester.
In Manchester.
Yep, and they were painting fences and sanding down tables and the like.
I can imagine. Rain bowls and chopped into the offside now run.
And as part of that, there was an opportunity for them to do a quick interview.
Did you do any painting or sanding?
I
Showing any effort?
did. No. I was. Yeah. They have to do a job.
Did you say
Did the job.
you've missed a bit?
I didn't do that because I did think that would go down badly.
Yeah.
Yes, Picasso was my response. So as you'll know, as you both know, it's quite often when you do a little sound check before an interview. We had a camera there with us as well to get the interviews on TV and video as well, and they like to check things first. Yeah, so they like to just get a question in early to check that everything's working properly. My first one to each of them was, "How was your painting?"
2 slips. It's rain in once more, deflected onto the leg side, safely along the ground by Matthew Montgomery, and the applause is for the news that Nottinghamshire now go 6-5 ahead in terms of bonus points. Notts 350 for 6. And they are within 28 of Durham. It's a long time ago I suggested the scores might be similar at the end of first innings. Notts have a good chance as it stands right now just to forge a first innings lead here, but I don't think they're going to have enough time really to get that extra batting bonus point. We're in the 103rd over, and I think unrealistic really to see them rattling along and getting another 50 in the next 7 overs or so. There's Rain, comes in now and bowls, but Lyndon James might have other ideas. He's just opened the face, guided this down to third. George Drisell's after it. He's lost his floppy sun hat, and Montgomery pushing hard comes back for 3. Good running. 353 for 6. Mark the Mod has been in touch from Sevenoaks in Kent. Martin yesterday asked Mark the Mod about surviving Oaks. Here's a photo. He says, I know you can't see it from the other side of the room, Martin. For your information, one surviving oak. Picture of it here in the Vine. I've just been for a walk round Knoll Park. Good to hear from you, Mark the Mod. Down in Sevenoaks in Kent, and the blue sky there, very reminiscent to what we've got here as Rain. Now to Monty, who's on 37 and stays on 37 with a punch into the covers.
I thought there was only one left. That was the Great Storm of 1987, wasn't it?
It's before 1990, wasn't it? Doesn't count.
Frank Watson has contributed to the BBC live feed. Somerset are on course. Frank's the Worcestershire commentator. He said, I did say in my prediction that if Worcestershire were 3 down by lunch, I thought the game might be over today. On a decent pitch, there's no reason why Worcestershire shouldn't bat long, but there are so many physiological factors, maybe psychological factors.
Yeah. Those watching the live stream will have just seen a picture, a shot of the flag. That's the Nottinghamshire County flag. That's the middle of the Hound Road stand away, the Fox Road stand away to our left, right at the front. Actually, near to one of our fabulous camera crew there. But might have been there the first 2 days. Didn't notice it, but just picked up on the camera there. The Nottinghamshire County flag is present, and so too for the first time today. A little bit of pace off. We've got some twirly whirly stuff.
Which flag is it?
The flag of Nottinghamshire County flag.
Oh, that one, yeah. Right, okay. Yeah.
Robin Hood in the middle.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be good for the red-green colourblind. It's not much use, is it?
No.
It just looks like all one block of one colour.
In comes Drizell then, first ball of the day, and that is slammed hard at Graham Clark. Short extra recovery, manages to stop it, and goes down on his knees, and then there's a sort of little roll. I bet that's stinging his fingers. James on 20. Notts 353 for 6. That skids in low and is kept out just very late by James. He went back into his crease there, and he just managed to flick it away to square leg. Yeah, some people can't see reds and greens, can they?
My brother's very red-green colourblind.
You'd struggle with a scoreboard, look, because you've got a green dot against Drizell and a red dot against James. That's played off through mid-wicket by James for 1.
Worcestershire have lost a wicket. Gareth Roderick been dismissed by Overton. 21 for 1.
Apparently, Bato Banton's score was the 5th highest in English domestic first-class cricket. Montgomery flicks this round the corner to Gay, who's at backward square leg. No run. Eric Bowes has been on. Hello, Marty. First listen this season. Unable to tune in on Friday. And I was at the Mowbray Derby yesterday, hoping for a good season. Eric the Stanmore Mackham as he tries a reverse sweep here. Big appeal from Drizell, who's gone down on his knee to appeal to Nigel Long. The Umpire says no. Montgomery looking to reverse sweep. We saw him do this very quickly into his innings last night, actually, wasn't it, when he came out. One slip in place in Ackerman. Montgomery on 37. Drizzell comes in. That is defended.
End of the over, 354 for 6. Division 1, Surrey have lost another wicket. They're 164 for 5, replying to the Mammoth Essex first innings score of 582. Yorkshire bat on, 235 for 7. They lead Hampshire by 107 runs at the Utility Bowl still this year. Worcestershire now 26 for 1 in their second innings, an absolute million behind Somerset. Warwickshire 288 for 5 at Edgbaston, replying to Sussex's 528. In Division 2, one result already. Kent have defeated Northants by 145 runs. The other 3 games all in progress, with Ben Rain here at Trent Bridge bowling to Lyndon James, who pushes it back to him. At Lords, Middlesex 25 for 3. All 3 wickets to Tom Bailey. That's against Lancashire. Middlesex trail by 74 still. Glamorgan are also 3 down, 24 for 3, trailing Leicestershire by 174. And Gloucestershire in their second innings at Derby are 178 for 5, leading Derbyshire by just 9. All the scores and the live text updates on the BBC Sport cricket page. Rain in. Robinson's gone back. He was standing up until recently for Ben Rain, and Lyndon James, tall man, 6'5", something like that, pushes this back to the bowler.
Anth Graham's emailed. He says, afternoon, Marty, with another season is now...
Aeroplane vapour trails high above Trent Bridge here. Lovely blue skies, rain, bowls, and Lyndon James, shot of the morning, straight down the ground, past the bowler for 4. Very elegant indeed from Lyndon James. Gets the partnership moving up to 39 now. He's on 25. 358 for 6 and Notts within 20.
Nick Smith's emailed. He says, hello chaps, Nick Smith from Cumbria. Enjoying the commentary again. In terms of birthdays, I was born on the same day in the same country as Daniel Craig.
Rain bowls. James runs it to backward point, no run.
So Daniel Craig, he says, so one of us is seen as strong, brave, manly, resourceful and intelligent, and the other played James Bond. Ooh. Thanks for the entertainment, says Nick. He's not James Bond anymore now, is he? Aren't they looking for have they announced the new James Bond?
No.
Can't be anybody born from before 1990.
35 this year if he born in 1990, so what's he meant to be? Bond 40, I think, is that right?
Nick Morrell says, I'm red-green colourblind. It's a great excuse not being able to see the red dot of a lost ball in the long green grass. Rain wastes one, really, banged it in too short and too leggy for Lyndon James to be interested. Do see we have seen 1 or 2 players take that one on, haven't we? Hitting it towards the short side. We had a couple of 6s hit into the Smith Cooper stand on day 1.
So 35 years, eh? I've been in journalism 35 years.
That's what you call it. Yeah. Rain once more. James defends. Ben Rain just the 1 wicket yesterday. Don't know if you've seen the highlights, Matt. It was an unusual one where Jack Haynes saw it being dug in, expected it to get up, and it didn't. Sort of turned on it, and in Martin's immortal words, it's struck him on the backside or struck him on the bottom. What was it you said, Martin?
Yeah.
Words to that effect, and then went on to tell us a tale of how he did something similar.
Rain is the sort of the balance. Oh, when Durham had their full choice attack, is sort of the slower, the more accurate one, isn't it? But in this attack, they don't quite have that high end pace to them, which I guess because of the injuries they have.
Ball here from Drizzell bowling to Montgomery. It's gone up to Rhodes. I think that's the first time we've mentioned Rhodes today. Up at mid-on. Drizel comes in, right arm over. Blocked this time by Montgomery. Trickles back to the bowler, right down the centre of the track.
This was just going to be the problem for Durham, wasn't it? When if things get flat without Carson, you include Mark Wood, but he plays so rarely for Durham, obviously. Daniel Hogg.
Reverse sweep straight to Coghlan, round the corner, no run.
Outlaw Chris is with us, as the flag's his brother's. Rick must be in the ground, he says. It's my brother's flag, Dave. Thank you, Chris.
Got a man close in on the drive on the leg side here. Another reverse sweep, another ball going to Coghlan. No run.
So infuriating that Durham have actually put the fielder in the wrong place for Matthew Montgomery. Keeps hitting it to him.
He's on 37. He's faced nearly 100 balls. This is delivery 98. Goes back into his crease, turns it towards square leg, and will get a run. Rain comes in and fields from the leg side boundary. So Notts now 359 for 6. Lunch is at 1, so we've still got another 40 minutes really to lunch, haven't we?
And we've still got another 80 overs to go in the day.
Oh, Drizel to James. James drives straight and cut off down the far end of the ground by Rhodes. Gets a single to end the over, so he'll keep strike. He's on 26. Montgomery 38. Partnerships 41. Notts 360 for 6 here on the BBC. The only wicket to fall today, Farhan Ahmed, caught by Emilio Gay in the slips at third slip off the bowling of Matthew Potts for 17. They were 319 for 6 at the time and 59 adrift.
Everybody in this innings has reached double figures so far. Hamid 27, Slater 92, McCann 79, Clark 37, Ains 30, Farhan 17, and this pair 38 and 26. It's a sign that there's not been too much devilment in the wicket. And what Emilio Gay feels, he's really the only one in the entire game that's missed out, isn't he? Getting a duck at the start of the new season as Ben Rain bowls to Lyndon James, works this up to mid-on.
Look down at the pitch and there's hardly I mean, we're into the third day and there's a few footmarks at this end. I guess the one initially on the crease, but then there's one after that, but then there's nothing else really on the surface at all. It's held together very. I guess it's not. It's hot for April, isn't it? Or it's warm for April, but it's not going to be warm enough or the sun strong enough to break up the surface.
Rain in again to James. Nice looking shot by Lyndon James. He'll get a boundary there. Just working it through mid-wicket. And it only just reached the rope, actually. It sped away for the first 9/10 of its journey and then just seemed to slow up, but reached the rope nonetheless. Nice shot, 364 for 6. And you'd imagine in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so, Notts are going to be just poking their noses in front. Trail by 14 right now. Durham making 378. Ackerman with the century. Thought at the time it was a score a little above par, but might be feeling that they left a few out there now, having been put out by Asiba Mead. We've got the Durham think tank just getting together here. Alex Lees, Ben Rain, with a little bit of input from Matthew Potts as well, just trying to settle on what sort of field they feel appropriate at this time of the day.
Lees is trying a few things. He's had a fielder who's now got one close-ish in on the offside, one on the leg side as well, and a new man there at short mid-wicket.
Nice shot from Lyndon James. He's on 30. Pushes this back to the bowler who tried. I think he deliberately then tried to sort of scoop it back towards the stumps just in case Montgomery had ventured too far down. Once or twice, I think yesterday, we used the word animation, but we didn't use it in relation to the Durham skipper. It's very understated, isn't it? There's not too much animation about Alex Lees. It's just a quiet word here and there. He's not a clap, clap, clap and G up, boys sort of skipper. Just a little quiet word with the bowlers. As, again, it's just turned this time up to Matthew Potts, and for reasons best known to himself and pretty much everybody in the modern game, he fires it all the way from mid-on, all the way down to the wicket-keeper at the far end, only for it to then begin its journey back to him again.
There's some captains that it's very obvious that they are the captain on the field, isn't it? Everything goes through them, their arms are everywhere, they're throwing hands up in the air when things go wrong, celebrating when things goes right, but Lee's is the opposite. You wouldn't really know he was captain.
No, understated. Nice looking shot again from Lyndon James, punching off the back foot through the offside this time, and gets another boundary. As we've seen on that side of the ground in particular, the ball does tend to slow up a little bit, but there was no stopping that one. A meaty shot which takes this partnership to 49, and Lyndon James heavily outscoring his partner because he's got 34 of them since they've been together. 368 for 6. The morning having begun with knots on 297 for 5, so 71 for 1 they are in the play we've had so far. Rain in once more, and it's looking $1 million. Lyndon James, as Marty quite rightly pointed out when he read out Lyndon James' scores against Durham, he's tended to tuck into their bowlers in the 5-6 games he's played against Durham, averaging over 90 against them.
It's funny how some players cash in. I mean, at one time Scott Borthwick had a fantastic average against Middlesex. He was up in the 90s as well.
It's a good player to be coming in at number 8, Lyndon James. Is that going off the field?
Ben Rain going off, finishing over and going off. He waved towards the dressing room. It didn't look too serious, but he asked for a substitute quite quickly after that final ball.
In comes Drizzell, starting you over bowling to Montgomery. Andrew Radd, the Northants commentator, said on his video preview this morning he feared that he'd be spending most of his day in the back garden, and that's how it's panned out. In comes Drizzell, played to Potts. Advanced mid-on, no run.
I feel like Durham just need to squeeze the scoring rate a little. The old mindset of building some pressure.
Next ball played short on the leg side. Potts comes in and claims that one.
He is a man who has ties to several of the local village clubs, Andrew Radd, but it's a little early even for pre-season friendlies, isn't it? I guess there's not too many around.
No. It's defended this time by Montgomery, just rolls out in the offside, collected by Clark. Dot ball.
If you are heading off to either watch or participate in a pre-season friendly this afternoon for your club, let us know if anybody's started yet.
Next ball bowled quicker by Drizzell, played to Potts, short mid-on. Well, most people are still painting fences and wiping tables down and stuff, aren't they?
The suggestion was, I think Wythenshaw's first game was Easter weekend, I think, yesterday.
It's pushed along the floor, out the mid-wicket, no run there. End of the over. 368 for 6, Montgomery 38, James 34. Partnerships 1 short of 50. And Nottinghamshire trail by 10 runs. Wythenshaw started Easter, did they?
Yeah, the first, which is not ideal for the juniors, I guess, because a lot have got holidays booked or trips away with the family, but I think they were suggesting they would manage to get a team out, but they were just pleased after the weather of last year.
Yeah.
You'd have, the lady I was speaking to there from the club was saying that the ground was practically a feeder to the River Mersey, even though it's still a fair distance away, because it was
and it flooded again, didn't it? Yeah. Stockport was underwater, wasn't it? That car dealership. And the apartments, Forgot about that.
We're going to have the Nottingham-born Will Rhodes into the attack for the first time this morning, replacing Ben Rain, who's had enough. He's done a runner. He's gone. He's taken his sweater and gone home.
Durham don't need another bowling injury. Without meaning to go on with them, Hogg elbow, Connor's side, Minto with personal issues, cast toe. Doggett's not arrived in the country yet. Wood and Stokes obviously don't play much anyway, but are out for each of their own reasons.
Like you said, he'd just come to the end of his spell, hadn't he, Ben Rain? And he's not the first bowler, and he went with the last just at the end of the spell, just to take his sweater and just go and have a little 5-minute comfort break. Who's on, Marty? Do we know? Is it number 11 and at extra cover?
Is that Mitchell, Colleen?
There's Will Rhodes. Just one slip now. Rhodes bowling. He
It's Mitchell
defended. He got a wicket yesterday, helped by a bit of a long op, which Ben Slater obligingly hit straight down the throat of Emilio Gay at long leg. Slater was understandably crestfallen, out to be 8 short of a century, and pretty much hit the ball straight into the hands of the only man in the deep. He made 92. Freddie McCann 79. Leading hands in this Nottinghamshire first innings. This is punched very quickly by Lyndon James, but straight to the subfielder.
Timing everything.
Spanked the pants off that one, didn't he? But straight to the fielder. As I say, he's a good player to have coming in at 8. Fergus O'Neill due in next, and then the 2 tall lads, James Tong and Dylan Pennington. James blocks this next delivery. 368 for 6, and Notts trail by just 10. And this is the 109th over, so I don't think we're going to get any more bonus points, Martin, unless there's a dramatic hat-trick here from Durham. They need 3 wickets, actually 9 deliveries if they're to get another bowling bonus point. So it looks as if Notts are going to edge the bonus point situation. This is pushed into the offside. Doesn't mean anything at all, although I won't be saying that to Martin tomorrow tea time if it is a draw. I'll be saying, look at the table, Martin. Notts are 1 point above Durham. 368 for 6. Martin will say, it'll be the only time this year. Mara. Rhodes bowls. Slight misfield, and sort of gave Lyndon James the encouragement to try and call Montgomery for a single, but he wasn't having any of it. Is that McKinney at point?
The big hat.
Must be the height of him.
I don't think he had the floppy hat on to start with this morning, which discombobulated me. He went out in his cap, but he's found his floppy from somewhere. 368 for 6. Rhodes bowls, and Lyndon James doesn't give McKinney or anybody else a chance of stopping this one as he crunches it through the offside and even over the long grass for 4. 372 for 6. And the applause is for the 50 partnership. 53 from 87 balls, and Lyndon James has made 38 of the 53 there in that partnership. He's played very nicely indeed, and not so within 6 of Durham's first innings score at 372 for 6.
Sarah Glenn mentioned yesterday, Dave, that she is looking to play a couple of games. Obviously, England leg spinner, but plays for the Blaze domestically. Going to play a couple of games before the international summer starts. I was just looking at the 23rd of April is the Blazers' first game. Not saying she's going to play every game for them before England, as one of the frustrations for county fans that England's men don't play every game when they're not in action for their county team. Drissel to continue. It's a bit loop here, knocked off the pads for a single to Montgomery. But yeah, Sarah Glenn looking to play a couple of games at least before the start of the women's international summer, here at Trent Bridge on the 23rd of April against Lancashire, the first game in the 50 over competition. Drissel's going to go around the wicket, it looks like. Go around the wicket this time. To Lyndon James, who's batted really nicely for his 38 from 45. It's a slip. Close-ish fielder at mid-wicket. The off-spin is in, and this one's flicked. He managed to get enough bat on it to squirt it down towards us at fine leg position, where Emilio Gay runs back to field. They take 2. Takes James into the 40s, 40 from 46. Nottinghamshire to 374 5 for 6 and now just 3 behind. The 110th over of the innings. He's fiddling a little with his field. He's asking deep square leg to just go a little bit squarer. Full and driven, possibly even a full toss. Hard to see from this end, but out to long on for another single. 2 behind Nottinghamshire now. Durham just getting a little, test with all those injuries, a little bit of being forced to work hard for these wickets in the field. Back over the wicket, Drusellis to Montgomery. Loop here again and just push back towards him.
There's plenty of runs to be had as well, isn't there? I mean, it's, you've got that small boundary, so while 3-7-8 looked a decent score, it is a good batting track.
The reverse sweep out again. This one beats Slick, who tried to gamble and get across. Yeah, Montgomery he's tried that shot a fair few times and finally gets between Slip and the fielders that are lurking at a backward point position, and that does take Nottinghamshire into the lead. 2 runs ahead now at 380 for 6.
You have to be a little concerned in the Durham camp that still 4 wickets to
I think so.
to get.
Drusell finishes over off over the wicket to Montgomery, who pushes it towards the squarer of the the squarer and deeper of the 2 fielders at mid wicket to end the over. 380 for 6. Yeah, I'd be starting to get a little Ben Raines back on the field. And
that's the bonus points done, isn't it?
Yeah.
110 overs gone, so not 6, Durham 5.
Yeah, Ben Raines back on, and he's getting some. Oh, it's his floppy hat. Couldn't work out what it was. The angle of it looked like a sheet of paper, but it's just his hat. Yeah.
Yes, I think Martin made 1 or 2 disparaging remarks about the state of his floppy sun hat yesterday.
Mucky colour.
I just said it looked a bit.
It wasn't a good advert for the latest,
a bit darker,
the latest brand of washing powder. There's Will Rhodes from our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end. Be bowling to Lyndon James. So Rayner stayed out on the offside boundary. Might be brought into action if Lyndon James, well, there straight away, if Lyndon James punches one in that direction, which he has done, gets another single. 381 for 6. The morning started with Notts 297 for 5, so they've added 84 for the loss of Farhan Ahmed.
Durham more than doubled their score, didn't they, after the 5th wicket fell? So it shows that there's enough, or not enough, in the wicket for you to expect the lower orders to just drop away. And obviously one of the Notts wickets that we've had so far is the night watchman as well. So yeah, plenty more runs to come, and I'd be getting a little nervous if I was a Durham supporter.
Just like to take a minute or 2 out of the game, Alex Lees. We saw that yesterday. It'd be interesting at lunch just to see the Durham over rate. At the moment it's saying +1, but they do tend to just adjust them now for the first 3 days, just adjust them at the end of sessions. It'd be interesting to see what it is. And there's another fabulous shot backward of square on the offside, this time by Montgomery. Gets a boundary, just keeps his nose ahead of Lyndon James, who was threatening to catch him up. Montgomery 47, James 42, 385 for 6. It was short and wide and got what it deserved.
McKinney, as we've mentioned, is huge and a big wingspan, but he wasn't getting anywhere near that. It's hit, we've seen some powerful shots, particularly through this, mostly from Lyndon James, but it's Montgomery being given the chance to pile into one outside off stump and taking full advantage.
Yeah, 2 quick boundaries for Montgomery. The reverse sweep from this end, and now put Rhodes away. This one wide of the off stump, goes through to Wally Robinson at Southampton. Yorkshire 245 for 8. They've shown some stubborn resistance this morning. They lead Hampshire by 117, so that one's not yet a done deal for Hampshire.
Put another 60 on there, maybe. Stretch could make an interesting game. I think I'm going to be at Yorkshire next week, so interesting to see how they go.
This one wide enough to be left alone by Matthew Montgomery, as we were saying yesterday. He's got all sorts of passports and eligibility options, and played a T20 game for Germany a couple of years ago in the European qualifiers for the World Cup.
There are some good gigs to be had playing for when you can get in one of those European teams.
Next ball is dropped on the leg side. Still just 24. Montgomery, born in Johannesburg. In fact, his 25th birthday next month. Only his 24th first-class match. Averages over 30. 2 centuries. The biggest of which was here against Durham. 178 in that match that Martin enjoyed so much in September 2022. He got 4 opportunities last year in the first team, and cuts this one away to move to 48. 386 for 6 at the end of that Rhodes over. 9 overs, 1 for 60. A little expensive, Will Rhodes. As I say, the 1 wicket he did get, that was one that a couple of yards either side, and it would have been a boundary. Just helped it straight into the hands of Ben Slater down at Emilio Gay down at long leg from the bat of Ben Slater.
Who would you say was at risk if and when Ben Duckett does get a couple of games? Would it be straight swap for Slater? Would it be...
Well, we're going to get a clue next week, assuming that Carl Verena, the wicketkeeper, comes back.
There's going to be 2 decisions to be made, isn't there? The batter.
I don't think we're going to see Ben Duckett in the first 3 games, and by then, it's a small sample size, but you have some sort of idea
some
and
evidence to make your decision on.
Invariably, cricket being cricket, don't want to wish an injury on somebody, but there may well be, a natural vacancy as Montgomery drives this through the offside for 4 to reach a splendid half century. He was dropped on 4, a little bit of fortune when he was spilled at slip early into his innings, but he's made the most of that. 114 balls for Matthew Montgomery, 8 fours. Been at the crease for 2.5 hours, and that's a very splendid half century, reaching it with a push through the offside off Drissell. This time he just blocks it on the onside. 390 for 6. So they're not so within 10 of reaching 400. They won't get anything for it because we're already past the 110 over mark. Drissell in once more, and again he goes on the reverse, and again he's just picked out Coghlan just round the corner. He's at sort of a backward point, saving 1 position. So when Montgomery goes in the reverse sweep position, he's I think he's hit about 3 or 4 straight to him. Pushes this into the covers. Looking to be positive, Matthew Montgomery. He's been outscored in this partnership by Lyndon James, who's scored 42 out of the 71 they've put on together, but when he's had the opportunity, Montgomery has taken his opportunities. Drops this on the leg side, and there's no run.
It's not the fashionable way to play it, is it, to get yourself in these days, or to take your time, but he's done that. If when you take advantage of it, you do the thing for the team, don't you? And it's got them in a very good position.
This one's floated up there, and he was interested but mistimed the push towards the offside end of the over. 390 for 6. He's just sort of picked up the mantle after Slater 92, McCann 79, Clark 37 were dismissed. He was in that partnership with Jack Haynes, which ended when Haynes misjudged the bounce from the Ben Rain delivery.
What they didn't want at 297 for 5 this morning is for the frontline batter to get out, and then you're left with Farhan Ahmed as a night watchman and a new batter. Then that's when Durham will really sense their chance. But Montgomery's played it very sensible and just like letting things happen at the other end, get himself in, and now has been more expansive in the last 20 minutes or so.
Second ball was only 6 overs old as well at the start of the day. I'm Dave Brayscott. We've got Matt Henry with us from BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, Will Rhodes to start his 10th over then with Lyndon James, the impressive Lyndon James on strike. And this one's, again, he's hit everything so well. This one's off the back foot. test the legs of Ben Rain, who we saw nip off the field. He gets round, but not before the Nottinghamshire pair complete 2 to take the score on to 294 for 6. Yeah, liking the sound of Lyndon James's bat this morning. He's middled pretty much everything, and it's made a great crack echoing around. Or just, the noise of it. It's a sign of the start of summer.
I mean, to me now, he looks like Lyndon James, because I've watched him for all of his career. But when he first came into the side, I often remarked that there were huge similarities with him standing at the crease and the way that he did punch the ball with Alex Hales when he first came into the team. Similar height and tall, slender build, and strong on the front foot. Aggressive looking player. There were a lot of similarities, but of course we don't see that much of Alex, and he won't be returning to the UK at all in 2025 now. And Lyndon just looks like Lyndon. He's his own man, and he's a very good player indeed.
Yeah, another tweak in the field has brought Ben McKinney round a bit towards extra cover from the other side, but Rhodes is in. This one's left alone, a rare ball left alone by Lyndon James, and that was the 50th ball he's faced, and he's 44 already. Graham Onions, it looks like, Durham bowling coach, is out on the boundary to our left, having a little bit of a chat with Ben Rain. Not in ahead. This is blocked to a fielder that Durham have. Emilio Gay there lurking at a short extra cover. It's a strange field in that they've got a short extra cover and an extra cover. Feels like you might only need one man to do the job, especially when you've got a mid-off as well. 3 fielders in a sort of triangle and the straight on the offside with a big gap, letting the ball go out to Ben Rain outside of them. Rhodes again. This one's on the pads or on the hip and knocked away. You imagine that fielder, Emilio Gay, that I mentioned, is lurking for a catch. That's not really the line that Alex Lees is after.
Yeah, there's just very little devilment in the wicket. There's not too much assistance for either pace or spin. The new ball is absolutely crucial. Once the ball becomes a little softer, it's been fairly straightforward going for Notts.
Montgomery places this one well for a single, just to the right of George Dressel. He's having a little breather in the field between overs, but he's going to have to swoop in, and it's a comfortable single.
It's a good thing about Matthew Potts. I mean, he really gave his heart and soul, didn't he, for an hour this morning. Put the ball in good areas, bowled with good pace, looked fit and healthy and good rhythm. Nobody got an easy ride against Matthew Potts. Very impressive.
James Waits has thrashed at this one again, and that's driven beautifully for 4. See the crowd outside on the upper tiers to either side of us. You can hear that applause coming, because Ben Rain had no chance of cutting that one off. He'd been moved squarer, but that's gone through extra cover. Fielders are there, and there's no chance. James up to 49 from just 53 balls. Nottinghamshire 398 for 6.
If you were writing that shot on the live text commentary, it deserved to be in bold, it deserved to be underlined, and it deserved an exclamation mark at the end of it. It was a glorious extra cover drive. 398 for 6. Already Notts a 20 in front. This partnership worth 79 now, taking on damaging proportions. As far as Durham are concerned, we are about 10 minutes away from lunch. 398 for 6, and Montgomery lunging forward strikes the pad outside the line. I think Ryan Campbell, and don't know how much input Marcus North has in the dressing room. I know he's here.
He is here, isn't he? Yeah.
But I want to have a little bit of a get-together after they've had their lunch, I'm sure, and another reverse sweep from Montgomery goes straight to Coghlan. I'm sure they'll have a little bit of a get-together. Presumably there'll be a chat with the coaches in the changing rooms, and then the team huddle when they come back over the rope after lunch. And they'll try and come up with some sort of plan to keep Notts quiet and try and get a wicket as well. And now it's hit away, and this time Coghlan did his level best. Tall man Paul Coghlan threw himself to his left, couldn't stop the reverse sweep, just hit fine enough to go away for the 4 that takes Nottinghamshire up to and beyond 400. 402 for 6, and that's why the prolonged applause. Can't fault or criticise Paul Coghlan. He's almost in the firing line there, isn't he? He knows what's happening. He'll have had the telegram that the reverse sweep is coming, and then it's very much playing or trying to second guess if it's coming straight to him or to his right or to his left. This one's come straight to him, but they scamper a single. Good bit of work from Coghlan. Throws down the stumps. Lyndon James, tall man, as we were saying, just about gets home, but that was good from Coggers. 403 for 6. And Lyndon James with that single moves on to 49.
You can tell which.
Sorry, he's on the strike on 49. Matthew Montgomery with the run. He goes to 58.
You can certainly tell which shot Matthew Montgomery's been practicing through the winter, can't you? That reverse sweep, he must have spent hours and hours in the nets.
I mean, it's been the thing about him since he came into the team. He's one of the few that plays it as often in red ball as many do in white ball. And there is what's almost a gift of a single. The field's set deep on the offside, so Lyndon James says, well, I might as well have it. Just pushes it into the offside, and that's come up very, very quickly indeed, considering where we were, the pace of the game. 54 balls, 8 fours. That's a high quality knock from Lyndon James, who now really at 26 years of age should be in his peak years, his peak cricketing years. He's been around the first team scene for a number of years now. Well, have faced all the bowlers and played on all the grounds and scored runs against everybody. He just wants to cash in now and consistently score big runs, which he's capable of. 404 for 6 at the end of the over.
Yeah, I came here to this game. You pick out which of the county games you're going to come to with an eye on what could happen later in the year. Is anyone going to stake a claim for an England spot? With the likes of Matthew Potts and Ben McKinney, as I mentioned, on day 1, and then the Notts bowlers, Pennington and Josh Tong. But the two that have really caught the eye for me have been Farhan Ahmed with his spin in the first on a very flat day 1 pitch, and then Lyndon James with this innings here. He's been, the two of them have been, the two Notts players that don't necessarily grab the headlines have been very, very impressive as Rhodes is back in again, and this one's driven in the air, and that is the shot that Durham are looking for. They have that catcher in short, but it was well safe of him, well safe of dropping into the hands of Emilio Gay. Matthew Potts is coming over for a chat with Alex Lees. He's quickly become a senior man in the Durham team. He wouldn't have, what, three years ago, I guess, was when he started. 2022 was when he really, I'm right in saying, aren't I, Martin, when he really started that season so strongly, and that's when everyone started to get.
It's the 50 wicket season.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. That's when he played for England, wasn't it? That 2022, because he started the season so strongly. It's on your notes.
It's in here, isn't it? Yeah. Made his debut on General Election Day in 2017 in Kent. Not another one, that election.
Rhodes again. With James waiting, this one's outside. Off stump and left alone.
Yeah, England debut May 22. His 54 wickets for Durham in 23.
I think the talk of that 2021-22 winter that he's gone away, put on a little bit more pace, got a bit stronger over the winter, because he's spoken to him before a couple of times and speak to people about him. He's someone who loves his time in the gym, and he's a big, he's not, you don't look at him, he's not like threatening, but he fits that shirt really, really well, because he's well built, defended by James back up the pitch to the bowler Rhodes.
We did a game, Martin, didn't we? 2, 3, 4 years ago at Chesterley Street with Samit Patel. He was our third voice, and he just returned from playing as a teammate of Matthew Potts, I think in Bangladesh, in one of the franchises out there, hasn't he?
The Bangladesh Premier League. Yeah.
Rhodes again with his right arm, gentleish seam on the pads, and this is
good again.
Yeah, timed again, and you instinctively think that's only going to be a couple, but with the timing that Lyndon James has had this morning, and that short boundary, even if it's the longer part of the short boundary, it's another boundary to him. 408 for 6. James on to 54 already from 58 balls.
Interesting, the speed between Montgomery's 50 and James's 50. James has gone at double pace, hasn't he? 114 balls for Montgomery, 54 for James.
Yeah, James almost caught him, didn't he, 20 minutes ago, Rhodes. Oh, this one's squares. Funny bounce off the pitch, it seems. Lyndon James gives it a stare.
Yeah, just making the point though. I mean, Matthew Montgomery came in when they'd lost some of the high performers, some of the high scorers had got out. Slater 92, McCann 79, Clark 37 and Haynes 30, and heading towards the end of day 2 he had to rebuild. He was dropped early on, had to nurture the night watchman last night and first thing this morning.
Chases Lyndon James, chases another wide ball from Rhodes. There's been a few too many of those.
Lyndon James wouldn't have been able to play with the freedom that he has without this innings of Matthew Montgomery, I don't think, exactly. Because he's sort of set it up, he's blunted the second new ball, and along with Farhan Ahmed.
Yeah, seen off Matthew Potts, which is such an important part of Durham's attack, Durham's injury hit bowling stocks.
And as we've seen, it's very comfortable against the spin of Drissel. There comes Paul Coghlan again. Where are you going to stand, Paul? Because you know it's coming. Got a slip. And we've got Coghlan at sort of, well, he's more actually short third, isn't he now? Drissel bowling, and Montgomery says, well, you're going to talk about me hitting it there, I'll hit it somewhere else, and turns it on the leg side. The ball absolutely stops. Again, some of the strips on the Fox Road side of where we're playing have got grass that's just a little lusher than
ground staff are trying to grow some life into them for later in the season, aren't they? And it's
occasionally we've seen the ball just stop absolutely dead when it's been rolling. We are 2 minutes away from the luncheon interval, so depending on anybody's enthusiasm to get another over in, this may or may not be the last over as Lyndon James reaches forward and blocks. Should be able to get through this over and just start one more, unless Durham think, well, you've had enough runs out of us this morning, we'll just make sure we don't finish this over before the clock hits 1300. Drissel bowls and James hits it straight back to him, so we're halfway through the over. I would suggest there will be time for one more over. 116th of the innings, the 30th of the morning, being bowled by George Drissel. Bowls and Lyndon James pushes it to mid-on and set off as soon as it hit it to Will Rhodes. He knew instantly that the timing had been absolutely spot on, so takes a run. 410 for 6. Nottinghamshire lead by 32. Montgomery 59, Lyndon James 55. The partnership is now 91. Montgomery this time with a conventional sweep intended, but down on one knee, just ended up just lapping it away fine for a couple of runs. An update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a moment. So that's the 1 o'clock news started, and actually the board says 1300, so this may indeed be the final ball of the session. 412 for 6, Nottinghamshire. Drissel bowls and Matthew Montgomery drives into the offside and will get a single. And all eyes on the umpires. I think the spectators have already made their own minds up because they're applauding, and that is lunch here at Trent Bridge on day 3 of this county championship match between Notts and Durham in the Division 1. Notts lead by 35 at lunch, and Matthew Montgomery with 62 and Lyndon James with 55 have made the most of the second half of this morning's session. Notts lost Farhan Ahmed for 17, the 1 wicket to go down. The night watchman caught at slip by Emilio Gay off the bowling of Matthew Potts. 413 for 6 at lunch. Thanks to Matt Henry and Martin Emerson for their company this morning. I should be doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in the next 30 seconds or so, and then we'll all return when the players do in about 40 minutes' time. I hope you'll join us then. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge in ample time for the resumption of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Durham, which as we enter the 8th session sees Nottinghamshire with a first innings lead. They've gone past that Durham first innings score of 378 all out. Notts lead by 35. They've had a good morning. Can maybe make a claim for Notts having clearly won their first session of the match today, but you'd have to give them the morning session. 116 runs for the loss of the night watchman. The only wicket to go down, Farhan Ahmed, caught at slip by Emilio Gay off the bowling of Matthew Potts for 17, but since then it's been Matthew Montgomery and Lyndon James who've held sway. Both have passed their 50, and they'll be looking to add to that this afternoon. So Notts lead by 35 with 4 wickets in hand. Still to come, Fergus O'Neill on his Nottinghamshire debut, the Australian Josh Tong also on his Nottinghamshire debut, the former Worcestershire player who had an injury hit 2024 to such an extent that he didn't play at all. And Dylan Pennington will bring up the rear. Durham have been pretty good with the ball. I think they've not given Nottinghamshire's batters too much to feed on. Matthew Potts has bowled throughout with good pace, good rhythm. Picked up a couple of wickets. The only wicket to go down this morning was Potts. Bowled for the first hour of the day, and he's going to start again after lunch from the Radcliffe Road end. Figures of 2 for 90 for Matthew Potts now. He's bowled 26 overs. And on strike, Matthew Montgomery. He was on 62, 4-1-3 for 6. The first ball past the outside edge and through to the keeper. The single that was taken by Montgomery, the last ball of the morning session, took this stand to 94. That's now the highest of the match. Going past the partnership between Colin Ackerman and just have a look. And Graham Clark, that was the previous highest. Another delivery just over the shoulder of the bat, goes through to the keeper. A little bit of housekeeping to look after. I'll bring you up to speed with at the start of the afternoon session. It's been announced that Calvin Harrison, the 26-year-old leg spinner for Nottinghamshire, will go to Northants on loan for the next 2 matches in Division 2. Northants losing today, the only positive result thus far in this round of matches. Northants losing this morning to Kent, heavy defeat as well. But Calvin Harrison will go and supplement their stocks. He's going on loan to Northants with immediate effect for the next couple of matches. Edged, and that's got between keeper and slip and away for 4, and a roar of frustration from Matthew Potts there as Montgomery edges it. It was low down to the left of first slip, just couldn't scoop it up, and 4 runs down to the advertising boards. So Potts has been a little bit unlucky, as I was just saying. Bowled very well indeed, but his frustration then was all too apparent as he got one past, I think it's Will Rhodes at first slip, and away for 4, 417 for 6. Partnership worth 98, so the highest of the match. Potts in again, and Montgomery defends. And Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Matt Henry's here from BBC Sport Online, and Martin Emerson also from BBC Radio Newcastle.
The other Matt Henry did a job on Durham, I think the start of the 2017 season for Kent, ran through them in 2 days. The proper Matt Henry.
I was going to say, the cricketing Matt Henry.
Yeah, not the one from Hartlepool.
417 for 6. We might need a replay or two if there's one available at the end of the over, as this is pushed into the offside of that drop. If Aaron or Kirsty are able to bring us one.
It reached the hand.
That's why I was just asking if
I'm not sure it did.
No, I'm not sure it did, but it was an edge, and the frustration of Potts. I don't think it was the frustration at Will Rhodes. Crikey, you've put a chance down off my bowling mate. I think it was just frustration that he's given everything to find the edge. He's found the edge, and Matthew Montgomery didn't pay the ultimate price. But I'm sure the team are working on a super duper replay. This is pushed on the offside end of the over. 4-1-7 for 6. 4 runs from that opening over of the afternoon session. We've got 69 overs left. This might be an opportunity. So there's the edge. Well, it was
right under the hand.
Half volley-ish, wasn't it? If Rhodes diving to his left had managed to scoop that up, it would have been a sensational effort. Thank you very much to Aaron and or Kirsty, whoever was able to pop that up. Hello to all our camera crew, actually. Didn't mention them by name this morning. We've got Spence on the Hound Road stand with his camera at the far end there. We've got Lewis at this end. We've got Shuey downstairs and Lee over in the Fox Road stand, all bringing you the pictures. Many thanks to them for their sterling work. Not sure where Barney is. He's out and about somewhere. 4-1-7 for 6. 98 this pair have added, and Lyndon James is on 55, about to face his first ball of the afternoon.
From Paul Coughlin. And that's going to be 4 runs. Half volley, blam, straight through the covers.
Have we seen the shot of the afternoon already? Cool. 100 partnership, well battered. Well battered indeed, Lyndon James and Matthew Montgomery. That's a terrific effort for the 7th wicket partnership. I was just looking, actually, and it should be something that I don't need to look up. And I sort of remonstrated with myself when I did. I was thinking, a 7th wicket partnership, Notts against Durham. They're nearing 100. I wonder what the record can be. Well, the record is a little matter of 301. Chris Lewis and Bruce French all those years ago.
Here's Coughlin again. That's defended. Was that at Ropebury Lane?
It was at Ropebury Lane, and it is the county 7th wicket record, not just against Durham, but against anybody. 301. Right back when Martin was
92?
A little boy in 1993.
93. I remember playing for Whitburn at Chester Street one week after Durham had played a county championship match there. 1992 it was. As Coughlin comes in and bowls. That is played back to him by James. They still had all.
That was one heck of a shot, wasn't it? First ball that he'd faced after lunch, Lyndon James.
Nicely out of the middle of the bat as well.
Good touch or what? Cool.
In comes Coughlin. That's played down to Gay at Gully, no run. Sunderland 1973 message just before lunch. Not impressed with Rhodes' bowling so far. Too many loose balls, no balls wides. I don't know if there's been a wide or not, but look at his stats.
There was one this morning. I don't think it was Will Rhodes.
In comes Coughlin. That's pushed off towards short point for a quick single by James.
Moves on to 60. Matthew Montgomery 66. Scored his runs at a good old lick. Lyndon James 60 from 68 balls.
There's no wides. There was 4 runs from no balls, or 4 no balls. 1 for 72. Was it Montgomery off his bowling last night that was dropped, wasn't it? Yeah, he could have had Montgomery last night. Put down in the slips. He was on 4. He's now on 66 as he faces this ball from Coughlin.
Yep. Dropped Ackerman off the bowling of Rhodes, went on 4. Yep.
It was a cracking, would have been an incredible catch that he held him. It was travelling high.
423 for 6. Nottinghamshire.
Looking at the bowling figures here, Will Rhodes 11 overs, 1 for 72, 1 maiden. So he's been going at 6.5 and over, so he's by far the more expensive of the Durham bowlers. George Drizzell none for 73 from 28 overs, 6 maidens. He's been going at 2.6, so he's actually the tidiest of them. Paul Coughlin's been going at 4 and over. Matthew Potts 3.5. Ben Rain just under 3.
Here is Potts. Sun continues to beat down at Trent Bridge, wide of the pegs, goes through to the keeper. You can see areas of the outfield almost glistening with the sun bouncing off it. Incredible to think it's so early on in the calendar year, very early April still. 4:23 for 6. The outfield will be ready for a good old drink on Tuesday and Wednesday before the next game. Next ball is pushed, a little push and run in fact by Montgomery, takes the single. Some sharp fielding by the skipper Alex Lees, pinged the ball towards the sticks, but Montgomery had got home. Moves on to 68. 4:24 for 6. And the overall lead now 46. Notts will be needing a lot more runs yet before they can feel they're in any sort of position where they'll be able to put some significant pressure on Durham. Should be still an absolute joy to bat on for the Durham top order. Potts bowls, and this is quickly into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. Good pace.
And out again. Took him by surprise.
Few have come into the ground since play started this morning. A pretty decent attendance once again. Everybody glad, I think, as much to get out in the fresh air as to get out and see a bit of cricket. This sunny day as Matthew Potts bowls and then has to quickly react to field off his own bowling as Lyndon James plays a full straightish ball down into the ground, bounced up, and Potts just parried it away, prevented it from going for any runs. Looks back, broad-shouldered. I think he's got the same flannels on as he had yesterday, with those green smears on his left knee and left thigh. Turns and sets off ready for work once again, and bowls with a delivery that Lyndon James is grateful to be able to leave alone. Let it go through to the keeper. Started the afternoon session with that glorious fall through the offside, but he'll be glad just to ease his way in. Paul Coughlin just signing 1 or 2 autographs in front of the Fox Road stand for some young uns there with their scraps of paper and their photographs. Must be warm because he's shed a sweater. In fact, he now sheds his cap. Just looking at him, he's just loosening up a little bit. I wonder if he's... So goes through to the keeper. Under there, yes, he is bowling at the far end, of course. 4:24 for 6. Got 2 of the wickets to fall in this innings. Paul Coughlin, the ball of the day yesterday, bar none. The one that nipped back and sorted Joe Clark out, took his middle stump out, terrific bit of bowling, and then got Freddie McCann caught behind as well. So 2 really important wickets. It was a good spell from this end by Paul Coughlin. A couple of vital scalps, getting Notts from 2 down to 4 down. But that seems a long time ago now, nearly 24 hours. Notts are only 6 down.
Here's Coughlin bowling to Montgomery. He plays that out towards the middle of the square on the leg side for 1 run. Takes him on to 69. This partnership 106. The lead 47. Notts 425 for 6. Andrew Radd after Northants' defeat. What a refreshingly candid post-match interview with Darren Lehman after the Northants' defeat. Excuses won't wash. I think 4 players were bowled leaving the ball. As Coghlan comes in and bowls. That's away through towards the covers for 4. Ben Raines out there, but it's such a short boundary he couldn't get across. He was only maybe 4 or 5 yards from the direction of the line where the ball actually crossed the ropes from where he set off, and still he didn't get there. The ball now seems to have disappeared under the hoardings. It's been found by a spectator. During the COVID era, that spectator wouldn't have been able to hand that ball back to the player. Darren Lehman, excuses won't wash, said bats cost £500, so you might as well use them. 3 no-shot dismissals in the second innings. Northants at Old Trafford next time out. Coghlan in. It's a bat, it's got to be wide. Huh? Well, that doesn't look much different to the one that was wided this morning, but that's not been given as a wide. It was very high, the bouncer.
One for the over they're saying. Glamorgan 46 for 5 in Division 2 at home to Leicestershire. That's in their second innings. They trailed the Foxes by 152.
Halfway through this 120th over here on the BBC. Coghlan bowls, tries to York James, and he's kept that out right off the toe of the bat, and he's now checking his bat to see if there's any damage. There's quite a bit of dust came up as well.
Cost £500, you know.
Yeah. Well, I remember commentating on that game when Ben Stokes came out and smashed all those sixes at Worcester. I think it was 17 sixes, an English record. And he scored more runs than anybody else in a morning session of a county game, having not actually been out in the middle when the day started. And those bats were retaining at £599 a piece at the time. This is a shortish one down the leg side, taken by the keeper. I think the last bat I bought was about 45 quid. Hunt's County Destroyer. It had the tiniest middle you've ever seen. Kept picking out mid-off and mid-on with regular abandon, and the only thing it destroyed was my averages.
Division 1 of the County Championship, Yorkshire 9 down now at Southampton, 272 for 9. They lead Hampshire by 144, so they'll certainly won that last week.
Is that their second innings?
It's their second.
Yeah, they were out for 120 in the first or something.
Yeah, I want a few more there. Only lead by 144 with 1 wicket left. Surrey 191 for 6 at Chelmsford, replying to Essex's 582 for 6 declared.
There's a bit of a delay going on here while they alter the field, so they've taken Colin Ackerman out of first slip and he's gone as a sort of backstop. So is he going to try and bounce this one or try and York it? Here comes Coghlan. There's a length ball which is turned away to deep square leg for 1 run. Fielded by George Drizel. End of the over.
I think you need to be a little bit more cunning than that.
Yeah. James keeps strike, then he's on 65, 430 for 6, the lead 52.
Play held up whilst the mover slipped down to effectively long stop behind the wicket keeper. Guess what we're going to do here? No, we're not. We're going to pitch the ball up. 430 for 6. Nottinghamshire. Top scorer Ben Slater made 92, Freddie McCann 79. But this pair within striking range of Freddie McCann's score. Montgomery 69, James on strike on 65. And they've added Nelson together. There's Potts, bowls, that familiar grunt, and James in position to play it up to mid-on. What have you found?
You were on about pre-season fixtures. I'm just seeing here Whitburn are playing Hetton Lions today, and my wife and my daughter are sitting on our new roof in the sunshine, and it's a lovely day up home.
Can they see from there?
No, because it faces south and the ground's to the north.
Okay.
And they're down in the river basin. But 1 or 2 people commenting on the Facebook page of Whitburn Cricket Club that it's a lovely day for cricket today, so...
Potts bowls, and again the grunt, and again clean flow of the Lyndon James bat. Tony T's been in touch. Gentlemen, your opinions on games going into a 5th day if required to get a result? Just seems that with the calendar as it is these days, rain stops play have almost become the 12th man. I think we're lucky to get the cricket that we do in the county championship. They're not going to. They're not going to add over a fifth day.
Further. Actually, scrub the Whitburn thing because that's next Saturday, Saturday the 12th. So if you were heading out the door, come back in again.
A little bit of information's a dangerous thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, Tony. If it's going to rain, it's going to rain. Just got to get the games in as and when you can and adjust accordingly, as Potts is trying to do here, and guided away for a single by Lyndon James. Backward a square, 431 for 6. He moves on to clickety-click, 66.
If there are any friendlies on anywhere today, let us know. We'll give them a mention. Nottinghamshire area, Derbyshire, North East.
Montgomery now to face Matthew Potts. Again, it's played with ease up to mid-on. There's Graham Clark doing the fielding. I think we mentioned Graham Clark yet today, or I haven't. Got the floppy sun hat on. He's just found himself in at mid-on. I don't think he's been there before.
No, he was this morning, yeah. Fielding on with his back to the Bridgeford Road stand quite a bit. Well, he's more in the covers, wasn't he?
Yes, he's not been. Yeah. He's not been here at mid-on, right in my eye line. Potts past umpire Lloyd, bowls now, and Montgomery gets a slightly squeaky inside edge away for his 70th run. 432 for 6. Don't know Matthew Potts, and what I do know, he seems a nice enough fella, but he's just edge that went for 4 past the diving roads. Fancy he might just be simmering nicely here. Might be an exuberant celebration if he does get a wicket, or a loud appeal if he strikes the pads. Let's see. Comes in and bowls, and just played by James into the offside. No appealing or celebrating to be done there. 432 for 6. You're on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle, the live pictures on Trent Bridge Live, and all the other places you can find us. At Brace Cricket on Twitter, and We Are Cricket at yahoo.co.uk if you want to pester Martin on the email. Lunchtime news that Nottinghamshire's leg spinner Calvin Harrison joining Northants on loan for the next 2 county championship matches, which if it gets him some cricket is a good thing. Going to work under Darren Lehman, and I hope he doesn't next time he's batting for Northants, if and when he gets a chance to bat for Northants, I hope he doesn't leave the ball alone and get bowled. Big hold up here, I don't know what that's about.
They seem to be looking towards the dressing rooms for something. Some equipment coming on, they're going to put a short leg in. Emilio Gay's been dispatched to go and collect something.
So there's a whole lot of nothing going on at Trent Bridge at the moment. We've got keeper and the 2 slips having a natter. The 2 batters got together having a natter. Emilio Gay's disappeared completely. Evaporated before our very eyes. Gone to fetch something. 432 for 6. Any man out today for Han Ahmed? Caught by Emilio Gay at slip from the bowling of Matthew Potts for 17. That was when the score was 319 for 6 in the 95th over. We're now about to begin the 122nd, and we're all waiting for some protective pads and a helmet to come, and that's generally quite unacceptable, I think, to have these delays. And I do see it when Notts do it as well, and everybody does it. If somebody's going to get dressed, we don't all just want to be held up whilst that person puts all the protective gear on. If you want to put somebody in there, then get them ready. If they're not ready, go over the boundary edge and do it, but don't hold play up.
Over 8 is 0 at the minute, so they're level, but this is not good, is it? This is another example of how cricket doesn't do itself any favours.
Yes, Emilio Gay is now ready with the protective pads and the protective helmet. I'm not saying he should go in there without the protective gear, but play should continue. If you haven't got anybody to put in there, then tough.
Montgomery on 70 as Coghlan bowls, and it's worked. Oh, what's that come off? Has it not come off? I thought he was out there. He's been caught at short leg, but I just thought he'd clip that straight into the fielder's hands. They were all celebrating. Must have come off his thigh pad or something then.
You see, that's the football equivalent of diving, isn't it? Emilio Gay claiming that at short leg. He must have known. He's 8-10 feet away from Matthew Montgomery. Went to short leg and he claimed it, threw the ball skywards and began celebrating. He must have known.
Well, there was a noise. Maybe you thought it had come off the bat.
That one came off the bat. That's come off the bat.
That's going to go for 4 down to third man. I was just waiting for the finger of doom to go up there and for him to be walking off and thinking, well, that was a cunning ploy.
No, that's a yellow card offence, that, in my book.
Montgomery on 74 now then from 142 balls. Nottinghamshire 4-3-6 for 6, so they lead by 58 runs against Durham. Day 3 here at Trent Bridge. Durham put in the first morning, out yesterday for 378. And, just looking back through my notes as Coghlan comes in and bowls. That's a short one which Montgomery rocks out the road of. They took the lead at the end of the 110th over. And in terms of bonus points, Durham had only managed to get the 2 bowling points at that point, whereas Notts had matched Durham in terms of batting points, so Notts lead 6 bonus points to 5. But that's it for the bonus points, because that second innings at the end of the 110 over mark, that's when they end. It's now about, can anyone get the points for the win? As this is played past the right hand of Emilio Gay by Montgomery out towards the square leg boundary for 1.
I just wonder, we saw a shot there from the Fox Road stand where Lee's operating the camera. I just wonder if there is a sideways on shot that we could perhaps see of that one that popped up to Emilio Gay. I know we might be looking through the fielder, but might just give us an inkling as to what it might have come off. On the stream, 4-3-7 for 6.
Round the wicket comes Coghlan. That's played by James into the ground and off towards mid-wicket. No run.
No, it's not a race between these two, but every time Lyndon James gets within a boundary of Matthew Montgomery, Montgomery then hits a boundary as he did earlier in this over. So he's now gone once again with 9 in front of his batting partner. Montgomery 75, James 66.
Partnership 118. Coghlan bowls, played away by James, safely back up to the bowler's end. That's the end of the over then. 64 overs to go today. 4 hours worth, isn't it?
Easily. Here's a replay. Is this from sideways on? Oh,
it's hit his hip, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Top of his thigh pad. Not to say it didn't get an inside edge on the way through, though. You've got to appeal.
Okay.
Well, they do. Of course they have to appeal.
Well, you have to appeal to get the finger to go up, but I think you've got to earnestly believe that the bat was somewhere near it. Potts to continue. Now going to begin his 30th over, so a good workout for Matthew Potts at the start of the season here. And he's bordering on the brink of reaching 3 figures here as he bowls and Montgomery defends. Potts 2 for 97. Paul Coghlan's already got his 100 up. First time this year. 2 for 108 from 26 overs. Will Rhodes, as a recent correspondent was saying, a little expensive. George Drissel has not had a great deal of reception from the service. There's been one or two that have just bounced and turned a little bit, but not too much to assist the spinner. Next ball is bowled in. That's good from Matthew Potts, and Montgomery goes for 75. There's only one stump left in the ground. Super bit of bowling.
I think he's out that time, Dave.
Yeah, he's very much out that time. Lovely, lovely delivery from Matthew Potts, and Montgomery has to go. That's a terrific knock from Montgomery, which has come, he will feel, to a premature end. He was at the crease for 3 hours 20 minutes, faced 146 balls and hit 11 fours, and Trent Bridge rises to Matthew Montgomery. When he came in last night, it was one of those where Nottinghamshire going to just suddenly be skittled, losing wickets in a bit of a cluster towards the close and find themselves with a hefty deficit, but Montgomery just guided them through to stumps. And then again today he's gone on nicely, batting through the morning session. Not entirely sure which stump it is that remained there, because two exploded on impact, went flying away. They've been replaced, of course, but
when he came in last night, they were 134 behind, 4 down, so he's done a good job there, hasn't he?
He has indeed, and thoroughly deserves that wicket. Now then, on debut, Fergus O'Neill, the Australian, have got a 5-foot with Durham batting on the first day. He was quickly into the swing of things, 2 early wickets, and then got the final wicket, that of Paul Coghlan yesterday morning, to end with figures of 5 for 81 on his first Nottinghamshire bowl. That partnership was...
Wow. 118. Look at this. There were 59 runs behind when the last wicket fell. Now Montgomery's gone. They're 59 ahead. It's a spooky little thing.
118. Do we make it? Yes.
Yeah.
118 the stand. We're in the 123rd over. There's 4 balls left in it. Fergus O'Neill, a right-hander, has forged a decent reputation for himself with the bat as well as with the ball in Australia. There's Potts to bowl to, strikes him on the pad and asking, and they're waiting for umpire Lloyd, and the finger's gone up and he's gone first ball. Just like Dylan Pennington did last year, an LBW decision, first ball his face. He's looking back, Fergus O'Neill. Didn't even see the finger go up from here because the umpire's back is towards us. But all of a sudden, Matthew Potts is on a hat-trick, and Fergus O'Neill, I was just saying, burgeoning reputation as a batter as well as a bowler. Well, on this particular occasion, Matthew Potts was too good for him. He was too quick for him. It might not have got up as much as O'Neill was expecting, but he was just through his defences, and it was only his pads that stopped him being castled. There's a replay of it. Yeah, I think it looks adjacent.
Right, there was a hat-trick at the start of last season in the Notts game, wasn't there? Was it Essex?
It was indeed.
Yeah.
Sam Cook, you go for it, Martin.
Yeah, so the last hat-trick for Durham, and this was the peculiar hat-trick down in Southampton a few years ago, in which none of us realised it had happened until quite some time afterwards. It was Chris Rushworth. Over 3 overs and 2 innings. He got James Tomlinson, LBW, with the final ball of his 21st over, and then bowled Gareth Berg with the first ball of his 22nd over, and that ended Hampshire's first innings. And he then got Michael Carberry a day or so later, caught behind first ball of the next innings to complete a hat-trick. The first player to do that in England since Tony Locke for Leicestershire against Hampshire in Portsmouth in 1967. And Durham's only other hat-tricks, there have been 2, were from Steve Harmison against Worcestershire in 2005 in Chester Street, and Sussex at Hove in 2008. So Josh Tongue is the hat-trick man coming in here.
And Martin had all those stats in his head there. He didn't read a word of that.
Yeah. So most recent hat-trick against Notts, April last year. Essex's Sam Cook got Lyndon James, Brett Hutton and Dylan Pennington. And that's the end of all of that talk about hat-tricks, because that's a dot ball from Tug.
Yeah, suddenly Potts is on for a 5-foot. 4-3-7 for 8. Matthew Potts started the over 2 for 97. He's now 4 for 97, so things have improved dramatically. So it's just Dylan Pennington to come. His former Worcestershire teammate Josh Tong, of course, on his first appearance for Nottinghamshire. His county debut. See what he can produce with the bat. That's good intent. He looked to drive that crisply, but wasn't properly timed up to mid-off, and there's no run. It was a fabulous ball to get rid of Matthew Montgomery. Stumps sent flying in all directions. Josh Tong has a career best of 45 not out. His best against Durham, 20 not out. 4-3-7 for 8. Final ball of an eventful 123rd over here. Matthew Potts bowls to Josh Tong, and it came off the... Well, it actually came off the glove, because immediately Josh Tong takes his hand off the bat and starts ringing the... or shaking his hand, and then he takes the glove off and has a bit of an inspection. It nearly looped as far as slip. Warm applause from an appreciative crowd for the efforts of Matty Potts, the standout performer, both in terms of figures, but also with what we can see with our eyes for Durham with the ball. 4-3-7 for 8 means that Notts lead by 59 with 2 wickets left, and there's a little bit of concern here from Josh Tong, just still wringing his right hand and having a good look at it. The umpires have got together for a natter. That's because the Notts physio, Phil Tranter's on his way out to the middle. Like Ollie Stone is a little bit unlucky with regards to injuries, Josh Tong. Not just for this game, but for him and for the future. They wouldn't want to break here or anything. And there's a sharp bit of bowling from Matthew Potts. He didn't get the hat-trick, but certainly inflicted some damage on another player who, like Potts, is very much in that lengthy queue we were talking about for one of the England fast bowling spots. And we've got another delay, Martin.
Yes. Bit of magic spray, I think, has been applied. Physio's now heading off.
So Fergus O'Neill, a duck on his first appearance.
Just done for pace, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The ball pitched more or less on a length, didn't really get up, but he was trapped right in front, wasn't he?
It's often the way after a century stand. It's just all...
You know, and players can be timed out, can't they, when they haven't gone out into the middle? Among my many recurring dreams, such as being in a radio studio where nothing works, and that has happened a few times, coming to commentate on a game and not being able to see the field, is going out to the middle to realise you've not got your pads, your bat, or your gloves with you. As Coghlan starts this new over, the bouncer from the pavilion end. But in the dream, every time I go back to the dressing room, I forget to take something else, and I never actually face a ball.
We did have a player timed out here, maybe one of the last in this country.
Coghlan bowls, and that's driven by James. That's 4, short boundary, Bridgeford Road. Pick the gap between Ben Rain on the ropes and Alex Lees at mid-off. James ominously heading towards another big score against Durham. He's had so many half-centuries against them, and that big score we were talking about when he came out to bat earlier. 164 not out in Notts, 462 run win here in 2022. He's got 4 centuries to his name so far. He's now on 70, 441 for 8. This one is played out towards Ben Rain on the boundary rope. It trickles across towards him. That's a single.
Yeah, the last player to be timed out in English first-class cricket was on this ground. Andrew Harris, in 2003.
South African, wasn't he? He played at Northants.
No. He played for Northants, but no. And it was against Durham, but Durham UCCE. And the narrative was that he wasn't going to bat. He'd got some sort of pull or strain or whatever, and the old as a precaution, he won't go out to bat. You know, it's one of those pre-season games. It was first class, but as a precaution, he wouldn't go out to bat.
Next ball bowled by Coghlan to Tongue. Was Andrew Harris the one who was mugged at a cash point in South Africa or something?
No. But Chris Reed was batting and was in the mid to late 90s. His partner was dismissed, and AJ Harris, as I say, wasn't going to bat, was in his training gear. They wanted Chris Reed to get his 100, so very quickly started to dress AJ Harris. Next one
Ball's a leave.
There were players apparently ripping off his clothes and putting on his pads and getting him ready to go, and by the time he'd come out the pavilion, down the stairs and out the door and towards the gate, the umpires and everybody was heading back the other way. The umpires had timed him out, and that happened on the 12th of April 2003, the last occasion of a player being timed out in first-class cricket in England.
Andrew Hall's who I'm thinking of. As Coghlan bowls, that's played down into the ground and off to second slip, end of the over, 4-4-2 for 8. I was talking to him at Northampton one night when it was raining. So why was the reason he thought he wasn't batting? He thought they were going to declare.
Well, it was number 11 anyway.
Yeah.
It was a pre-season, one of the pre-season first-class games against Durham University.
Yeah.
I think Notts were 500 in front or whatever, so there was no real reason to send him out. But then suddenly with Chris Reed, 96, 97, 98 not out, they decided to let's get yourself out there, just stand on your bat at the other end and let Reedy get his 100. So they got him dressed, and by the time they got him dressed, the umpires had timed him out. The previous occasion, and the only reason I know this is because he also played for Nottinghamshire but wasn't at the time, the West Indian Vasbert Drakes. I'm just looking at this, playing for Border against Free State, or not exactly playing against them. Vasbert Drakes was timed out. He had been playing for the West Indies in the Champions Trophy in 2002. He was included in Border's team under the assumption that he would arrive in time. His flight from Colombo was delayed. He hadn't yet arrived on the ground when he was due to bat, so was timed out.
Without knowing about it.
There's Potts looking for a 5. Won't get it now as Lyndon James moves to 72, turning this onto the leg side. And Durham won't mind that because that brings Josh Tong back onto strike. So Potts, who hit him on the hand in the last over, will get a chance to inflict some more pain one way or another.
Wasn't there a test match at Lords where somebody ended up in the basement and locked themselves in a room or something?
I don't know.
They miscalculated what flight of stairs they were on or something.
I don't know. Fletch did that when he was 12th man for Notts against Middlesex the very first time. He tells the story. He was sent to take drinks and he came from the dressing room and just went down the stairs and found himself in the basement. And by the time he got out in the middle, he got a right old telling off from the umpires for being too slow. Good delivery from Potts. I'm not sure Tong's enjoying this or seeing this at the moment from Matthew Potts. It was a pacey delivery that just in a blur went past the shoulder of the bat and through to Robinson. 4-4-3 for 8. James 72, just Dylan Pennington to come. Notts 65 in front. I think it's probably fair to say any more they get now will be a little bit of a bonus as they're down to number 10 with just number 11 to come. Number 10 yet to score his first run for Notts. Potts bowls to him, and he's hit this into the offside. And, well, there was cries of catch. I'm sure it wasn't as close to Alex Lees as it looked from here, and Josh Tong is going to get 3. And he's away. Thought initially he did that straight to Alex Lees. There was a cry of catch, and then it just went past him. I don't know if it's just close to Lees as our angle perhaps made it look, or Alex Lees maybe didn't pick it up. I don't know. Not apportioning any blame, but it just looked to me as if it hit it straight to him. 4-4-6 for 8. Josh Tong is away.
The story I'm thinking of at Lords must have been a county match, because the only person to be timed out in a test match is Angelo Matthews, and that was 2 years ago.
Yeah, I remember that as well. So Lyndon James needs to monopolise the strike, really. He's on strike now, and will get a single from the 4th ball of the over. 4-4-7 for 8. Push into the offside. Notts began the morning 297 for 5. Went to lunch 413 for 6. They've added 34 for 2 since the resumption.
Mervyn emailed, he says, "Good afternoon to you all. The Harmison hat-trick in 2005 were all clean bowled. Ian Callett and I witnessed it. We were right behind the bowler's arm." Yeah, I was there that night. A lot of people had gone home because it looked like the game was going to drift into a final day the next day, and then Harmison came back into the attack late in the day and took a hat-trick, and there was hardly anyone in the ground to see it.
There's Potts. In and bowls and defended. Craig Overton got a hat-trick here. We talked about it earlier in the game. The Somerset match a number of years ago now, 3 or 4 years ago was it, where Craig Overton got a hat-trick in the first innings, and Tom Abel doesn't bowl so much now, got a hat-trick in the second innings, and the Craig Overton hat-trick, they were all Courtroscophic, gobbled them up like an elephant eating strawberries. Simon Trafford, who's the
I've never seen an elephant eating strawberries. Can you please give me more information?
I'll ring you later by trunk call. Here we go. Potts bowls
Don't
the defence. Simon Trafford, the club photographer out there, says it was the leg stump that remained in the ground after Montgomery had been bowled. Thank you, Simon. Good to see you here again. 4:47 for 8 after 125 overs. We've got 61 left.
Tom Abel got Luke Fletcher, Matt Carter and Harry Gurney.
Yeah.
Craig Overton got Ben Slater, Samit Patel and Ricky Vessels. So Overton's was a better hat-trick, wasn't it?
Yeah, like I say, and they were all caught by Marcus.
Chris Tremlett got one for Hampshire here in 2005. Saw off Mark Elam, Graham Swan and Greg Smith.
Really,
4-7 for 8.
it's really good of you to type all these things out
I type them for me.
that I've got here in front of me.
I don't do it for you, I do it for me, obviously. Quite a few planes zipping around in different directions above us at the minute.
Yep. Are they planes, though? Are they planes? Could be aliens. Comets.
Here's Coghlan. He pulled at his first run up, comes in now. That's pulled by James out to deep mid-wicket, picked up by Drizzell, 1 run. So he's got 74 from 89 balls now. Notts 4-4-8 for 8, lead by 70 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle, and around the world on Finterweb. Julia Wetherell says a barrister's recurring nightmare is heading into court and you haven't got any robes on and you haven't read the brief. I'll tell you what, I came across a few barristers when I used to cover court who'd never read the brief. Coghlan bowls, played away by Tongue to Golino run there. Must be quite tough if you've suddenly called in to represent somebody at the last minute. I mean, you're going to need to ask the judge for a bit of breathing space so you can go and read up what you need to know.
More fool you, though, really, if you do go into court and you don't know what the case is.
Coghlan in. That's gone the backward point. did have a moment a few months ago where I heard the news jingle at work and thought to myself, shouldn't I be in the studio when that when that jingle goes off? Got totally distracted by something I was doing and forgot what time it was. Two runs needed for the 450. Tongue plays this one off on the leg side up towards mid-on. No run there from Coughlan's delivery. Marty, cricket on blue sky if you want to pop on over.
Elsewhere, Yorkshire all out 275. Hampshire require 148 to win. They're 14 without loss on their way.
Tongue is on 3 from 13 deliveries as Coughlan comes in. Pavilion end, that's along the floor, off the edge of the bat and away down to vacant third man. And it should go to the ropes for 4, and it does. Moves him on to 7, and that's the 450 up 4 knots. 452 for 8. That has come in 125.5 overs.
Josh Tongue on to 7. In 2 scoring shots, a 3 and a 4 to get him up and running. 1 ball left in this over.
And here it is. Bouncer. Tongue's quite tall. He's managed to get out the road a bit. Sort of followed him around about chest high, and he's let it go through to the keeper. End of the over. 4-5-2 for 8.
Now Lyndon James threatened to catch Matthew Montgomery up several times during the latter stages of their partnership. He 2 or 3 times came within a boundary of catching Matthew Montgomery up. Never did. He's got an opportunity now at last with Montgomery out for 75. Lyndon James is on strike on 74 not out, so a chance to move ahead. Want to eke out as many runs as he possibly can here before Nottinghamshire are eventually bowled out. Will happen, but if they can get this lead of 74 up to 3 figures, I think they'll be absolutely delighted. It is going to be pots to continue. That was a little confusing because Will Rhodes came over. Thought for a moment that Will Rhodes was going to get a bowl, but it is pots to continue, and no real surprise because he's got 4 wickets. Bowls now, and then James just plays with soft hands, and it's Rhodes doing the fielding. Matt Henry's back with us from BBC Sport Online.
It's like 2 different games. One game when Potts is bowling and another one when it looks a bit flatter at the other end.
Yeah, I mentioned Luke Fletcher a number of times, and no excuse for mentioning him again. I will in a second. Another story he tells, and tells in his own inimitable, if we can get the word out, style. His Potts bowling, Lyndon James drives it into the offside. He tells of a county championship match down at the Bowl, be it the Rose Bowl or whatever it was at that particular time, when Tino Best was there for Hampshire, the West Indian quick, and he'd terrorised the top order. He'd knocked over the Nottinghamshire top order. He'd hit Chris Reed, broken Chris Reed's arm. He was bowling particularly quickly and nastily. Luke Fletcher made his way out to the middle. Got the glare and the stare from Tino Best. "I'm having you, Shrek," he said. He kept calling me Shrek. He kept calling me Shrek. Did he think I was Charlie Shrek, or did he think I was that green green thing from the film? He kept calling me Shrek. 452 for 8 as this is pushed up to deepish mid-off. And Samet was at the other end, and Samet came down and said, "Mason Crane's bowling really well at this end, mate. I'll play him because he's turning it quite a lot. You stay at that end and I'll stay here against Mason Crane." And Fletcher looked at him and, "You must be joking." Anyway, Samet wouldn't run. The over came to an end and Mason Crane clean bowled Samet, and he still tells the story. "I'm having you, Shrek." He says, pushed up to deepish mid on. Graham Clark does the fielding. Durham being a little canny here, they just pushed the field deep there for Lyndon James, let him get his 75th run just so they can have a bowl, I think, at Josh Tong. They're all moving in now on the Nottinghamshire debutant. 4.53 for 8.
Matthew Potts must have the slowest walk back to his mark in a tough competition around the world. But dragging himself back to the top of his mark doesn't quite do it justice how long it takes him to get there.
I think when he's left alone, I think he does walk back fairly briskly and gets on with it, but it seems that Captain Lees always wants to have a word with him, and on that particular occasion Graham Clark didn't give him the ball either. He bowls to Tong and Tong keeps it out, but he's had any number of people in his ear all through the match.
Not sprinting back there as he goes.
And his defence is in his 32nd over.
Yeah.
He's given of his all. Deserves his fifer. Has had I think, Martin, a 6-wicket haul against Notts at Chesterley Street, I seem to remember.
Potts.
Yeah.
Oh, I deleted quite a lot of his.
You see, he's got all these Nottinghamshire stats.
Fourthers the other day.
One time I lean on him. Potts bowls now, and a scruffy inside edge by Tong gets him his 8th run, 4.54 for 8.
Expressive as well, isn't he? He's always. You mentioned that grunt earlier, when the catch that didn't quite go to, or the edge that didn't quite go to hand, and then that time, bit of an inside edge, bends double in the middle of the pitch. He's watchable.
He is indeed. It's a captain's dream. Can you bowl from this end for an hour for me? Give it your all. Get me a few wickets. Don't give many runs away. Keep at it. Always give 100%. Yes, Skip, I'll do that. They get some twirly-whirly stuff from the far end with George Drissel. Have you found Matthew Potts 6 for against Notts?
I'll look for it. Give us a sec.
He said deleted earlier. I deleted from his brain, not his notes. Should point out.
Did he call me a ferret then?
Spin again. George Drissel has bowled 28 overs, none for 73 so far. He's over the wicket to Tong. Comes forward in defence and just knocks the ball to extra cover. Ben Raines warming up as well, so it may be that it's a double change. Might be Potts done, positioned himself, hands on him. Story I can tell you after this ball. Drissel's in again, and this one's missed outside the off stump.
We don't do anecdotes on here, as
Six.
you probably noticed.
6 for 107 in April 2022.
There you go. There you
memory.
go. Might have forgotten what I had for breakfast, but
I can't remember things I saw last week. Never mind. 4 years ago, 3 years ago.
Tong waits again for Drissel, drives. Good contact this time, after missing the previous ball, but it's fielded by Graham Clark, extra cover. I spoke to, before Potts got into the England team in 2022, it's one of those where, as we mentioned earlier, he sort of burst onto the scene, Micah Richards-esque. Tong defends this one off the back foot from Drissel, shorter ball.
Micah Richards?
Yeah, that's his catchphrase, isn't it, that he burst onto the scene.
What?
The football. Micah Richards
What's his catchphrase?
that he burst onto the scene.
No, you've dreamt that.
He likes to say it.
No.
Google it. Go on.
No.
Other search
You've made
engines
that
are
up.
available.
Made that up.
Back, it's a good shot this time from Josh Tong. Back foot drive off the off spin of Drissel, and it's quickly off to that short boundary.
That match where Potts got the wickets, Ben Slater 225, some kid called Lyndon James 108, but I don't know whatever happened to him.
That boundary takes the score to 458 for 8, Nottinghamshire lead by 80.
Yeah, if you're going to tell an anecdote, at least,
Notts won by an innings and 141 runs.
Yeah, as they usually do up there. Yeah.
Should we talk about the Cup semi-final? Should we talk about that one, Dave? You haven't raised it yet. You know, when you blame the ECB for not allowing Notts to have some players.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Hales and Taylor not allowed to play.
Yeah.
I spoke to Ash Thorpe before Potts made his England debut. Ash Thorpe, former colleague of Martin's on the radio, who used to play for Durham and does a lot of commentary on their games. And Ash played with Matthew Potts at Washington, and Potts was a 15, 16-year-old, sort of that sort of age. And there was a rain delay in a Washington club game, and for some reason Potts stood up with, like, this is men's cricket he's playing. Thorpe is a well-built man, shall we say, sizeable. I think he described himself as 15, 16 stone when I spoke to Ash. I'll let you do this, Paul. You did.
Well, it's Ben Rain into bowl to Lyndon James. No slips at all for the first time in the match. So Potts has come out of the attack with his fourfer. First delivery sent down by Ben Rain is turned to leg by James, who's on 75. 458 for 8. Knott's lead is 80. James 75 not out. Josh Tong has had a bit of a battering from Matthew Potts, so he'll be pleased that Potts is out of the attack. Rain in again to Lyndon James, just playing with soft hands, just pushed at it and goes into the offside.
So, rain delay, club game in Washington, they're all sat in the dressing room. Potts stands up, 15-year-old, men's cricket. I'm going to fight every one of you in this changing room, starting with you, Ash. It was not, so Ash said to me, it's nothing more than him wanting to prove a point, the alpha male inside of him. He didn't get beyond me, he was on the floor. But he likes to think of himself as the hard man.
There's Rain, another hard-looking man anyway, and Lyndon James cuts this down to third for a single, so at long last he has got ahead of Matthew Montgomery's score. James on to 76, still only the third highest contribution in this Nottinghamshire innings. Slater made 92, Freddie McCann 79, but collectively this is a good score in their first visit to the middle in 2025 by Notts. 459 for 8.
It was Ash's birthday the other night, and he chose to celebrate it with a meal on the Roca Riviera, so there you go.
Lovely part of the world. I swear I'm contractually obliged to say you can read that article on the BBC Sport website and app.
Rain, Lewis Hamilton's number on his back, bowls now and beats Josh Tong, goes through to the keeper.
When did you write that article?
That was 2022.
All right.
Before,
I can't remember that story.
Before Potts' debut, for England debut, sorry.
Right.
It's time you cleared away some of your backlog. If
I only mentioned the
that's
good
still on
ones.
there. There's no wonder we can't find
How many
where
hits?
you click to get today's commentary.
How many hits has it had? Is there any way of knowing or not?
I could go and look.
Yes.
Yes.
No, you're all
I'll
right.
come back to you after tea.
You're all right. 459 for 8. Next ball is defended by Josh Tong. Tea today is set in stone, but an hour or so from now, 4:45. No, 4:45. 4:45 before you all panic. 57 overs remain right now. If we were to get 16 overs in the next hour, it'd be a long last session, wouldn't it? 41 overs or so. Of course, there might be a change of innings still in this session. There's Rain bowls and Josh Tong defends, last ball of the over. Lyndon James on 76. There's been no obvious sign since those 2 wickets, since Montgomery got out in particular, and then obviously Fergus O'Neill followed, but there's no obvious sign that Lyndon James has sort of decided, I'm going to up the ante and increase the strike rate, just try and face as many balls as I can. He's been content to take a single from the first ball if it's been offered, but that might change, I guess, if Josh Tong gets out.
I was going to say, when Pennington's in, you've seen more of him bat than me. Would you have much faith in him?
He bats number 11 for. I mean, he does have a first class 70 odd down at Chelmsford, but I don't recall him getting too many runs last year for Notts.
Dressel to continue.
Again, he's taking a single first
James,
ball.
yeah, Lyndon James does take one of those singles, pushing the ball out to deep extra cover, where it's fielded in the shade there behind the strip of shade we've got in front of the Smith Cooper stand. Am I right in saying? Dave, that's the right one.
Yeah. Name up at the top.
Yeah, there's a clue. Yeah. Tong on strike now. He comes forward in defence, picked up by the bowler. Scores 460 for 8. Nottinghamshire leading by 82. Just that has a slip, short mid wicket. The off spinner. driven again. They've picked that gap, and on this short boundary, once you get it through that infield, there's hardly even an outfield. It's that shorter boundary. It's just get through the first, where you think a 30-yard circle would be in white ball cricket, and it's another boundary to Josh Tong in that direction. He's up to 16.
Yeah, I think even Josh's family and friends would say he looked a little rusty at the start of his bowling effort, but his batting has been very impressive thus far.
He works this one off the hip, a bit too short. It's safe from Dressel. It's not quite. Interesting that he's been picked over Callum Parkinson for this game, and that's just a straight tactical decision. There isn't an injury there. He's in again. This one, Tong times nicely up to mid-on, or straight past the bowler's right hand, and mid-on comes round to field, stopping any further runs down towards the pavilion.
Test of your knowledge of Matt Potts then. Who went to school, Robert of Newminster School.
I know this one. This one's worked off the back foot by Josh Tong. You are going to ask who else went to that school?
No, I'm going to ask for the school's postcode.
SR?
Yeah. Jordan Pickford.
Yep.
It's a very good sporty setup to Robert of Newminster. I went there a few years ago and my wife was... What were the kids doing a run there? There was some event, sort of cross-country run. And it's got a nice setup there. Washington, just up the hill from Fatfield. Banks of the river, down the bottom of the hill, and the school up at the top.
Have I shown my inexperience there and not dragged it out of the little game, dragged it out a little bit longer? Could have thrown some guesses in.
There's Ben Rain, continuing from this Radcliffe Road end here at Trent Bridge. Lovely sunny conditions still. Bowls one just short of a length, and Josh Tong has absolutely pinged this through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely bit of timing, and he's relishing the opportunity here just to show what he can do on his Trent Bridge debut for Nottinghamshire. He's into the 20s, 21 not out, and this partnership has added 32, so it's Tong leading the way. 469 for 8, and the lead is 91.
Yeah, so Jordan Pickford and Matt Potts went to the same school, and another England player, Jordan Henderson, and Scott Borthwick, they went to Farringdon. I've just seen some pictures today. That is being knocked down as we speak, that school.
2 slips remain. Rain bowls, and Tong in defensive mode this time. Plays it up to Potts, who again lobs the ball all the way back down to the far end to Robinson. Why? 469 for 8. Nottinghamshire. Today, Farhan Ahmed was dismissed for 17 by Matthew Potts.
What's his name?
Before lunch, Farhan. Matthew Montgomery was then bowled by Potts for 75. Fergus O'Neill, LBW, Potts for 0. All 3 wickets today going to the England man, as Ben Rain just gets a little bit of zip and nip from this one, just short of a length, and it got some nice bounce to go over the top of Josh Tong's bat and through to Ollie Robinson.
There's suddenly 6 planes all at altitude, all heading in our direction now. Long lines across the sky. Still cloudless, the sky. Just vapour trails, that's up there.
Rain falls again, and Josh Tong got into a pretty unorthodox position to sort of jab the bat down on that one, keep that one out. Ben Folkes is keeping Surrey afloat. They're 251 for 6 at Chelmsford. He's 42 not out. And the other Clark, Jordan Clark, actually is with him. He's just gone past him. He's 45 not out. Essex 582, Surrey 251 for 6. Elsewhere in Division 1, Hampshire 21 without loss. They require a further 127 to defeat Yorkshire. That should be done today as Rain bowls and Tong defends. At Taunton, Worcestershire second time around now, they've lost 4, 130 for 4, still trailed by almost 400 runs, and Warwickshire piling on the runs after Sussex made 528. Warwickshire responding similarly. They're 382 for 6. Dan Mosley's just been dismissed for 63. Ed Barnard 63 not out in that one. That's Division 1 taken care of. Ben Rain comes in It's Bowl and strikes the pad of Josh Tong and not out, end of the over. In Division 2, a result from earlier where Northants were skittled out for 114 in their second innings. Kent winning by 145 runs, the first positive result of this season. The other three matches continue in Division 2. At Derby, Gloucestershire's second innings 253 for 9, so they only lead Derbyshire by 84. At Cardiff, Glamorgan's second innings 96 for 5, still trail Leicestershire by 102. And Middlesex at Lords are 120 for 4, leading Lancashire by 21. There is, just looking at those figures, there's every possibility to think that all 4 Division 2 games are likely to finish today.
Mervyn's asking Julia Wetherall how her father Doug is. He was the Daily Mail sports correspondent in the northeast of England for a long, long time. And she said he's doing well. He's just tucked into pork crackling, so that sounds nice.
Mind your teeth.
Yeah.
Dressel back for his 31st over. His off spin on the pads, on the hip even. Bit too short again. I'm interested to see if Farhan Ahmed, if he does get to bowl today, and Durham will hope he does, whether just his bit more energy and dip into the crease can get a dip with the energy that brings the dip into his deliveries. And that overspin, whether he can get a bit more than Dressel is managing from this pitch. His figures 30.1 overs, none for 84 so far. That one's a better flighted delivery, but it's edge. You get one in the right place and it's tempts Josh Tong into the drive, but he edges it through third man and down for 4 to add a bit of pain to the Durham off spinner's mood.
A little bit of a Brucey bonus this for Nottinghamshire. Josh Tong coming in and playing shots all around the wicket, moving to 25.
Yeah, 25. The lead now is 96 within a hit of getting that into 3 figures, which is, Durham aren't a team to start thinking about a draw too early. They don't, similar to England, they don't seem to like draws, but you don't want to be conceding over 100 on first innings. Dressel to try again, that's okay again, but driven back into the hands all the way along the ground to the ball. You mentioned Jordan Clark in the runs, and I don't think we mentioned his hat-trick in the talk of hat-tricks earlier in the Rose's game a couple of years ago. Do you remember that one? Dressel outside off stump this time, and he's found Josh Tong again. Who is this man? In the covers, and he's picked a big gap. There's a gaps there, and he can target it against the spin. And Josh Tong seems happy to do so. Another boundary, second of the over, and that does take the lead, Nottinghamshire's lead, to 100. Tong up to 29 and Nottinghamshire 478 for 8. Dressel shorter, forced into the shorter ball after Tong had attacked those 2 fuller ones.
William says T quotes fixed at 3:45, but then of course with it being cricket, it's not all that straightforward.
No.
Dressel finishes off his over with a Josh Tong, where have you been? He's been working on his batting while he's been away.
That magic spray's done the job.
Yeah, one of us ought to actually say what happened for the radio listeners. That was crashed through the covers for 4, as emphatic as you could ever wish to see.
482 for 8 at the end of the 132nd over.
So, T at 3:45 fixed, unless William says knots are all out after 3:15.
Yeah.
T would then be taken straight away, or the rate at which Durham are taking wickets, it's more likely that there might be 9 down at 3:45, so T delayed by up to half an hour. Well, lead now 104. I think those 2 4s that he's just scored there to that tiny boundary probably would have gone the full distance on the other side of the ground as well.
Enjoying himself, isn't he?
There's no pressure on him at all, is there really? Just go out there and play some shots and have a nice time.
So will Lyndon James take a single at the start of the over again? Well, he won't get the opportunity because, well, he nearly got the opportunity, nearly gifted him by Ben Rain. We've seen him do that before. The batter, on this occasion, Lyndon James hit it back to Rain, and he sort of Tried to scoop it back towards the stumps. Did it a little earlier on, hoping to catch Matthew Montgomery out of his ground. Didn't execute it properly then, nor now. And Lyndon James was eyeing up the possibility of stealing a quick single, but he remains on strike. 482 for 8. And this time he'll take the run, mistiming one up to Potts at mid-on. 483 for 8. Sorry, I've lost a 7th wicket. And it is Jordan Clark for 45, who we were just talking about. Ben Folkes still there on 43. 252 for 7. So Surrey still 330 behind. You'd imagine Essex would love to stick them in again. Simon Harmer getting through a lot of overs. He's got 3 for 38 from 28 overs. So he'll be wheeling away from one end. Next one is crisply up to the diving lees at mid-off. Harmer and co will be here next week, starting Friday. If you've been itching to get down to Trent Bridge for the last year or 2 or 5 and you've not managed to do it, well, next weekend Essex in town. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday again. You'll be made very welcome. Like to see you here, and we've got similar sort of weather to what we've had this weekend. It'll be very pleasant indeed. Notts versus Essex. May well be that they both begin with draws, but that's to be ratified. Something might happen here, something might happen at Chelmsford. It's a field change. We've got a man in now on the drive, on the offside. Oh, this is down the leg side. Now, did that just swing away from Robinson for byes? It has indeed. That's cruel on the keeper, isn't it? He couldn't get anywhere near that, Ollie Robinson. Ben Rain speared it down the leg side, and once it had gone past Josh Tong, it just deviated sharply away, and Ollie Robinson had no chance. And that's the 50 partnership, of which Josh Tong's contribution is 33. It's come up from 61 balls, and Nottinghamshire continue on their merry way. 487 for 8, and the lead is up on the board, 108. So Alex Lee's moving fielders hither and thither. He didn't have one at fine leg. It's a good delivery from Rain, a good comeback. 487 for 8. Don't know what else Alex Lee's can be doing here. They've just used the 5 bowlers, the 4 principal seamers and George Drissell. There's not too many other options, people that might come on and do a little bit of a job. Somebody with a golden arm.
Still
was talking
a little bit one-paced, aren't they? I think outside of Matthew Potts, it's all a bit.
Saying yesterday, you're missing the X factor. You know, if I know they don't play much for Durham, but Wood, Castle, Stokes.
Even James Minto, who came in, is very young and very early on. Yeah. But people are. When we spoke to Ryan Campbell at the media day earlier in the week, he's certainly very excited about young Minto's 17-year-old left arm quick.
Has McAlinden got pace?
Yeah.
487 for 8. Tong on 33. Now on 34 as he cuts this into the offside. 488 for 8.
Hogg, bit of pace as well, but it's just all those, that seems to be happening with so many bowlers in English cricket. And struggling with injuries right now.
Don't bowl enough.
Well, certainly one argument. Finish that point on Jordan Clark's hat-trick. That was in the Roses match when he got Kane Williamson, Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow, which is surely the best hat-trick of all time, like by quality of player. To get, I mean, if you're getting Kane Williamson and Joe Root as 2 of your 3, and I'll put Johnny, I hope Johnny's not listening, I assume he isn't, given they're still on the field.
Oh yeah, I want to
put him on a slight level bit. It's not too much of a criticism to say you're on a slight level below Kane Williams, or the tiers of how you rank these players. To be on one slightly below Joe Root and Kane Williamson is hardly much of a criticism. Drissell for his 32nd over now. It's short. Hacked at a bit by Josh Tongue, who reckons he should have put it over the boundary, I reckon, but only dribbles away out to deep mid-wicket.
I'm pretty sure something else that Jordan Clark's got on his CV was in a Rose's second 11 game
at Scarborough.
Yeah, exactly. Lancashire seconds, Yorkshire seconds at Scarborough. He hit 6 sixes in an over. Did you know that, young fella, my lad?
No comment. Full again from Dressel, driven down the ground by Lyndon James, who's into up to 80 now from 101 balls, 490 for 8.
Did you know that?
I feel like I did know that, but it was not there for me to recall at that point, which is a cop-out of an answer, isn't it?
Well, you do now.
Yeah, now
Every
you've
day's a school day, yeah.
reminded me of it.
I don't know who the bowler was, actually.
Dressel again, full again, driven. This one nicely, but he doesn't beat. On can Josh Tongue, who's there on 35, not out from 48 balls.
And I know it doesn't, get as much notoriety when it happens in a white ball game, but very much went under the radar one Friday night when Ross Whiteley hit 6 sixes, didn't he, at Headingley in his Worcestershire days.
Short. Can't beat Tongue. Well, he beat one of the mid wickets, but not the slightly deeper one. Emilio Gay picks that up. Who else has hit 6 sixes? Yuvraj Singh did it against Stuart Broad. Your Stuart Broad of these parts.
Was it a T20 World Cup, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2009.
9 I would go for.
Yeah, 9 in South Africa. Yeah, that one's worked off the pads, but again to Gay at mid wicket by Tom.
Well, technically, I've got you on a technicality here.
8. I go for 8.
He hadn't played for Nottinghamshire then. That was.
He was Leicestershire's.
Sorry, he was a Leicester.
It happened in the winter.
Quicker and in the air from Josh Tongue off the back foot, but slightly messy fielding out there, and they are going to get a second.
I think that was in September.
492 for 8.
It's either 2007 or 2008. I'll tell you why. 2 years in a row, Durham finished the season at Kent, and the first year they had a chance of winning the title and they didn't quite do it. They missed out by 4.5 points. The following year they beat Kent and won the title, and I was there for both of those games, and it was on in a TV in the press room at Canterbury, and I think I've got memories of that happening in September 2008 maybe.
He made his debut for Notts at the start of 2008, and I think it was in the middle of that winter between 7 and 8.
2007 then.
2007 World Cup.
Rain bowls, and Lyndon James is now on 80, pushes this up to Alex Lees at mid-off, and there's no run.
What's the date on the scorecard?
September the 19th.
There you are.
2007.
Yeah. Well, he was very definitely a Leicestershire player still then.
Yeah.
The English season hadn't finished.
Their fault.
Yeah,
not
definitely. Broad made his Nottinghamshire debut same day as Luke Fletcher did at the Parks against Oxford University. As this is driven into the offside. Another mention for Fletcher. He doesn't deserve it.
My memories of that Canterbury game, I think to myself, is this as close as Durham will ever come to winning the title? And then for history to repeat itself the following year and actually be there again, and they did it. But the day I drove off down to Canterbury, we'd just been for a 4D scan. My wife was pregnant, and we were actually able to see what the baby looked like. Not just one of these grainy black and white images that you get a proper colour map built.
Next ball's turn to leg.
So we had the scan that morning. I drove to Canterbury that afternoon, knowing what the baby looked like. And then the following year, the baby was at the game with my wife, because she was
That's
off.
a coincidence.
Yeah, she was off on maternity leave, so she actually came and was there when Durham won their first title.
Edward Cree corrected me. If you're spending all day correcting me, Edward, you'll be a busy man. Just to correct you, Dave, James did already go briefly ahead of Montgomery. He reached 41 whilst Monty was on 39. Then Monty got the reverse sweep out. Next one's pushed into the offside, no run, past the fielder for 4. Enjoying the coverage as always. Thank you, Edward, for pulling me up quite rightly. Nigel Hall, hi Dave, can we have a shout for the Notts Premier League? The Notts Premier League starts on the 19th of April. Games include Farhan Ahmed's Cavaliers and Carrington. They're away at Welbeck. Freddie McCann's Papelwick and Limby away at Plumtree. Don't know who's Fletcher playing for, Nigel. he playing for Papelwick or has he gone somewhere else? 493 for 8 as Rain bowls a bouncer that Josh Tong has pulled. He's rolled the wrist out onto the leg side, obviously. Gets a single. 494 for 8. Any other correspondence? Not for now. Yeah, no, Fletch told me he was going to play some Notts Premier League games. Yeah, but the Premier League this year starts on the 19th of April. Cavaliers and Carrington away at Welbeck. Freddie McCann's Papelwick away at Plumtree. I don't expect either Farhan Ahmed or Freddie McCann to be playing in those matches because Notts will be at Edgbaston. That's in a fortnight. Notts at home to Essex next weekend. Away at Edgbaston the weekend after. 494 for 8. As Lyndon James seemingly has been restricted to a diet of singles here and maybe just 1 or 2 balls and over. Gets a single from the last ball of this one to go to 82, so he'll keep strike. 495 for 8. And Nottinghamshire will look up at the scoreboard if they can get 5 more runs and regard it, I think, as a thing of beauty if they can get to 500, because it's not happened all that often in recent times. But then again, they haven't played Durham here all that often in recent times.
Durham Centurion in that Kent game in 2007. Do you remember, Martin? Quiz question.
Gareth Breeze.
No, the first one. Dressel, to continue, sorry. Worked to mid-wicket by Lyndon James. He's there on 82. The 2007 game.
We were still... Divanuto playing?
Divanuto did play 32, but not him.
Benkenstein?
Correct. Well, that one's possibly off a leading edge of Lyndon James. One of the first he hasn't middled. He tried to work across the line of that one, but it's gone out to deep extra cover for a single. He moves to 83, the latest Notts player to be threatening those 3 figures. First one for Nottinghamshire this season in the county championship.
I wonder if Dave can remember in 2008 who the other team were in the title race with Durham.
Shorter from Dressel and defended off the stumps by Josh Tong.
Well, Notts went second first, didn't they? They were runners up to Durham 2 years running before taking the mantle in 2010. I thought you were going to ask me about my favourite Dale Benkenstein story.
No.
Dressel again. Tong misses one as he goes onto the back foot, trying to work it.
It's only taken 2.5 days. Can't help yourself, can you? No, Durham won the title. They went to Canterbury and they had to get maximum points and win.
Dressel loopier, but on leg stump and Josh Tong can work it.
But what was considered, or what I would consider to be the unlikely bit, was for Hampshire to come here, who were already relegated, and beat Notts. And Hampshire did beat Notts, and there was a bit of apparently there was a bit of friction between the two squads at the time over a declaration or something. I can't remember exactly.
Dressel loops one up again, but Lyndon James, as he's done so often, finds the middle of the bat to beat the sprawling Matthew Potts at short mid-wicket and take another single, the second in a row. 498 for 8.
No, that was all in 2005 when Hampshire thought they were going to win the title, and Notts were given a very generous declaration by our dear friend David Fulton down at Canterbury for Notts to not only beat Kent but pip Hampshire to the title. Shane
No, there was
wasn't too happy.
Well, it had obviously gone on for a few years because Hampshire, I think, in 2008 were angry over Notts' refusal to declare in a match against them earlier that season or something, and had a point to prove.
There's Rain to Lyndon James on 84. Guides this into the offside, fielded by Emilio Gay.
I think Durham came back on the final morning and needed 3 or 4 quick wickets, and they rattled them off within about an hour. One guy drove all the way down from Chesley Street to Canterbury with his grandson and walked into the ground to see the final wicket fall, but it was actually still thrilled to be there to see the moment of history. Notts' game went on into the afternoon.
498 for 8. It's defended. There was something on the other day that brought up all the £1 million questions on who wants to be a millionaire that have been asked, and no idea,
guy was
no idea, and then Which county cricket
Yeah.
team play their home matches at Chesterley Street?
And he got the answer wrong. And
He said Leicestershire or something.
his name was Peter Lee. Yeah, I
mean,
met
a
him a few
million-pound
weeks later.
question.
Yeah, he didn't know.
There's Rain bowls down the leg side. It's going to be 4 somethings, 4 more to knots, 4 more buys. I feel for Ollie Robinson here. I feel a bit for Ben Rain because he's getting the ball to move, which is not a bad effort, but it's gone a long way down the leg side. And there is the beautiful sight for Notts fans of 500 up on the scoreboard, 502 for 8, and that's a pretty decent effort. It's a pretty decent effort, Matt Henry, with nobody getting a century yet.
Yeah, Peter Lee was his name. I think he was still happy he'd won $500,000.
Well,
you know. So.
did he not go for it? Next ball is an LBW shout from Rain. Again, you suspect, having seen the prodigious movement from previous delivery, you suspect the umpire thought, well, if you're moving it that much, it's not going to hit the stumps. Ben Rain's just offering a different point of view, but he's not going to change his mind.
Anyway, that day when Durham became champions, Durham set off from Kent and were actually underneath the River Thames when Hampshire won here. So they went into the river watching the game on the TV with, I think, knots 9 down, and then by the time they emerged on the north side of the River Thames in Essex, they were champions. So they then pulled the bus off the motorway and found a pub and spent most of the rest of the afternoon there.
502 for 8. Rain full. It's a little bit of a, dare we say, appealing for everything at the moment about that one from Ben Rain. Would have gone down the leg side at Lyndon James fairly and squarely on the heel on the full leg by. 503 for 8. We talked about the low amount of extras in the Nottinghamshire innings. It's gained a bit of momentum recently, but it's still only 23 considering there were 40 in the Durham first innings. We're getting up now towards 900 runs in the match, not far off. The Notts have a lead of 125. Rain bowls again, work to leg by Josh Tong, who moves on to 40. They've both now got something to play for here. Tong will be eyeing up a 50 on his Nottinghamshire debut. He's only 10 away, and Lyndon James 16 away from a century.
Quickly checking Josh Tong's highest first class score, because he
Probably be
45,
against Durham, isn't it?
45.
Yeah.
Who's it against? Worcestershire Notts, 22.
Yeah, 45 not out.
It's against Notts, was
Yeah.
it? Typically.
Came into this averaging 12.8 in first class cricket, and he's 40 now, so he's flying along as Dressel starts a new over, and the man we're talking about defends back to the bowler solidly.
It's a little bit like Ollie Stone last year. He came in
Stone got
70s and 80s.
useful runs last season. Dressel just trying to find something from this pitch, but no turn there as Josh Tong can go on the back foot and hit the ball into the hands of mid-off. Alex Lee's there, is it? Mid-off, I think.
Yes, he has been certainly at this end throughout the innings.
There most of the day, and he's going to get another touch of the ball here as Tong.
Is there nobody that could do 5 overs, Martin? I mean, is McKinney ever?
We asked McKinney on Monday about his bowling. Given he's a 6'7" from Durham, you think of Steve Harmison, don't you? Tong works this one to mid-wicket, and they do take a single. I mean, he get throws, but I think Tong, there's not a direct hit, but I think Tong would have made his ground. 505 for 8. McKinney, didn't have particularly warm words to say about his bowling efforts. It's a bit like when...
Well, Colin Ackerman's a spinner.
Yeah, of course. Formerly a world record spinner.
Yeah, Ackerman would be the one in this 11, wouldn't he, that you'd think your part-timer, pushed down the ground by Lyndon James, but Matthew Potts gets across to prevent the single to long on.
I mean, they've all had a hefty workload now, and why should you go to a part-timer when you've got proper first-rate bowlers? But they've all put a shift in.
Driven well by Lyndon James, so well that he's having to get a bit of a hurry on, because Alex Lees is lurking halfway back at mid-off, but James was fine, and the throw came to the other end in any case. It's the end of another quick George Dressel over. 506 for 8 is the score. Nottinghamshire lead by 1-8.
Well, they have decided to make a change at this end. It's not necessarily the change I was expecting, but it may well bring results, and bring results quickly. As Matthew Potts is going to come back. 32 overs, not enough for him. 32 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 104. He's perhaps been in the skipper's ear. I want this 5 for you now. I want this 5 for. When are you bringing me back, Alex?
You wonder whether the message was quite... If Alex Lees knew this was going to happen, why was he lurking back and giving a single off the final ball of that previous over for Lyndon James to keep the strike? He'd like to have kept... Potts surely wanted Josh Tongue on strike, but protecting boundaries as well, I guess, at this stage. But that over it's gone from +1 to -1 now, I see, Dave, that you mentioned earlier.
Yep. There's Potts, then bowls to Lyndon James on 85, pushes it into the offside. Gay does the fielding. 7 of the 8 wickets in this innings have gone down from this end, or have been taken from the bowling at this end. Only one that didn't was the rather unusual LBW decision that accounted for Jack Haynes from the bowling of Ben Rain. First real decision that umpire Nigel Long's had to make. Potts in again. Bowls. James forces it out into the offside. There's a lot of protection now out on the fence when Lyndon James is on strike. The field being brought in for Josh Tongue. 507 for 8. Still a lot of cricket left to be played today if we get it all in. 48 overs to bowl before the start of this over. Half a day's play, a lot of things could happen in that time. Is Potts again, passed on by Lloyd, bowls, and a little fiddle at that one, Josh Tongue. There was some animation from Will Rhodes at first slip, but nothing that is going to get anybody too excited.
It's a little bit of extra pace. Matthew Potts is not express pace by any means. It's probably we go Tongue the quickest bowler in this match, then Potts, then Pennington maybe. Maybe Pennington might be a little grumpy with that, but you can see the extra pace of Josh Tongue has just unsettled him a little there, playing into the silliest shot he's played, a little fiddle when he played so well previously.
There is Potts to Tongue, keeps it out, there's no run. The trouble with me suddenly coming up and thinking with something and just throwing it out there into the universe, as I did when I popped it to you, it comes back to me. Graham Rowley, afternoon, Dave. Apologies if you've already asked this. When was the last time Notts reached 500 without a Centurion? That's exactly what I said, Graham, when they reached 500. It's unusual for a team to get that many without a Centurion. Off the top of my head, I don't know. I will maybe at some point try and have a look. Might have to wait until midweek between games. There's Potts again, gets one to cut back and strike Tongue somewhere in the midriff region. But yeah, it's nice to hear from you, Graham. Don't know off the top of my head, and I suspect it's not that rare, but normally of an innings that size there would be a major contributor rather than scores as they stand at the moment. Slater 92, McCann 79, Montgomery 75, and Lyndon James 86 not out, and hopefully a few more to come as Tongue again on the front foot defends. End of the over, end of the 139th over of the innings. Nottinghamshire 507 for 8, leading by 129. Surrey 272 for 7 at Chelmsford. Hampshire 47 for 1, needing a further 101 to beat Yorkshire. Worcestershire 167 for 4 at Taunton, still a long way behind. Warwickshire 427 for 7 in a game that's destined to be a draw at Edgbaston against Sussex. Division 2, Derbyshire now 19 for 1, need 72 more to beat Gloucestershire. Glamorgan 122 for 6, still trailing Leicestershire by 76.
James comes down to the first ball of Tressell's over, but just drags it to mid-wicket, no run.
And Middlesex 139 for 4, leading Lancashire by 40 earlier. Kent, a big win over Northants, the first positive result in this season's championship.
Oh, appeal for LBW, turned down again. Tressell's got that one through the defences of Lyndon James. Nothing doing, turned down. Interested to see a replay on that if we get one.
Kirsty will be all over it.
Fuller this time, and that's full toss. Oh, excellent fielding. To be fair to, who is that out there? Is that Graham?
Presume it's Graham Clark with the floppy.
Yeah, there's only two. Oh no, there is 3. Ben Rain's got a floppy hat on as well, but yeah, keeps that down. It would have been 4, but he's done well to deny Lyndon James, who moves to the unlucky number in Australia at 87. Could have been 3 more, but for that dive and stop on the extra cover boundary. Tressell in again, and this is skipped down, and this one is going to find that boundary. Josh Tong again, who loves finding that spot of wide, like a point. That is his highest score of 45, or he's equalled
yeah.
his highest score of 45 not out from 67 balls with that boundary. On his Nottinghamshire debut, his long-awaited Nottinghamshire debut. So can he get the single here to go one better? He's back. Oh, almost. He goes back and tries to cut a.
He wasn't worried about getting a single.
A straighter ball. He's more worried about his 50, isn't he? I think.
We've had 2 45 and outs in the game so far, Dressel and Clark.
Try again. Oh, he fiddles this one. He
Yeah.
does get that single for his highest first class score, and they're a knowledgeable bunch here because I assume that's what the applause is for. Josh Tong ends the over with a single that takes him to 46. His highest first class score, and Nottinghamshire to 513 for 8 with a lead of 135.
Yeah, well done Josh, and well done the Trent Bridge crowd who enjoyed that little passage of play. They've added 76. Did wonder if Matthew Potts was going to get a hat trick when Josh Tong came out, and wonder if Notts were going to get any more runs, and Lyndon James was going to be left high and dry on whatever he was, 60 or so, when Montgomery was dismissed. Here is Potts. Bowls now, and kitchen sinker from Josh Tong threw everything at that. Didn't get anything on it. Of course, old saying, you're going to flash hard. He might just have top edged it over the slips in a way to bring up his maiden 50.
Any form of professional cricket it would be.
He's gone past his 2 former Worcestershire teammates. Joe Clark made 37, Haynes made 30. So bragging rights amongst the former pairs. Potts into him again, bowls, and Tong keeps it out. Not sure how much time they have spent together with England. Don't know if Potts will have played in the 2 matches that Tong was involved in.
He didn't play in the Ashes test, Potts. Did he play in the Ireland test?
Game?
That's a good question, and one I can check for you.
5-1-3 for 8. I'm sure they've been well acquainted over the years in one format or another, and Tong can't get him away here.
They did play together in Josh Tong's test debut against Ireland in 2023. Potts 2 for 36 in the first innings, Tong none for 40. Then the second innings, that 5 for 66 by Josh Tong, in comparison to Potts' 1 for 77. Sorry. England won by 10 wickets, chasing 12 to win. Ben Duckett century as well, was a big century.
5-1-3 for 8, Nottinghamshire. Potts bowls to Josh Tong, and a clear indication he had no idea then. He just got his bat down in time, played it onto the pad, instantly turned and looked to leg, and the ball had run out on the offside. Absolutely no idea, and there's 1 or 2 shot rehearsals that take place away from the wicket. Deserves a 5-wicket bag here. Matthew Potts. Again, he receives the ball from Alex Lees and a wipe of the brow, and then comes charging in. Balls again to Tong, fallen straight. Defended. McKinney from point is then dispatched out onto the offside, just in case the ball is pushed in that area and they can take a single, so they can have another over bowling at Josh Tong. But that particular horse might have bolted. Tong's seeing it as well as anybody now, and I don't think Josh Tong would mind taking the single coming down to this end, and again having the enticing sight of that short boundary to his offside in the next over. Pushes it, and they're going to go for a quick single. Amelia Gay can't get there and prevent it, so he has taken the run and moves on to 47. I know Lyndon James is fairly mild-mannered and phlegmatic. I don't think he'll be unduly fussed about not seeing that much of the strike or being limited to a diet of singles. Not seeing much of the strike. Good stuff from Graham Clark. There you can see on the live stream, signing a few autographs for the youngsters. It's lovely to see. Look, Mum, look, Dad, look what I got today. I'm sure they'll have got scorecards full of autographs, and it'll be a great memory for them.
Tong drives the first ball of George Dressell's 36th over. It's turned into a tiring day for Durham, and he takes a single down to mid-off, who's lingering halfway, mid-on, sorry, who's lingering halfway back. 48 now to Tong, 5.15 for 8. James comes down the pitch to the second ball, and he's managed to almost mistime it enough to get past mid-wicket, not enough to get out to long on, and there's another single there. So singles from the first 2 balls, and runs are coming pretty easily now. Durham's spirits are being kept up, they're loud in the field, but it's just not much threat there at all. And Tong on the eyeing up that first professional 50 on his Nottinghamshire debut, but he can't beat the fielder at mid-on. On that occasion, he's got 3 balls left in this over. That short boundary to his offside is looking inviting again, but Dressell's not given him the width so far. What this one is on the stumps and defended. Ben Rain comes in to pick up. They'll be thinking about it, won't he? 48.
He will. Crikey, he will.
8 balls.
Not something I was anticipating choking off the bingo card today. A Josh Tong 50.
Penultimate ball of the over, then he waits, defends. Back to the bowler again. Can have time. He shouldn't be. He's either going to be out or have got there by the time tea. He's not going to have that awkward wait over his whatever they have for a bite to eat. You'd think there's still 20 minutes to go until the interval. Will this be the ball he gets? The Dressel give him a little bit of width. He waits with his bat hanging behind him and on the front foot again, and he's driven, but Graham Clark cuts it off in the deep. I thought that was going to be it as the ball headed into those shadows at deep extra cover, but Clark gets a couple of steps to his right, keeps it to just a single. So Tong on 49 now, the end of Dressell's over, 517 for 8. Lyndon James there with Josh Tong on 88, not out, but Tong has kept the strike for a bit more of Matthew Potts. He's feeling confident enough.
Julia Wetherill sent us a link to a story. Toulouse versus Sale. Kick-off delayed after a parachutist has got stuck on the stadium roof. Hope they're okay.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. I reckon Colin Ackerman might have a bowl. It's going to be Josh.
Is that because he's doing all those stretching exercises today?
Yeah, it's because Alex Lees has just run up to him, and as they parted, he started whirling his arms around. So Tong on 49, Potts bowls to the former pair, who gets a 50. Biggest cheer of the day. The Notts fans have loved that. Josh Tong loves that. Waves his bat to the Radcliffe Road middle tier, and of course at the Radcliffe Road end, all his teammates, they're all out on the balcony. That's good. That's really, really good from Josh Tong. Not given a chance. It was struck on the glove very early on in his innings, with Matthew Potts bowling quickly, so fitting that he gets his 50 from his former England teammate. 518 for 8, and certainly wasn't expecting that. 81 balls for Josh Tong's 50. And Nottinghamshire continue to pile on the runs, but that's nice. That's really nice. See young man have a little bit of success. There's another one looking for a bit of success. Lyndon James. He's got this down to third man deep, almost on the front row of the Hound Road stand, but they only go for one. That's a long old throw to ping it in from there. But they settle for one.
What was his injury last year?
Pec and hamstring.
So did you pick them up in pre-season or something?
On England duty, the winter 23-24. Not playing for England, but away with England.
Right.
Seem to have... It's gone a little quiet. I don't know if they... have we lost the effects microphone?
Is the battery gone in it?
Could well have done. There's Potts in and Bowles, and it's run to backward point.
No, it's still there, isn't it? Still hear the outside world, can't we? Or not?
Yeah.
Unless it is going, sometimes it disappears and comes back, disappears and comes back.
519 for 8. Ackerman continues to just loosen up. Would be the 6th bowler to be used in this marathon effort. Holt's 519 for 8. Next ball's cut to McKinney at backward point. No run. Williams' email reminding us all that if Notts were 9 down, play would go on at 3:45. Potts getting plenty of encouragement from his teammates. Range to one side of him. This one's hit away, and there's going to be more runs here for Josh Tong. This is going to be nip and tuck, whether it hits the rope or not. It has hit the rope. A couple of fielders in pursuit. Tong on to 54, 523 for 8. And the lead is 145. By no means going to suggest that Notts will find wicket taking any easier, but it'll be a little easier to come out and bowl at Durham with a substantial lead. They can't afford to make too many early mistakes, Durham. Start of their second innings might just give Notts a whisker of a chance, an inkling. Have been able to force something. Potts bowls again, and Josh Tong defends it and then exaggerates the low bounce by dropping down.
Is that an appeal for obstructing the field?
Yeah,
a jokey one, I think.
Yeah, the ball ran out to Ben Rain. He underarmed it back towards the stumps, and Josh Tong quickly got in line to block it. 523 for 8. Great stuff from Josh Tong, and it was heartily applauded.
On their feet applaud. There was a few fans on the far end to us who were up on their feet to applaud his first professional 50, and it is a change of bowling at the far end, the pavilion end.
Is it? Who's coming on?
And it is indeed Colin Ackerman. Time for his spin. Lyndon James on strike. First time.
Watch him walk off with 2 for none and think, Skip, why didn't you put me on yesterday?
He should have been having a word sooner then, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
Ackerman with his shades on, with his off spinner. His first ball's quick for an off spinner's delivery, and Lyndon James tries to cut it, but it goes through into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. Will Rhodes is doing a few stretches and a few shadow deliveries at slip as well, so this could be a double bowling change. Ackerman quick again, not quite as quick, but it's fumbled at mid-wicket by Matthew Potts, but he recovers, I would say quickly enough, but he's only strolling towards the ball after he let it through his hands. But there is no run. Still 523 for 8. Ackerman again darts it in, and this one is forced out for a single on the offside to Graham Clark, who's out there in the one-man fielding, not in the sunshine, in the shade of that big stand. Takes the score to 524 for 8. Ackerman Come in again. Oh, and this one's beaten everyone. It's beaten the bat, I think. The pad, yep, it has. And it's somehow beaten Ollie Robertson as well, the Durham wicketkeeper, and goes for 4 byes. He's had a few unlucky. He's sat there behind the stumps like a little schoolboy on his... He's not the tallest, but he's on his backside, sat there. Somehow the ball's gone through everything. I assume through his legs. Has it kept low a little bit? He's obviously been a bit... He's not been able to see the ball come clearly because of Tong trying to get into line, and the ball's gone through his legs, I reckon, and all the way down to the boundary behind him for 4 byes to take the score to 528, and Nottinghamshire's lead is 150 now as Tong defends the 5th ball of Ackerman's over. He's conceded 1 run off the bat so far. But
Is this record 9th wicket stand for Notts against Durham, is it?
Oh, now there's a question. I will...
partnership is 91.
I'll be able to give it... Oh, it's not then, because I did look at lunch and they were all in the hundreds.
Right.
But we'll find out what it is.
Josh Tong defends the final ball of the over. 144 of those overs gone.
Nottinghamshire's 9th wicket record against Durham is 113. Mark Elam and Darren Pattinson at Chesterley Street in 2009. So what's that, 22 away?
Yeah, Lyndon James's average was 92, did you say, against Durham?
Yep.
He's now on 91, so...
He likes playing against Durham, that's for sure.
It is that double bowling change we mentioned. Will Rhodes is on for a bit of his scene.
Or to give him his full name, the Nottingham-born Will Rhodes. James crashes it out onto the offside, fielded right on the boundary rope by McKinney, and they come back for 2. Crowd very much involved here. They'll be able to get a cuppa and a use of the facilities in a few moments' time. 10 minutes unless a wicket goes down here. 530 for 8. Lyndon James on to 92. So he's got his career average against Durham. 6 matches. Will Rhodes bowls, punches this into the offside, and there's no run. No, I beg your pardon, Martin, beg your pardon. He averaged 96.4 against Durham. From his first 5 matches, he's 92 not out here. 164 not out. Highest first-class score made against Durham. His other century against Durham was his maiden one.
Is that 108 or something?
Yeah. And that big partnership with Ben Slater at Chesterley Street. Another single taken.
I can't remember that. Was it early in the season? Was it an April game, was it?
I think it was early on in the season. I don't think it was quite that early, but Ben Slater got a double 100. He got 225 not out, and Lyndon was either on, I think he was 106 not out, might have been 108, but not too long ago.
Mm. 2021 in Chester Street.
Rhodes bowls to Tong, who's on 54 and defends.
That was the silly boundary match, wasn't it? Where Durham were trying to get points to get into the top flight after the split in the Bob Willis Trophy, and then had the shortest boundary possible, and then never got a batting point. Remember?
Yeah, may have been. Yeah.
That was 2021. Yeah.
And comes Rhodes again, and chopping it into the offside is Josh Tong. Doesn't get a run here.
Wonder where Durham go after tea now, given that Potts has just had a short burst. It's hard to see him coming out first. The first couple straight after the break.
Rhodes bowls wide-ish delivery, goes through to the keeper. Had a crazy over yesterday that when he sent down 3 no balls, 9 ball over. Got the extras moving. We were up to about 42, 43 overs, weren't we, on the board before the first extra came, and then we had a glut of them with those Rhodes no balls. 5:31 for 8 is the score.
The parachutist is okay in Toulouse. He's been rescued by the fire brigade.
Ackerman darts the first ball of his second over. Lyndon James nudges within a hit of that century by taking a single to long on to move to 94. And Josh Tong back on strike because they're on 54. Coming again. This one's played as casually as a top order batter would play the ball back down the wicket by Josh Tong. It's played nicely.
You can just imagine what Lees and McKinney could do out there, though.
Tries again, darts. He's bowling much quicker than George Dressel was. No run this time as Tong works the ball into the leg side and Matthew Potts collects.
We've had a number of games that have just petered out on the final day here over the last few years.
Tong comes forward to Ackerman, and the 32-year-old, I think he is. Oh no, it's his 32nd birthday this week.
34th, wasn't it?
34th, sorry. Well, he won't mind me taking 2 years off him. Yeah, he has to pick up the ball.
So was he born after 1990?
Yes. Another one just dabbed back by Josh Tong, who's settling in, possibly doing the clever thing of playing for the interval now, playing for tea. He's playing this like a veteran batter, as we say. Last ball of Ackerman's over is knocked again off the back foot for Josh Tong. He moves to 55. Durham's wait for a wicket goes on as this partnership is now up to 96.
This parachutist was delivering the match ball, and in the back of my mind, I'm remembering a parachutist. I'm sure it was Villa Park. Ended up on the roof at Villa Park. But on the official BBC feed for the rugby, there's a suggestion it might have been Burnley instead in 2008. But Villa Park sticks in my head for some reason.
It's Will Rhodes bowling. Oh, he's got him on the pad here, and that's going to be out. And Josh Tong goes and knocks on 9 down just before 4:45. He thinks his teammate, but just think that could have been my 5 foot. Josh Tong has to go for 55. He was at the crease for an hour and a half. Not sure he'll have batted that long on too many occasions. 97 balls, and he hit 9 fours, many of them sparkling fours as well. And he's out with the score on 533, as I say, just before the scheduled tea interval, so we'll be hanging on a while. Second wicket for Will Rhodes, and it just looked out, didn't it?
Yeah, wait for the replay here, but it does look like another one that's kept low. That's a similar sort of place the ball's pitched as to one a couple of overs ago from Potts from that end, when Tong played that sort of exaggerated, he dropped to his knees after playing the ball as if to tell everyone that nearly got me out because it kept low. And I wonder whether that one's pitched in the same place and kept low. It's a dangerous play if balls are going to start keeping low on this pitch. If there is going to be something, that'd be a dangerous place for it to happen from because it's right on a good length and a good line, as that shows to have pinned Tong right in front. So Nottinghamshire won't be too disappointed to see a ball skidding on like that.
Mark Elam and Darren Pattinson can rest easy. Their place in the annals of Nottinghamshire history remain intact. Their 9th wicket partnership of 113 against Durham remains a county record against the side from the northeast. 96 today Josh Tong and Lyndon James put on, and of course now Lyndon James on 94. 5 balls left in this over. Just
not
saying,
resting so easily.
Now just think about this, Dylan, mate. Got a duck, first ball duck last year on his Nottinghamshire debut, LBW to Sam Cook, and it was a hat-trick, and this one wasn't quite as full from Rhodes and just popped up and struck him on the thigh pad.
Rhodes has got to try and aim for that sort of spot again. His problem throughout today really has been bowling too wide, but that one was right on the stumps to get the wicket, and he's got to see if he can hit that spot again to knock Dylan Pennington over and leave Lyndon James stranded.
There's Rhodes in and past the outside edge. Pennington 26, another member of the Shrewsbury Academy, started at Worcestershire. This is 55th first class match. His highest score, I said earlier 70, no, his highest score was 56. It was against Essex at Chelmsford. He shared a big partnership with Jake Libby, who got a double 100 at the other end, kept him company, and got his way through to a maiden 50. Rhodes in to bowl to him, drives into the offside. That's 4 balls gone in the over. Highest Nottinghamshire score for Pennington is 29 not out. Played 8 matches last year for Nottinghamshire, was leading wicket taker in the country at the time with 31 wickets, and during the Notts match against Lancashire at Southport he was selected for England, didn't play and got injured, and we've not seen him since this match. Obviously 5:33 for 9, 1 ball left in the over.
Jane's asking, what's the point of teams batting past 500? Well, my answer to this would be it's a tiny boundary and it's a flat track, so they bat as long as they can. The lead's 155, but the rate in which runs have come in this game, it's not going to take long to get that wiped off the board.
Rhodes to Dylan Pennington, keeps it out. So a wicket maiden for Will Rhodes. Josh Tong out, LBW for 55 at the start of the over, and now an opportunity for Lyndon James at least to mastermind his own destiny here. Can try and keep the strike. I wouldn't be at all surprised here. Alex Lee's the skipper, he's making his way out to the fence.
We've got that.
I was going to say we've got that parachutist overhead, I think, in a hang glider from Toulouse. Don't know what it was, just a light aircraft.
I'm going to have a guess that's not a glider.
Here's Ackerman.
It's very noisy though. That's 4.
Yeah, lovely looking shot from Lyndon James. So starts this over to go for a boundary. Moves on to 98, 537 for 9. That really is a large, buzzy, annoying wasp. Or an aeroplane overhead that we can't see. It must be right above the Radcliffe Road stand. Oh, it's there away to our left. Whatever it is.
That little plane was making all that noise.
Well,
wow.
Seemingly so. So 98 not out for Lyndon James. Here comes Ackerman into bowl to the 6'5" Lyndon. And drives it back to the Dutch international, Ackerman. Notts lead is 159. Lyndon James on strike. And hits this just to the onside of straight, again fielded by Ackerman. We are now into overtime, just gone past 3:45. Play on for up to half an hour here when the final wicket goes. He's on 98. He's hit this one out onto the offside and would have comfortably got a single, but significant there. He tells Dylan Pennington to remain exactly where he was. He hit it straight to Graham Clark on that 50-yard boundary and said no. So he's looking for a 2 or a 4. This back to the bowler, but then towards the back end of the over, which is where we are now.
What do you do with the field here?
Yeah, I was going to say he'll be looking for a single. Alex Lees has a question, but he's not doing anything. He's not moving anybody, and it took Ackerman just to ask Will Rhodes to come out of that slip position and drop into the offside to prevent the little drop and run. So that's good. The drive through mid-off out towards Lees is probably where he'll get a single, and instead he goes on the other side to mid-on and gets the single, and you'd think he'd got 100 for that. 538 for 9, but does keep strike, and now he's within 1. 538 for 9. What a terrific record Lyndon James has got against Durham, as we've been saying. He's also, of course, gone past Ben Slater, now the highest score in this innings, and Willie matched Colin Ackerman to become the 2nd centurion in the game. Should he get there? No, I won't say it, I'll say it after. 538 for 9.
I thought I was tempting fate by letting you take what I thought was going to be the 100 ball for the Nottinghamshire player.
So here's Will Rhodes Runs in past umpire Lloyd. Lyndon James on 99, and he's going to get a boundary with a fortuitous outside edge past the keeper. No slips there, and it runs down to the fence. And that's terrific stuff from the fair-haired Lyndon James. He takes his helmet off and is embraced by Dylan Pennington. His run's coming from 135 balls and 14 fours. It's his 5th first-class 100, but his 3rd against Durham, and his 4th of those 5 here at Trent Bridge. Terrific knock from Lyndon James. He's just steered Nottinghamshire to a really healthy position in this game. They're 5:42 for 9.
Yeah, particularly this morning, he played really. He timed everything that came down to him. He timed it. He came when Potts was still fresh this morning, and he timed everything outside off stump particularly. This one's driven. And he does take the single this time. Now he's got to the landmark. I wonder whether Lyndon James thought that might beat Alex Lees, but Lees gets a cross at mid-off to keep it to 1, and that means Pennington will be on strike, but James comes down for another punch of his gloves, the second one in a couple of minutes. Got 1 from his batting partner after getting to his 100, and has another one now from Dylan Pennington, who has 4 balls left in this over. But yeah, Lyndon James, he's batted so well and fully deserves, the 26-year-old deserves this Nottingshire's first 100 of the county championship season. He's going to get back onto strike here because Pennington's found a little squirt to get off the mark down to fine leg. The ball coming off the inside of his bat from Will Rhodes. The lead now is up to 166 with that little flurry of action. Durham getting towards the position, if they weren't already, where they can no longer win this game. 166 behind, it would take something pretty spectacular. Rhodes in again with James on strike on 104, and he's flicked that one brilliantly. What a shot that is. He's just picked it up off his pads and put it 3 rows from the back of that Smith Cooper stand. That's a sensational striker. If we said it on day 1, a hint of Kevin Peterson there. He's just flicked that off his pads. He's picked it up off his pads and flicked it brilliantly 2 rows back in the Smith Cooper stand. A brilliant shot, and that brings up Nottingshire's 550. 550 for 9 in the 149th over. Going well. And that is the understatement of the day. The field is spread now, really. We've got a deep point, a deep extra cover, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, fine leg as well. As Rhodes comes in again, he goes full this time, almost in one-day mode with a wide Yorker. But James is continuing as he has, gets plenty of bat on that to get it down to 3rd man for a single. 551 for 9. Pennington back on strike with 1 ball to go in the over. Yeah, that one, as I was saying, Lyndon James played really well through the offside early on this morning when he got, the ballers were still fresh, the ball was hard, and he timed everything after Farhan Ahmed had got out. That one off in this over to the leg side. It's brilliant as over ends with Pennington just knocking it back towards the bowler Rhodes. But yeah, that's 6 over the leg side. It's hard. It's not one of those you instantly call the shot of the day, because you like to, we're seeing those flurry of the boundaries from those on the stream. We'll see the replay, some of the shots that Lyndon James has hit. That one for 6th over a square mid-wicket, one of the shots, not a classical straight drive, so you don't instinctively call it the shot of the day, but it's got to be right up there.
Great ovation from the Nottinghamshire balcony for Lyndon James, very popular member of the squad. They'll be pleased for him, they'll be pleased with the position. Notts are in, 551 for 9 as Ackerman continues, comes in and bowls, and he's gone on the reverse this time. He didn't get a clean connection, it just trickles its way down towards Ben Rain. Could have walked a single, but again, as in the last over, he elects to remain on strike.
Not sure we've seen much of that invention from him, James. He's largely played classically. He's a good hitter. He times the ball so well, doesn't he? He's powerful, he can hit it hard. Like you made the Alex Hales comparison earlier.
Ackerman bowls, and this one slammed away on the offside, but again he sends Dylan Pennington back. They almost met for a chat right in the middle of the square. He cut that away. I think he thought he'd probably gone for 4, but Didn't realise that rain was going to cut it off, so sent Pennington back. 5.51 for 9. Next one is turned to leg, no run. Although again they could have taken one. Lyndon James on Nelson. Dylan Pennington has a single. 5.51 for 9. It'll be the tea break when this wicket goes down. Lyndon James again chops this away on the offside. That was the 4th ball of the over, and this time he elects to take the single. To move to 112 brings Pennington down to face Ackerman for the first time, so he just wants to check with umpire Nigel Long what his guard is.
Almost a bouncer from Ackerman. It was remarkable. It looks quick and short. Looks to be having a bit of a smile with James at the non-striker's end.
Comes Ackerman wearing his sunglasses. Pennington happy to defend. 5.52 for 9. Last ball of the over. Ackerman keeps, or rather, Pennington keeps Ackerman out, rather than the other way round. So that's the end of the over. Knott's lead is 174. Don't necessarily think I saw this coming. Play started today 297 for 5. So they've added 200 and... Says he's trying to do the mental arithmetic, which is always a danger. Where's Rachel Riley when you need her? 255 for 4 today, Notts.
That was right in the balance, wasn't it? A 297 for 5, a couple of quick wickets, and as you say, new ball, or the ball, not completely new, but not many overs in this morning. 70 overs old, this ball now, as Rhodes comes in again, full again. This one's missed, a rare ball missed by Lyndon James outside off stump.
Andy Easom says that was a Piper Cherokee Warrior that went overhead.
That was noisy.
Bob the Coventry Magpie congratulating Lyndon on his century. Good to hear from you, Bob. 5.52 for 9.
Bob, eh?
Bob.
I've got a mate called Andrew who's a Newcastle fan who lives in Coventry as well.
Rhodes with a longer run up than you expect of a man with his pace, but it's hit down into the ground by Lyndon James. He's having a word with Ollie Robinson here, the bowler, I think.
Well, hang on, what's Notts County's nickname? Are they the Magpies as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he'd be a Notts County fan,
Yeah.
wouldn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. Can't actually say Bob without thinking of Rowan Atkinson in Blackadder. With Bob. Bob.
Yeah.
Rhodes again. James waiting. He's thrashed this hard and straight and doesn't even bother moving. Takes a couple of bounces, thudding towards where a side screen would be.
Rhodes' body language tells a story there. He looks back at James as if to say, did you really have to do that?
He's 116 now, not to 556 for 9, and the
Notts could declare here, Dave. 200 lead. Come off.
What is the game to do? Because they're going to need a long time if they're going to win on this pitch to get 10 wickets.
Durham have basically just got to back the rest of today and tomorrow, haven't they, I suppose?
You'd think you'd come out back after tea just to be annoying and get them back out there and then send them back in, wouldn't you? You don't declare at an interval, maybe not. Or does James just swing for the hills now? We'll see what he does here. This one's full and thrashed even harder, crashed, but it's not quite with the protection out going to get a boundary because Ben McKinney comes round, and that's in fact only a single.
Just to end any speculation, I can tell you now, Matt, Nottinghamshire will not declare this innings closed. That topic needn't be raised again. That won't happen.
I'll raise it again when they declare.
Or at lunch tomorrow.
The field's come in now for Pennington. With 2 balls left on the over, can Durham get this final wicket here? Full from Rhodes and on the pads, and that's not really the ball he was looking for, and that's why his hand goes onto his head, the bowler Will Rhodes, because he's allowed Pennington to flick one off his pads out to deep square leg for a single.
The 19 overs away from a new ball here.
It's turning into a tough day. And the fielders have to jog back out towards the boundary again, because with Lyndon James on strike and looking to free his arms, we've got a long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep cover, deep point. And James, where's that one gone?
It's over there. Awful ball.
Yeah.
Half volley, wide of off stump, smashed through the covers for 4. I think Rhodes wants to come off. He looks absolutely dejected.
Yeah, he's not walking particularly smoothly, a bit of a hobble. I was caught out there because Ben McKinney didn't even move at deep cover. I thought that's where the ball had gone, but yeah, I don't think he saw it. I didn't see it. And as he didn't move, he either didn't see it or didn't think there was any point moving, because Lyndon James had timed it so well. He knew it was always going into that gap for 4. James up to 121.
Is this 15 extra minutes, Dave, or half an hour?
Up to half an hour, isn't
half
it?
An hour.
Yeah, 562 for 9. Nottinghamshire lead by 184.
Nicely positioned, as they say.
Well, they're in a position of strength, aren't they? You don't think they're going to lose from here, put it that way. New over. Oof. George Drizzell has come into the attack from the pavilion end, and this has come all the way down to our end of the ground, and it's gone over the ropes for 4. It's off the bat as well. It was a little tickle from Pennington. I was wondering whether it was going to be leg buys, but he got a bit of bat on that. So he moves up to 6 from 11 deliveries, 566 for 9. Lydia Jane says it's boring. And I said, well, they've got a bat on because it's such a tiny boundary that the runs can be knocked off in no time, and it's a flat track. And I said, don't call it boring, because the Formula Oneists will jump on it. Drizzell comes in again, and this is played back to him by Pennington. The lead 188. It's 4 o'clock. Remember when we wrote down T is fixed at 3:45?
Yeah. When we also said it'll be a long last session.
Yeah. This has gone off towards mid-wicket this time. No run there. Picked up by Emilio Gay. Pennington, right-hander, on strike. Here comes the bowler. Plays this up to short mid-wicket, no run there. His highest score, 56, Worcestershire against Essex in 2021 in that Bob Willis group, same group that Durham were in.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Jake Libby got a double 100 at the other end.
Playing a miss there. It's gone through to the keeper. Oh! It's been thrown back to the umpire, who wasn't looking at all, and he saw at the last minute, got the fright of his life. It's gone through his legs.
It's like Paul Coughlin's had the wave from Alex Lees here to be the next bowler to come up. Will Rhodes might have been hit out of the attack, his 2 for 98 from just 15 overs.
He's been expensive, hasn't he? Next ball from Drizzell, played away by Pennington, and that is the end of the over.
Yeah, if I was on 2 for 98, I'd be saying I'll have a blown air skip as well.
Durham haven't signed him for his bowling.
6.5 runs and over he's gone at. He's way...
Well, they might not have signed him for that, but he's got to do the job as the fourth seamer.
Yeah. He's a useful bowler, isn't he? He's not been signed for his bowling, but we said it on day one. It's a useful. You need in county cricket. You need someone else to be able to chip in and help you out. Lyndon James did it pretty well. He was expensive at times, wasn't he? But he came back from a iffy opening spell and bowled pretty well.
Well, you'd think Rhodes has got a chance for redemption in the second innings for Durham, because he was out for 10 in the first, so he's got a job to do for his team at some point, either today or tomorrow, with the bat.
It's going to be Coughlin for his 29th over, and that's high, very high. And can they take the catch at mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket? It's circling, and it's dropped. Lyndon James has dropped. Who is that out there? It's Matthew Potts. He didn't quite set himself.
There's a sky of that.
Yeah, it's gone high, up to the height of the big footlight maybe. But Lyndon James dropped on 121. Potts never looked fully confident. The ball went up and he never managed to set himself.
Very difficult. Very difficult to pick that ball out of an empty sky like that. Yeah. It just would have just vanished.
Yeah, he was taking a step to his left, then a step to his right, and in the end he got a hand on it, but the ball goes down. So James is still there on 121, and this one's missed outside the off stump. Nottinghamshire 66 for 9. It should have been the end of the innings, but it goes on.
Well, the other thing is they should have got 2 runs.
Yeah.
They should have got one while it was in the air, and one once he dropped it. As it was, he hit it an absolute mile. Didn't get any runs for it at all.
Yeah, it went up above the little shade we have in our... We're on the 3rd floor here, in the media centre. There's a little bit of a roof protruding out from in front of the commentary box, and the ball went higher than that. Coughlin in again.
There you go.
And that one's high again.
I don't know where that's
and there's
gone.
a chance it made it on, off. No, Lees can't get in. James has taken a single this time, and he stands there with his hands on his hips. He's had 3 big swings. He's missed one. He's hit one in the air to deep mid-wicket. He's hit this one to long off. Neither of the second one doesn't go to hand. Lees couldn't get in, but I'm not sure he picked it up entirely, or maybe with a bit of experience knew he wasn't going to get there and protected his teeth and his chin and wasn't getting involved in anything diving forward.
It's like the golfer who's given it absolutely everything to get it out the rough and just can't believe he's not reached the green.
Yeah, the field's back in again with Pennington on strike, and it's a short, better ball from Coghlan, but Pennington drops his hands and lets it past him.
Southampton have been relegated today. They've got 10 points from 31 matches. They might actually beat Sunderland's record of 15. And was Derby 13?
Derby was 30, 11 or 13.
Yeah, 13, I think. The exciting Premier League, eh?
Paul Coghlan a Sunderland fan, is he as well?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. 2 balls left in his over. Pennington waits, short. And he's missed that. I wondered whether a second there was an edge on that, but the lack of appeal tells you it's gone straight through. Pennington misses his hard pull shot that he's attempted, that short boundary. Wouldn't take much of a connection to get there. So that's the stand where Johnny Bairstow hit a certain New Zealand fast bowler with a good name in that test match here, wasn't it? That remarkable run chase in his 70-odd ball century up over into that stand over there. Coghlan wide of off stump this time, and this one's been hit by Pennington, who does take the single out to
Why?
deep point.
Why have you taken that single?
Yeah, into the hands of Ben McKinney, and that is the end of the over. Pennington keeps the strike, 568 for 9. Nottinghamshire lead by 190.
Derby was 11 points in 2007, 2008. Sunderland 15 in 05-06. Sheffield United 16, Huddersfield 16.
There's the drop on the live stream from Matthew Potts. I'd like somebody to explain to me why that single was taken when Lyndon James has been refusing singles at the other end to stay on strike. They've gone through for the end of the over, which means Pennington is on strike here against Ackerman, who's bowled 5 overs, none for 13 actually. Is done okay. This one's turned to mid-wicket, no run. Eye on the clock, and 6 minutes past 4 o'clock, another 9 minutes and we'll go for tea. Actually, instead of the time, we should have made note of how many overs at 4:45, because it is 8 overs, but there's another boundary. Nearly said Josh Tong punches another one away. It was that good. Dylan Pennington this time, cutting it through the offside to the short boundary for 4. It is 8 overs, isn't it, from 4:45 rather than an actual 30 minutes. So I'm not sure how many overs, but it'll be roughly about half an hour or so. Should they still be batting? 572 for 9. Lead is 194. That's probably why Pennington wanted to get on strike. He just fancied taking Colin Ackerman down. Ackerman, the Durham Centurion, is no longer the highest scorer in the match, though, as Pennington gets off strike, turning it to leg. As Lyndon James is 122 not out against the side he just loves to score runs against. If he's not out at the end, Martin, he's going to have a 3-figure average against Durham. 573.
Well, it's certainly gone up, hasn't it, today?
Next ball on its way now, and leave that to Matthew Montgomery. He's gone down again trying to play a reverse and missed it.
Good. Has he missed that? Has he blocked it with a toe end? He's looking at the toe end of his bat, which suggests he might have just played a defensive shot with the toe end. He's seen it that well. He's played a defensive shot with the toe end.
Has your effects microphone dropped again? Yeah. We need to change the bat. Oh, it comes back again, on and off. As this is pushed into the offside by Lyndon James, and he will keep strike at the end of that over. 574 for 9 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle, Messrs Emerson, I beg your pardon, Henry
Everton?
and Bracegirdle, watching the runs continue to flow. 297 for 5 at the start of the day, 574 for 9 is the score now. Notts lead by 198.
I feel like I need to stand up every time Lyndon James is on strike just to make sure I can see all of the field, given he's
We
trying
did
to...
have the ball come through this window when we were
Oh,
commentating
great.
on a game here, when Alex Hales hit the ball straight through the open window.
Now you tell me. Coughlin it again to James, who drives more textbook fashion down to long off, but they do not take the single this time, and Alex Lees can just casually pick the ball up, hold on to it.
They were playing in the middle of the square, so he was right in front of us as he hit it, and Brace was saying that's coming our way, and I'm thinking that's never going to reach us, and then suddenly it was coming through the window, and I managed to grab my iPad and dive out the road, and it whacked into the wall behind us.
There's the mark. It's been filled in with
Well, that's what this is.
Yeah.
Ah, big dent in the desk in front of me. Can Lyndon James add to it? Maybe not this ball, because this has been pushed a little aerially to extra cover where Emilio
it hit the
Gayfield.
desk in front of you,
Yeah.
bounced and hit the thing behind us here.
Yeah.
I got the ball,
Yeah.
was going to throw it back, and Martin said, let me take your photo. So I held the ball up, and this was a Sky televised game,
Yeah.
and Ian Ward went, never mind your selfies, can we have our ball back? And it's there on...
It made pick of the week on
It
Radio
did,
4.
Yeah.
James waits again, he's thrashed this one hard, and Lees does not get there for the catch again. That was in the air. It's hard to tell from this angle. It's probably gone a bit flatter than it looked because we're right above that.
Yeah.
But for a second I thought Lees at long off was going to be in with a chance, but he bailed out of the catch quite early and takes it on the bounce, and it's single turned down again.
I was going to say again, it's a great shot for no run.
Yeah. He's swinging hard at everything. But this over he's picked out the field as Lyndon James. 3 dots so far. He steps across his stumps this time and pulls to deep square leg, and they do take the single off the 4th ball on the over. James to 123, and it's almost like a T20 game where Paul Coughlin, who's conceded 121 runs now in his 30th over, is happy to get away with a single.
Didn't I get that framed for you for your birthday?
You did,
Yeah.
you did, yes.
So you did get the photo before?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He was just about to throw
we
it back.
made
Said,
sure
hang
of
on,
that.
we need evidence
Yeah,
of
we
this.
made sure of that.
Yeah.
2 balls left in the over. Coughlin full, and this is edged aerially as Pennington tries to join the big hitting from outside off stump, but down to third man.
Well, you think we could hear Ian Ward saying, can you throw the ball back?
Fair point. He'd be down in the pod, will he? And Sky like to use that pod,
Yeah.
don't they, for T20.
But we actually lost the flight of it. This isn't great radio for those listening to, but we've got an overhang from the roof above here, and it was hit so high, and then just suddenly...
Got Lyndon James back on strike and 124 not out. The last ball of Paul Coughlin's over.
I'll put the picture on Blue Sky.
Swung hard at this again. But it's hit something. Arm, glove maybe, but Ollie Robinson this time gets across down the leg side, and there is no run. 576 for 9 at the end of the 155th over, and it's a tired walk as Paul Coughlin collects his cap, his jumper, which is breeze getting up maybe just a little.
And I think it's Tom Patterson who's still here. A good old natter with Tom this morning. Still works here on the ground as the match manager and operations officer here. He kindly had the forethought at the end of the game to get the ball from the umpires, take it to Alex Hales, get him to sign it, and brought it up to me at the end of the game. And I've not got many cricket souvenirs, but I've got that one, the signed ball of signed Alex Hale ball of the one that was hit into this commentary box. Don't think it's going to be quite as lucrative as Diego Maradona's 1986 Hand of God shirt that Steve Hodge eventually auctioned for $7 million, but there we are, we've got it. Here's Ackers bowling to Pennington, takes a single, first ball of the over.
I thought you two were just being generous and friendly when you positioned me in between the two of you on Friday morning. When it's like, you sit there, Matt, without realising.
Did you not get suspicious when you saw me wearing a crash helmet?
Yeah, behind the big dent in the desk, I didn't realise that was from a ball. Yeah.
Generally, it's a good idea for somebody to be between Martin and myself. It's usually how we arrange it, isn't it? 577 for 9. The lead is 199. Nobody expected
The Spanish Inquisition.
the Spanish Inquisition, yeah, or this sort of score at this time of the day as Lyndon James pushes it out under the offside. Right, we are. I wonder if William's been in touch to say how many overs we've had since quarter to, but we are now at 4:15, so
He might be in his garden.
I suspect we're right on tea.
Yeah.
It'll either be this over or one more at the most, unless there's the wicket, in which case it'll be tea. Then James played this on the leg side and yells 2. This will be interesting, and then he says no. So they only get 1 again, and once more the running has been a little bit inconsistent, but that's the 200 lead, and that's the applause. 578 for 9. Feel sorry for you lads. All the scones and jam and cream will have gone downstairs. The written media will have gone round for seconds. Ackerman bowls, and that's lovely from Pennington down the ground.
155.3 overs for the 200 lead.
I mean, the good thing for the Durham top order is that Josh Tong and Dylan Pennington have, they've looked like Raoul Dravid and
Sachin.
Well, yeah, and you know what I'm getting at. Whichever names you want to insert there, it's not looked particularly difficult for anybody, and the Durham top order should cash in as well. As Lyndon James looks to cash in, that's gone straight up in the air, and is it going to carry? It is, and that is the end of the innings. Good catch from Graham Clark. 579 for 9, and Lyndon James is out eventually for a brilliant 125. The lead is 201. Dylan Pennington is 15 not out, and knots are all out for 579, with the final wicket going to Colin Ackerman. And Lyndon James is going to get a really, really top ovation here. Faced 160 deliveries, and he's at 16 fours and 1 6. That's fabulous innings. He was at the crease for exactly 4 hours, and walks off ahead of Dylan Pennington, helmet off, gets a good ovation, and there's a lot of smiles down there. Really good knock from Lyndon James. Came in after an hour or so of the morning session once Farhan Ahmed had been dismissed. That was the only wicket in the morning session. And Lyndon James has played beautifully to reach his 5th career century. It's going to be tea time here at Trent Bridge. We've blathered away all afternoon, and we've got a bit more to do when the players come back in 20 minutes time. I hope you'll join us then when Durham begin their second innings. Knots have been bowled out for 579, so when Durham resume they'll start from a deficit of minus 201. From Matt, Martin and myself, bye for now. Speak to you in 20 minutes time. Well, here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. The next act is upon us. The Nottinghamshire fielders out, ready for the start of the Durham second innings. Nottinghamshire have had a really good day of it with the bat. 579 all out, a lead of 201 over Durham. So the visitors have really got to put in a strong shift in this final session of the day. 30 overs remain. Alex Lees is out there as the Durham captain, opening as he did in the first innings alongside Ben McKinney. First time round, McKinney made just 5 runs. Alex Lees made a half century. It'll be Dylan Pennington to open the bowling from the Stuart Broad end. Pennington will have enjoyed his brief time out in the middle with the bat, made 15 not out to get his season underway with the bat with a red inker. So 30 overs remain, and it's going to be Pennington to McKinney to begin with. I beg your pardon, to Alex Lees, and straight away he's off the mark, turning the ball to leg, fielded by Farhan Ahmed. So last out for Nottinghamshire, Lyndon James made 125, his 5th first-class 100, 3 of them coming against Durham. That's a high percentage against one county. Matthew Montgomery earlier made 75. Farhan Ahmed, the night watchman, was out for 17. Josh Tong, 55. Nottinghamshire getting healthy contributions all the way down the order. Here's Pennington, bowls to McKinney. And this is just played defensively. Up to the captain, Asiba Mead at mid-off, and there's no run. First innings.
Did you do the bowling?
No, I was going to say first innings, Pennington 1 for 70. No, I've not gone through the bowling figures, if you've got them to hand.
Potts, pick of the bowlers from a Durham point of view, but it was hard work for all of them, really. 4 for 112. Rain 1 for 93. Coghlan 2 for 122. Drizzle none for 114.
There's Pennington, 3 slips, waiting. Balls to McKinney, turned to leg, fielded by Farhan Ahmed, no run.
Rhodes 2 for 98 in 15 overs. Ackerman. He got a wicket in the end, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He got the last wicket, so 1 for 22.
There's been another result earlier in the day. Kent defeated Northamptonshire at Wantage Road by 145. Now Leicestershire, Derbyshire have defeated Gloucestershire by 9 wickets at Derby, set to score 93. They've got there fairly smoothly. As Pennington bowls, good delivery, beats McKinney on the outside. Today Gloucestershire 259 all out in their second innings. Derbyshire 93 for 1, so a good start to the 2025 Division 2 campaign for so far. Kent and Derbyshire have won also in that division. Glamorgan now 165 for 7. They're still 33 away from making Leicestershire bat again. Middlesex 203 for 4. They were 7 for 4. 203 for 4, leading Lancashire by 104 at Lords. 6 wickets remaining. Pennington to McKinney, turns this to leg. 5th ball of the innings. Division 1, what can we tell you? Surrey 319 for 8, replying to Essex's 582 for 6 declared. Hampshire 99 for 4, they need 49 more to beat Yorkshire. That'll be the first Division 1 game to be concluded. Worcestershire in their second innings at Taunton 216 for 4, they still trail by 300. And Sussex are 29 without loss in their second innings at Edgbaston. You can forget about that. That will be a draw. Pennington bowls, goes all the way through to Joe Clark, keeping wicket in this game. End of an attacking opening over by Dylan Pennington. 1 run coming to Alex Lees from it. "29 overs remain. Those of you watching the live stream will see that there's still pastel blue skies over Nottingham. Been really lovely weather.
Shade of pastel, is it, Dave?
I don't know, no idea. Blue.
Eggshell blue?
Fergus O'Neill to bowl from this end. Ball slipped out the back of his hand there as he was having some practice balls to Josh Tong. Nearly hit himself on the head.
Did the damage on day one with the ball with a fifer on his debut. Here he comes, right arm over the Australian. It's gone down the leg side and bounces just before it's taken by the keeper. I turned the telly on last night, Dave. It was all game shows. Every channel, game shows. There's a bit of a culture on Channel 4, island hopping around Greece. But O'Neill bowls, Lee's behind that one. The ball looks very shiny, the golden badge on the ball is shimmering away in the sunshine there. Shimmering. Third ball of the over. Ratcliffe Road end, that's played up to Tonk, no run there.
Yeah, there's a couple on a Saturday night, aren't there? The 1% Club and this new one, 99 to beat or whatever it is. But generally the celebrity game shows, they're just the same people recycled on different panels on different game shows.
Was that 1% Club, was that the one in the circular studio?
Yes, with Lee Mack hosting.
Right, so is that the same studio which the other lot used on the other channel?
I don't know.
That was circular as well. O'Neill plays the ball out towards the point boundary. O'Neill doesn't, it's Lees who does. Stopped on the ropes, 2 runs for Lees. So, he's on 3 for non-Durham. Yeah, the wheel. That was a circular studio where everybody sat round in a circle and in the middle it all spun around.
Yeah, we don't see an audience on that one, do you? O'Neill has had a bit of an incident here in releasing the ball. His studs have totally decimated the popping crease there. The ground staff will have filled it in the interval.
It's gone down the leg side and bounces again before it reaches the keeper.
And there was a golfer with his divots, a huge clump of soil and turf came out. Umpire was trying to stamp on it.
The loam has shattered.
Made a right old mess of it.
Might have to come out with a blammer thing. O'Neill in once more. Oh, that's played by Lees up to Farhan Ahmed. I tell you what though, if that wicket's breaking up like it is, the spinner might be interested in that, mightn't he?
Yeah, it was actually Seba Mead who fielded that. I don't think I've seen him in a floppy sun out before. How many times do I make mention of Mead losing his cap when he runs?
That blows off his head.
But he's got a floppy sun hat on. He's in the covers, number 7. Well, no, he's at mid wicket, number 7. He's got the cap on. He's over on the.
He's sort of half in the shadows and half not.
Young whiz.
Shadow reaching from the roof of that Smith Cooper stand.
Pennington to bowl to McKinney, who's yet to score. Here comes Pennington and played out to Farhan. Lobs the ball into the snow white gloves of Joe Clark. And it remains 3 without loss. Durham responding to, starting their second innings, 201 behind Nottinghamshire. Really need first couple of partnerships at least to be sizable. You want to wipe out a deficit of 201, obviously as quickly as you can, but with certainly no more than a couple of runs, a couple of wickets down. I'm trying to read and speak at the same time, and as you all know, I can't do 2 things at once. 3 without loss as McKinney pushes it on the offside. I was trying to read from Yellowbelly's tweet. Brilliant knock from Lyndon James, Dave. Well deserved. Dave earlier heard you comment that he does like batting against Durham. Yeah, well, the stats sort of back it up, and both Martin and I sort of I've seen all his Notts innings against Durham, and it's easy to recall them and mention them, both at Chesterley Street and here. McKinney still yet to score. Plays this up to mid-on, no run. He's at first slip, Lyndon James. Match didn't start brilliantly for him. He spilled an offering on the first morning. It was Alex Lees off the bowling of Pennington. Thought that might be a little costly at the time, and Lees went on to get 52. But then he took a sharp one, and certainly is batting today. Coming in at number 8 in the order as well. Where's number 8? Batted at 8. This is steered into the offside. Fair to say, in his career, I don't think he's going to get too many centuries batting at number 8.
Julia Wetherall's suggestion for a game show: celebrity lion taming.
I think we can all think of half a dozen celebrities we'd like to see having a go at that. 3 without loss.
That old Bobby Knoxall joke when a lion escapes from Lambton Safari Park in Chesterley Street.
Comes Dylan Pennington, bowling quickly, and McKinney's going to get a boundary because of that pace. He just opened the face of his bat, guides it down to third for 4 runs.
The police are looking for the lion, and the policeman sees this guy running along the street, and he says, "Have you seen a lion?" He says, "Aye." He says, which way is it going? He says, "You don't think I'm chasing after it, do you?"
Boundary, then to Ben McKinney. Durham a 7 without loss. Pennington looked to get a good head of steam up here, and Matt Henry no doubt say probably Matt Potts is the quickest bowler in this game. Here's Pennington in again, bowls. This is pushed back to Pennington. End of the over, 7 on the board after 3 overs. Still got 27 to go in the day, and we're already past 4:45. Notts attack again being led in this Durham's second innings by Fergus O'Neill and Dylan Pennington. Josh Tong and Lyndon James will be the other 2 seamers to be used, and Farhan Ahmed the spin option. Umpires of course have changed ends now. We're into the second portion of the game after the first 2 innings. After each side have had an innings, the umpires exchange ends. So Nigel Long it is with his back to us, and coming over his right shoulder any second now will be Fergus O'Neill.
Comes round the wicket, and that's played nicely by Alex Lees. It hasn't got the legs to reach the boundary yet. Long on, but he'll run 3. Picked up in the end by Pennington, down below our commentary position. Beautiful sunny day once again here in Nottingham today, and it's certainly warmer than yesterday because there was a bit of a chill in the air yesterday. The sunbathing is back on in the stand, in the Fox Road stand. The off-the-shoulder tops for the ladies over there, going a nice shade of bright red. 10 for non-Durham. O'Neill playing this one to bowling this one to McKinney. It's played up to Pennington at mid-on, no run. There was one lady I thought had gone bright red. It's actually a red top she's wearing. A couple of others have really caught the sun. They need the factor 50 on, I think. O'Neill's going to come round the wicket to McKinney from the Radcliffe Road end. 3 in the slip cordon. Angles one right in low towards the base of off stump. McKinney's forward to it though, plays it to point, no run. Durham trailing by 191. You're listening to day 3 at Trent Bridge. Notts against Durham on the BBC website around the world. Courtesy of BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Nottingham. gorgeous spring day, or early summer it feels like, doesn't it? O'Neill in, driven straight by McKinney. I don't think it's got the ladder, that one. Ed, and no hat is designed to touch all sides at once. Yeah.
If you want to get ahead, get a hat. Yes, he certainly needs a custom-made one. He set off running then, and like a frisbee the hat went, trailing behind him.
That is defended by McKinney. It's a no ball. O'Neill just looking at the foot marks as he comes back past the crease. There'll be quite a lot of our output coming from the East Midlands tomorrow, because Newcastle are down the road at Leicester City tomorrow night. The North East comes to the East Midlands.
You'll be staying on for that then, will you?
I'll be on the motorway heading in the opposite direction. O'Neill bowling to McKinney. McKinney plays it out into the cover, so it's a dot ball.
He might be going home tonight. Still 26 overs to go.
That will not be happening. I do not sense anything like that happening whatsoever. Not on this track.
Can claim the extra half an hour as well.
Yeah. Steve and Dave getting carried away again. You get excited, don't you?
I certainly didn't see Nottinghamshire getting 579 today. I don't think anybody did.
That bounces twice before it reaches the keeper. It was wide of the crease. In fact, it nearly went 4 wide down the side of the track there. That's the end of the over, 14 for none. I imagined there'd be about 140 ahead. I thought they'd just bat steadily, knock off the deficit. So
I thought it would be an evenish game, and from the overnight position I thought another 100 knots, around about 420 odd lead.
There's just not been the rattle of wickets in the match though, has there?
No.
I mean, we've had a couple where I think Durham's first 2 wickets on the first morning were close together when they happened, but other than that it's just been
Well, Potts got
Potts
2 and
today,
2, but
2 and 2, but that was
late on,
completely against the story of the game.
Yeah. There's Pennington running in quickly. Balls to Alex Lees. Helps this down behind square on the leg side. Bit of a run round from the long leg almost to deep backward square to Fergus O'Neill. The throw in gets an apology from the Australian, as it's nowhere near Joe Clark, but there's lots of backer-uppers there. Plays for Victoria, so in terms of size, throwing the ball in from the boundary on that side of the ground to what he's used to at the MCG will be a real old culture change. 16 without loss. Next ball turned away on the leg side, and that's going to test O'Neill, and he's done well, done really well there. Second ball in a row, he's had to sprint round the boundary edge, and this time he had to reach down with the ball about 6 inches away from the rope and stopped it nicely. And a better throw as well. 18 without loss. Only been to the MCG once. And seagulls? You want to see seagulls? Go to the MCG. God, millions of them. Millions of the things.
As many as Scarborough.
Well, we won't get too many of them here in Nottingham, but 18 without loss. Yeah, you get the old squawkers up at Scarborough, don't you, as this is pushed onto the offside. Worcester and Taunton as well, which by the river really more than by the sea, particularly Worcester. It's quite a long way from the coast, but I'm sure you've parked your car at Worcester and had it well and truly christened by the time you've got back to it. I don't know what it is about Worcester and Taunton, but a lot of seagulls about there.
Well, they're both on rivers, aren't they?
Yeah. Pennington in again. And bowls down the leg side, 4 runs. Was it bat or pad? It was deflected away quickly down the leg side by Lees for a boundary. He moves on to 14, 22 without loss. Runs coming quickly as we expected. Yeah, and of course the other thing is, we're referencing cricket grounds, and the end of a day's play when they swoop in for the tee, there's always lots of rich pickings, lots of trays of half-eaten chips and remnants of sandwiches and heaven knows what else. What are you looking for?
The Blammer is about to make an entrance.
Do they call it a tamperer?
Tamperer.
Tamperer. The ground staff anyway, ready to come on and do some running repairs at this end. We've got Richard Marshall with a brush and a spade. This is turned on the leg side of single. Is it a spade or a shovel, Martin, he's got, do you think?
He's got a little sort of trowel thing. What do you call them? Like an edging tool.
And
what do you call those things? Like a little edging.
yeah, you do.
Yeah. Two gardening experts with you this afternoon.
Gardening Today, brought to you by the BBC.
Yeah. What do you call those things?
Well, the way it was held initially, I thought it was a spade or a shovel, but it isn't. It's a thing of a purpose.
Is it a hoe? Not a hoe. Is it a hoe?
When is a hoe not a hoe? When we're trying to describe it. McKinney just dismisses this ball from his presence. Late cut through the offside and away for 4, and clatters into the hover cover, and Richard Marshall has to put down his tool that we don't know what it is, and also the brush.
It's a Dutch rake.
Is it a Dutch
it's
rake?
It's a Dutch
I've
hoe
never
rake.
heard of such a thing. Anyhow, we're going to see what it's required for. We've got the big lad coming on with the tamperer, and Richard Marshall with his bustling run makes his way out to the middle with that. Yeah, I would say it's used for edging. Anyhow,
some good gardening tool sets on Amazon.
If you strike oil, I want shares in it. He's making a right old mess of this.
I'll have to dig it out with that little edging thing. And then
stand by for a 45-minute delay, folks.
Yeah.
We had the bail that wouldn't come off on the first. Oh, we've got a child. A child streaker just came running on, and parent quick to grab. Where have you gone, you little so-and-so? Away from the Fox Road side of the ground, there's a green blazered steward just looking on.
God, there's some amazing devices on here that I can't imagine anyone would ever
There we
need.
go. There's Richard with the tamperer.
Yeah.
Get down there, get down, get down. If you're watching the live stream, you'll see all the action. But stand by for a 45-minute delay. We had the bail that wouldn't come off on day one. We had we had Sprinkler Gate yesterday morning, and now we've got get down, Shep.
Could be called a digging hoe.
What, the one that we didn't know what it was?
Yeah. What is that?
27 without loss. Steve Burks has done well here, the head groundsman. He's sent out his trusty deputies to do this. Will that do, ump? Will that do, lads? If that's the best you can do, Richard, yeah, it will. No, he's made a fabulous job of that. Just tidies up his mess after him like all good labourers. There we go. We'll send you the bill in the post.
I'm going to go for digging hoe or edging hoe. That's what it is.
All satisfactory, and it'll be Fergus O'Neill, having been kept waiting, about to deliver the next ball.
Here he comes, and there's loads of dust comes up as he pulls that one. It's gone to tongue at mid-on. Yeah, it's one of those digging things with a semicircle shaped head.
That's described it beautifully.
Yeah.
You had a visitor in the tea interval, didn't you? The gentleman that found
Mr. Marshall. Yeah.
Said he found you funny.
Played by Lees too. Mid-wicket there to Ahmed, no run.
I asked if he'd got the right room.
Yeah. I think he said the issue was that my humour's too clever for you. You just being a village lad and all that.
I'm not sure if lad is the right word that came after village.
27 for none, deficit 174. This ball played by Lees up to Hamid at mid-off, along the ground, no run. Yeah, his son lives in Gosforth and was a local councillor until recently, so I'd been doing a story over that way, and I'd spoken to a number of local councils a few weeks ago, because there's a street in Jesmond. There's 51 terraced houses in this street, Sunbury Avenue, and there's only 2 that remain family properties. The rest are all student accommodation. Lees defends this one, rolls back up towards the bowler's end. So there's a family who'd been living there for 30 odd years. The kids have all grown up and moved away, so they've been trying to sell their house, but nobody wants to buy it because of all the student properties either side. So they then thought, right, if you can't beat them, join them. So they applied for planning permission to change their house into a house of multi-occupancy with 5 or 6 rooms, and they got the planning permission. So there'll now only be 2 families left in the street. O'Neill bowls. That's flicked off the legs by Lees. He was slightly off balance there, but he's played it off towards the square leg boundary. He gets 2 runs, takes him on to 17. Durham 29 for none. Do you think the grass is slightly shorter on that end of the square now or not? Or do you think it still looks as fluffy as it was?
There was one that stopped this morning out there.
I suppose there'll be parts of Nottingham that are similar to that, are they? Jesmond's very popular with students now in Newcastle. Streets in Durham where every house is a student house now. There's West Bridgeford is quite studenty, isn't it, around this area? O'Neill bowling to Lees. Just
I said it
on a length.
like I know. How do I know? Just
Because you live here?
I don't. I'm just a simple lad.
What's the student areas of Nottingham then? Where would people... Clifton?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just a simple lad, you know that.
Yeah.
29 without loss. Durham in their second dig, trailing by 172 runs. Alex Lee's 17. Ben McKinney has 10. Be all eyes on Emilio Gay when he comes out to bat at the fall of his first wicket, whenever that is. 'Cause he'll be on a pair. Maybe the only one that has missed out in the match. Will Rhodes, what did he get? Just 10. But generally, most have had good fortune with the bat. Here's Pennington going round the wicket to McKinney. Plays this to mid-on and there's no run.
You think about how much it costs to go to uni now. It was about £9 a year for your course, and then take out a student loan. The kids I was talking to, paying about £125 a week for a room in a multi-occupancy house. It's an awful lot of money to leave university having racked up, isn't it?
And again comes Dylan Pennington. Nice looking shot, but Pennington fields off his own bowling. And there's no run.
I didn't go to uni. You didn't go to uni, did you?
No.
No.
I went to South Queen and Country.
Yeah, and I looked and saw the quickest route into journalism that I could possibly go without having to do a degree. And I went straight to journalism college from sixth form college, and I was working on a newspaper when I was 18.
Pennington. Balls again. McKinney digs it out, punches it up to Hamid at wideish mid-off. 3 slips, Lyndon James at first, Freddie McCann at second, and Matthew Montgomery fielding at third slip. Montgomery played nicely today and last night for his 75. Did the spade work last night, really kept Durham at bay and then profited this morning. Producer Kirsty said she didn't go to uni. I don't think she's had any form of university at all.
Did she go to school?
That's it. I don't think she had any education. Oh, this one nearly gets through. Don't know where the ball's gone.
It's gone for 4, is it? Where is it? Oh no, the keeper's
Joe
got
Clark's got it. Nobody knew where the ball had gone.
Came right off the toe of the bat there. That pitched and never got up. And McKinney nearly got bowled and somehow managed to get the toe of the bat on it. Nervous moment for him there. Tell you what we haven't mentioned, Dave.
What haven't we mentioned, Martin?
Your television appearance in the winter on BBC One.
It's not always all about me.
Not always.
This is dug out on the offside. But there was me, Tom Jones and Leona Lewis.
Yeah.
Live from the Royal Albert Hall.
I thought Crime Watch had finished, but
yes, it was an absolute honour to be at the Royal Festival of Remembrance at Royal Albert Hall and have a front row seat and have the roving cameraman right in front of me.
I got very high pitched and excited. I said to the girls, "There's Price! How's he got in there?"
Pennington bowls. And, this is kept out. Runs to backward point. There's no run. Yeah, a year or two of trying to get.
I presume you're just walking past and found a door open round the back, did you?
Yeah. Popped a suit on. Chucked a couple of medals on and made my way in. And then the next morning, I'd been asked if I wanted to go on the march, the march of the former servicemen past the cenotaph, past the King and Prince William and all the other members of the royal family and all the prime ministers. It was a long morning on the old tootsies. My feet were ready for a sit down, but it's nice to have done it.
It was a nice morning though, because we were at the cenotaph in Whitburn and it was a lovely crisp autumn morning.
Nice to have done it.
Tick that one off your list then.
Yeah.
O'Neill, right arm round, Ratcliffe lower end, bowling here to. Well, interesting. There's nothing from the bowler there. The appeals came from the slip cord and looked quite wide of off stump as well. Lee's on strike. So you go in a ballot, do you? Do you have to enter online or something, or what do you do?
You've got to. You've either got to be a member of the a former member of the forces or a member of the British Legion. Well, I ticked both. Ticked both those boxes. Joined the British Legion when I came out. Been a member ever since.
O'Neill bowls, played by Lee's up to tongue at mid on, no run.
But for years we sort of had it on, and my good lady, I do like that, and sometimes, understandably there's really sad stories to be told.
Yeah, I think it's a very emotive watch, isn't it?
It brings tears to the eyes, and for a year or two, I'd quite like to go to that. I'd like to go to that. So I thought I'd better do something about it.
O'Neill appeals. Lees is quite a long way down the track there, and that's hit him in the pads. And O'Neill gives up on the appeal halfway through and stares at the heavens, so maybe there was a bit of bat in it as well.
At the end, you see on television, just as it's finishing, all the millions and millions of tissue poppies come down. We've got pockets full of them. Go get some. We better get some of them, and grabbing them as they fall in and stuffing the pockets. And she's made a little, put them all in a frame. And
oh, now that's worth a shout. That's the end of Lee's LBW. He played and missed at a ball that angled in, stayed low. He's played around it, and O'Neill straight away felt that was a big moment, and they went off to celebrate. Now what's happening here? Is something being said? Is Lee's going off or not? He seems to have stopped for a moment there, but umpires have gone for a chat. It was LBW, wasn't it? Yeah, the bails are still on.
Yeah. He likes a celebration, Fergus O'Neill. He was down the other end celebrating. Alex Lee's marching off with the gait of somebody who isn't overly enamoured with something, either the decision or a word or just sheer disappointment. But he's gone.
Unless he thinks he hit it.
Yeah, well, he was at the crease for half an hour, 23 balls and 1-4. He may have done, he may not have done. It's one of those that we'll never know. You just can't tell. I was going to say with the naked eye. We're going to see a replay of it now, watching the live stream. Was it outside the line? Yeah.
See it again. No.
You don't forget the chance to see it again. Kirsty, it'd be nice to pop another replay on as and when you can. We were otherwise occupied then. I know there has been a replay, just sort of half caught the end of it, but if we can get another look. Fergus O'Neill gets his 6th wicket of the match, and Durham have lost their skipper, and it's 29 for 1. And here is Emilio Gay on a pair. Took a couple of catches in the Nottinghamshire innings. Ben Slater down at long leg. And he also snaffled up Farhan Ahmed at third slip this morning. 29 for 1. There's the score. So roughly...
Here's the replay again, I think. It's from the other side this time. It's above the knee roll, isn't it? It's hit him on above the knee.
Yeah, the first look I wasn't entirely sure if it wasn't outside the line, but I think that one confirms it wasn't outside the line. It didn't look a bad shout. Umpire Nigel Long sent him on his way. Anyhow, it won't be reversed.
So, Durham are a man down and they're 172 runs behind. As Emilio Gay faces O'Neill, edges it along the floor. It's bounced off the shins of second slip. And Gay's looking for a single there, but he's told to stay where he is by McKinney. So there are still 22.1 overs to go today. O'Neill in again. And he's cleaned Gay right up. Off stump has gone. Never got anywhere near the pitch of the ball. And now this is going to be a real test of what Durham are made of here, because they are 2 down. They're 172 behind. Gay's got a pair, has he? Yeah, he's got a pair. And now there are still, did I say 20 overs to go today? So Notts could inflict a bit of damage this evening, and Durham just have to get somebody in the middle and batten down the hatches again.
Totally, it could be home tonight. What did you say? On your bike?
I don't think that'll happen today.
It's O'Neill on the replay. Oh, he's lost his off stump. Good bit of bowling. Emilio Gay will have better days in Durham colours, but this hasn't been necessarily one of them. Out for a pair. Not his debut. He played a couple of games last year, didn't he? When he was technically, or when he was officially on loan from Northants, but. Won't remember this particular visit to Trent Bridge. Bowled O'Neill, naught, second ball.
Well, in the evening sunshine, here's Colin Ackerman. Got a century in the first innings. Was bowled on 80, but the bail popped up and then popped back into its groove again. He's got a job to do for Durham this afternoon. They did lose in that first innings 2 quick wickets in McKinney and Gay on the first day. This time it's Lees and Gay. Can they put a rescue mission together here?
So it's the end of the over. Dylan Pennington to see if he can get his first wicket of the Durham second innings. He'll be bowling to McKinney, who's on 10. Pennington bowls, and the big, tall McKinney leans forward and defends. Lots of got the breakthrough they were after, with a lovely bit of bowling from Fergus O'Neill. 5 for 81 in the first innings. He's currently on 2 for 11 second time round. 29 for 2. Pennington bowls. McKinney plays it up to mid-on. Simon Trafford says, does Joe Clark always keep without pads? Surely he's got pads on underneath.
He'll have the little shinny type pads on underneath, hasn't he? Has he got any on or not?
Do you know what? I'm just having a look on the binoculars.
He might have football shin pads on or something.
Well, you've got binoculars there as well. You have a look. I can't see any. Here comes Pennington. To bowl to McKinney. Hits him on the pad, would have gone down the leg side. I thought there was a thing about being properly attired and what have you. I can't see any, even with the binoculars. That's a good shout, Simon. What do you think?
It's difficult to see if there's any shape under there, but you might just have some sort of like football shin pads on, I don't know. I did wonder that in the first innings, you know.
Yeah,
I was looking at him thinking his pads are small.
Yeah, me as well. I thought they were underneath his flannels and didn't make anything of it. But now Simon points it out. Get the binoculars on him and have a good look. 29 for 2. Next ball is pushed up to wideish mid-off and there's no run. If we knew our regulations like we should do, the laws of the game. I did think the wicket-keeper was supposed to be properly attired. I mean, we have seen...
I don't think they have to, because I remember, was it Northants a few seasons ago in the T20 where the keeper actually took the pads off and it was a very tight game and he went and stood as a sort of fly slip?
I think it was Worcestershire, wasn't it? Was it not Ben Cox when he was at Worcestershire? 29 for 2. Pennington bowls again and McKinney grateful once again to keep it out. There will be far wiser people out there than you and I if you're able to shed any light on it. Mark the Mod, you can always shed a light on something from Sevenoaks. Decent attack for Notts this year, Dave. Can we dream of a top half finish? Dream
this
away.
one, yeah, you might just be settling on a draw here.
29 for 2. Pennington bowls and that's a little bit fortuitous for McKinney, driving or attempting to drive on the offside, drags it onto leg, gets a single, he'll keep strike. T says our man of vigour, looking like a very special signing indeed. Thank you, T. End of the over, 30 for 2. Did wonder, didn't we, halfway through the first day, if he'd done a calf or a hamstring or a fetlock or something, and might need a bit of a sit down, but he kept going and kept going and kept going.
Saying you're not forced to wear pads, but it's advisable to wear pads. 21 overs left today. You're listening to BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle, around the world on the BBC Cricket website. 30 for 2 Durham, 171 behind. O'Neill starts a new over, bowling here to McKinney, who's leaning a long way forward, plays that into the ground. It goes off the bottom corner of the bat along the floor to third slip. Lots of noise among the Notts players who are right up for this at the minute. Certainly been there day to day.
How's it? Who said it was a...
McKinney forward to that one. Dot ball. Yeah, she wrote a book about her great uncle being in a bomber crew in the Second World War and got some of his diaries, and there was still one of the crew members who was still alive who she managed to interview down Huddersfield Way. And one of the side stories to this was when they weren't on bombing raids over the Ruhr or wherever, they were sent out on secret missions to lay sea mines along the French coast and the Danish coast and Norway and whatnot. In comes O'Neill. That's through to the keeper. And they called it the sort of forgotten war because these were dangerous missions and the Germans had lots of artillery barges up the coast, you know. So she spent a long time researching all of that, and the latest book's about laying the sea mines.
Very good.
I need to buy a copy, actually. In comes O'Neill, bowling to McKinney. Full length ball there. McKinney plays it away back towards the bowler's end. Chris is listening to us while cycling home from Pickering, making the most of a backwind, and it looks like a beautiful evening in the countryside in North Yorkshire there.
Move over. Move over to the side of the road. A couple this morning out in their lycra, blocking the middle of the road.
It's defended on a length by McKinney, where they're more than entitled to be. Don't start going on about road tax, because Winston Churchill abolished the road tax in 1935 because he felt too many motorists believed the road was theirs and had a sense of entitlement because of road tax, so he got rid of it, and instead vehicle excise duty was born. O'Neill to McKinney, played up to Hamid, whose hat flies off his head again. I mean, he wasn't even really going very fast there, and it blew off his head.
Hat in one
It's hardly any
direction,
wind.
sunglasses in the other.
Maybe it's a comedy act. He's got a little sort of fan on his head that blows it off every few minutes for a laugh.
Dear, oh dear. Sort it out, Haas. It's going to be Pennington to continue. He must be getting close to seeing a bowling change.
That's
Both had 5 apiece so far.
That's what the books call the invisible campaign, because most people didn't know it was going on during the war.
Applause for Fergus O'Neill from the lower portion of the Radcliffe Road stand. Is down below us at long leg, getting an appreciative clap from the fans and the supporters down below us. 30 for 2. Here comes Pennington. Bowls quickly and lifted uppishly into the offside, but in the gap will get just a single. That was Ackerman, by the way, getting off the mark. 31 for 2. Brings McKinney back onto strike. There's I think there's 1 or 2 topless gentlemen now in the Fox Road stand, just enjoying the late afternoon sunshine. Really does look to be a bit of a sun trap over there.
Yeah.
Make yourself comfortable, lads.
I think there'll be a few people going back to work tomorrow who will be slightly redder in the skin there than they were when they left work on Friday.
They won't be going to work. They'll be coming back here in the morning to have a look at this. 31 for 2. Pennington round the wicket. Bowling to the left-handed McKinney down the leg side. Clark's caught that. And Pennington's celebrating and very quickly dies down. McKinney didn't do anything to make me think he hadn't hit it, because he turned and took a couple of steps in that direction, but was just out going on a little walk. I think it was Chris Broad famously in an international did that, and the umpire thought, oh well, if he's walking, I'll put the finger up, and gave him out. You have to be careful as a batter if you're prone to going off in a little walk, just that you don't walk towards the pavilion. It was down the leg side. It was well taken by Clark. There was an appeal, but eventually not given. This next one keeps low.
That's happened twice from that end, hasn't it? There's a dead spot round there somewhere, roughly where that blammer was a few minutes ago.
Yes, bowling at that sort of pace, you want a nice, true, even bounce, and anything that is out of the ordinary either pops on you or, like that one, just scuttles along the ground a little bit, is going to cause you some grief. McKinney was pleased that it was 6 inches outside the off stump and not a little straighter. Here comes Pennington to bowl again to the young left-hander, who gets solidly behind this one and blocks it.
Mervyn Hardy's emailed, simply put, the best team will win this one. And then he says, a special mention for Mr. Bracegirdle being so unbiased in his coverage.
See, I don't know, is there an emoji at the end of that?
No, there isn't. I don't know which way to take that.
No, I don't. I try and see the good in everybody, Martin, even you. 31 for 2. Do enjoy our matches, do enjoy watching Durham. I think Matty Potts has been exceptional. 1 or 2 others. Ackerman played well. This is steered into the offside. If we do get a little carried away when one side or the other gets on top and we see some good cricket, we'll probably say it, but we don't want to be too blinkered and one-eyed. 31 for 2. Mandy's been in touch. What a start of the season for Lyndon James. Just seen the score. My cheer was heard throughout the house. Thank you, Mandy.
So which pub is she in the?
Yeah, throughout the public house.
Throughout the 3 bells.
31 for 2. Next ball is pushed into the offside. I was talking about a pub we used to go in when we first joined the RAF down in South Wales, called it was the 3 Bells, but of course all the witty, whimsical RAF servicemen called the 3 Bells the Clangers. That was the usual thing. We're going down the Clangers for one after work and all that. The Clangers.
Where was that? Where were you based?
It was at RAF St Athan in South Wales, near Barry. What's occurring near
That
Barry?
became a city recently, didn't it, St Athan? Is that right?
No, that's just a little tiny. No, there is a St David's.
Somewhere very small in Wales.
St Asaph.
Asaph.
St Asaph. Yeah, no. St Athan is the RAF camp.
We stayed in a little bungalow in Anglesey 4 or 5 years ago, and that was right next to RAF Valley.
That's it. 31 for 2.
O'Neill bowling here to Ackerman, who's on 1. Played close in on the offside to Hamid along the floor.
And Prince William serve there. The search and rescue helicopters there, I think.
Yeah. I was playing golf once at Morpeth, which is a coastal course which goes out on a spit of land out into the sea, and there were some practice flights going on, and they were having a dog fight above us. But I don't think those jets are based there anymore now. I think it's just little Piper Cherokees and things like that. O'Neill in. Oh, is that out or not? I don't think he hit it. He's played and missed it. There wasn't a noise. I didn't hear anything. It was certainly close enough to be thinking of an appeal, but there was no noise. I think he just played and missed it. It might have gone between bat and pad there.
We saw this a couple of times with Durham bowling, didn't we? Matthew Potts a couple of times ran down the other end, celebrated, and they just couldn't believe that a wicket hadn't been given.
That one swings away off the seam and is taken by the keeper, who I can certainly say, looking at him front on here through the binoculars, he doesn't appear to have any shin guards on or anything.
No. Hampshire have got the first win in Division 1. Hampshire have defeated Yorkshire by 5 wickets, set to score 140 odd. They've got there.
That's cut by Ackerman. Slows down on that vast expanse of fluffy square on the Fox Road side of the ground. He gets 2 runs.
So Hampshire for the time being top of the table, Yorkshire for the time being bottom of the table. Who got them home? Tom Prescott 57, but was out. Liam Dawson 22, not out at the end. Hampshire are the first winners in Division 1 this year, beating Yorkshire by 5 wickets.
O'Neill bowls to Ackerman. He goes for a quick single off towards point. Hamid has a fire at the stumps and misses. 2 players are on their backsides trying to back up and stop the ball. Ackerman moves on to 4. McKinney on strike now in 11. 34 for 2. Trailed by 167. We've got 18.1 overs to go, so a fraction over an hour.
Surrey are being hammered at Chelmsford. They're 357 for 9. The South Africans got 4 wickets. Surrey trail by 225. So very interesting if Essex can quickly get that final wicket and then make a decision on whether to enforce the follow-on.
O'Neill round the wicket. Bowls to McKinney. That's the end of the over as he plays that safely up to mid-off. No run there. Jack Haynes fields the ball. If Hampshire have won and they've gone top, I'm turning my mobile off. It's Kevin James. You only ever hear from Kevin James when things are going well for Hampshire. He appeared on our Zoom meeting the other day about the cricket season, and everybody thought he was on a cruise ship. He was sitting in the atrium at Hampshire's ground.
Still going to be Pennington. 6 overs, none for 20 for him. Comes in to bowl to Ackerman. Hit this.
Oh, get after that.
Crisply down the ground for 4. Just momentarily, I thought it hit it uppishly towards mid-on, but it was much straighter than that, and certainly no opportunity for anybody to, let alone catch it, even stop it. A lovely shot from the first day Centurion. Ackerman moves on to 8, 38 for 2. Start of the 13th over. Durham Still trail by 163 as Dylan Pennington bowls again to Ackerman, and he's going to get another boundary here, this time just chopping it down to third man for 4. Matt Henry from BBC Sport Online is with us for this match. He's been quietly sunbathing for most of the afternoon, but we've dragged him inside.
I did just spend, 10 overs or so outside watching just then. It's, nice. A lovely evening and some good, again, high quality opening bowling. We haven't even seen Josh Tongue yet either, have we? So Durham are by no means out of the woods once they see off these two.
Yes, I think a little rusty is the term being used to Tong's first in. Oh, and this is 3 in a row now for Ackerman, and again it's gone down to third man for 4. Not sure that one was as deliberately played as the previous one. That might have been a touch edgy, but it doesn't matter. 4 runs the same, so 4-4-4 at the start of this over.
Rattling along now.
I just wonder if Tong, off the back of scoring some good runs, might go a little better in the second innings with the ball. Might be chock full of confidence, and it might just be his turn to pick up a couple of wickets when he first comes on.
Yeah, I thought he bowled good balls
Yeah.
in the first innings, but he just lacked the consistency, didn't he? He was hit.
It took time to get into his spells, but once he did, there were signs of what we know he can do, or what we knew he could do from a couple of years ago. This over not going the way that Dylan Pennington would have wanted. A straight drive for 4, and then 2 run down to the vacant third man area. Figures damaged, none for 32. Comes in again to Ackerman, who's started brightly. Pushes this back to the bowler. Lee's out for 17. Emilio Gate out for a two-ball duck to complete a pair.
Faced a total of 10 balls for no runs in this game.
Could we work out what Lees was staring back towards the Nottinghamshire players when he after he was dismissed?
I don't know.
No, there was that, and there's
The
also
2 umpires went to talk, so I wasn't sure if there was something going on and he was going to be recalled.
good delivery this time, sent down by Pennington. The other thing, I don't know if you've been in the room whilst we've been discussing the wicket-keeper. Doesn't appear to have many pads on.
Yeah, I heard you mention it. I was trying to look myself, and it doesn't look like he is he?
No, we've had the binoculars. There's absolutely no sign of any bulges or straps at the back or anything.
I wonder if he'll put some on if the spinner does come on. You'd think so.
Made a strong stuff, Joe Clark. 46 for 2. Pennington bowls to him. And, he doesn't. He bowls to Ackerman. Ackerman pushes it in the offside. Seba Mead fields the ball without losing his floppy sonat on this occasion. End of the over. And we've got 17 overs to go on day 3. 96 overs our allocation for tomorrow.
He must have metal shins. I think they've got a puncture in that
The hover
big
cover.
inflatable thing, what they wrap the hover covers around. Keep inflating it every now and then with a leaf blower. O'Neill, Ratcliffe Road end, driven back to him by McKinney along the Floyd as well to stop that though. Coming into, just before you, that little village you come through before you head down towards the National Water Sports Centre, and they're building a whole new housing estate there on the left.
Radcliffe on Trent.
Right. There was a guy yesterday morning when I was coming in with a leaf blower, and he was trying to blow all the mud off the path and just created a massive mud storm. It was just dust everywhere. O'Neill with a short one out towards, lost by Farhan Ahmed. He lost it to the sun. It bounced just in front of him. It's gone for 4. He was out at deep mid-wicket. They'd obviously planted him out there for a cunning plan, but he's staring right back towards the sun there, and he didn't have a clue where the ball was.
The yelps have catch it, weren't they? I think
I just don't think he could pick it up. And it landed right next to him, didn't it? McKinney with a little bit of a life there. He's on 15, Ackerman 16, partnership 21, 50 for 2 Durham. They trail by 151.
Ben Slater's had about 6 years of fielding on that side of the ground, and he's got sunglasses on, but he's managed to get on the other side of the ground.
Next ball to McKinney, turned off towards fine leg for 1 run. Ball rolls up towards the pavilion end of the ground. So 13.2 overs for the 50 to come up.
I can tell you there wasn't much sympathy when Lees was lingering or staring back towards the Nottinghamshire players from the locals here. A shout of, I think it was, check the newspaper tomorrow morning, lad. Don't know what he was looking or waiting around or grumbling about, but yeah, they were not very sympathetic.
Let's play a nice shot, you'll get a nice round of applause, but a bit of a grumble or a moan or any signs of dissent or argument, and you'll be told which way the changing rooms are.
O'Neill balls, played back to him by Ackerman. I remember a game at Chesterfield in 2017, and Billy Godalman edged the ball to gully and was caught by Graham Clark, and he argued the ball hadn't to every. It was very early in his innings. O'Neill balls, as is played off towards the covers, and then he went on to get into the 90s. He was on something like 92 when he got bowled, and as he was walking off the pitch, one of the Durham members walked up to him and said, "You were definitely out that time." And Billy doesn't care. The amount of times I've heard Fletch saying that on air over the years, Billy doesn't care. He doesn't care what people think. Put an extra slip in here now. 4 slips for Colin Ackerman as O'Neill comes in, right arm over. And that's gone in the opposite direction through the covers. It slows on that square again. Hamid chases it, and as he always does, fields with his hat somewhere else. And his sunglasses are 20 yards away from him now. So Durham have brought the deficit down to within 150. They're now 148 behind at 53 for 2, and there's an hour's worth of play to go. Quotes of brackets in theory, close brackets, because 16 overs remain today. So on that basis, you'd think they'd finish around about 20 to 7, but then Brace is convinced there'll be an extra half hour because Notts will be so on top then. The game will finish today.
Lyndon James, if he hadn't already made a contribution today, now going to get a chance to add to his 125 runs with a spell with the ball.
Out there 4 hours, wasn't he, for his innings?
Had a life on 122.
Steepler.
Eventually fell for 125. Last out. Thought they might have given Farhan Ahmed an early look.
Lyndon James then, on the back of that century, down the leg side to start. He's in credit for the day, but that's not the best of starts, and Joe Clark has to skip to his right to take that down the leg side.
Mervyn Hardy's been back on. I mentioned there's possibly a slow puncture in the big tube on the Hovermoor. They keep reinflating. He says the Durham batting has a puncture too, but I'm hoping it's a slow one.
Drag it out. See Josh Tongue just doing a couple of stretches there at mid-on, so it might be a double change again. McKinney on strike, and he just defends back up the pitch to James with his right arm. A decent, he's not quick. He's the all-rounder in this team, but he's inaccurate enough there, better than the first delivery at least, when he's there and thereabouts and can nip it, would be how you'd describe him.
Sorry, all out for 365. They are 217 behind, so wait and see whether the follow-on is enforced or not.
McKinney waits and then drives this one from James, and he's found the gap in the offside. It's not going to have enough to get to the boundary, but he will get back for a couple as Fergus O'Neill. Is that Fergus O'Neill? No, Dylan Pennington, I think. Fields. McKinney on to 18 now, 55 for 2 Durham, 146 behind.
I suspect there isn't really time for Essex to bat and then shove Surrey in again tomorrow. You probably want to get him in this evening, try and get amongst the wickets again.
How are you feeling, Sam? Will be how they're looking at it as Sam Cook, I reckon. Oh, McKinney drives and misses this one outside off stump. Fortunate not to nick that one behind.
Well, Harmer's had a long bowl, got 4 of the wickets, and I think every bit as much depends on him as Sam Cook and Jamie Porter.
I think a lot of teams don't enforce the follow-on now, but if they want to give themselves as much time as they can, they should get them back in today.
Yeah.
You know, you get another 3 or 4 wickets down tonight, maybe.
Got to take your chances against Surrey, haven't you? You've got to strike when you're on top, strike that blow. This one's tugged off the hip by McKinney. James loses line again, and it's gone out of our sight, but the thud tells you that that's hit the advertising boards down below us. And 4 to the total. McKinney into the 20s, 22 from 50 balls. Durham to 59 for 2.
Weymouth Pie has messaged on Blue Sky. Watching the stream from sunny Weymouth. Good to hear you and Dave again. Exciting finish in prospect. And I'm looking forward to our club season starting in a few weeks and shouting the bowler's name and being none the wiser when an incoherent shout comes back across the field.
James to finish is over to McKinney. Stands with his bat raised behind him and then just comes onto the front foot to defend solidly to cover. It's the end of the over, 59 for 2.
I've not been to Weymouth, but I have flown over it because it's down near Portland Bill. But,
it's a long way from the northeast.
Yeah, our colleague Matt Newsom, who was the northeast sports writer for BBC Online and used to do the odd Durham game with me, he's now the BBC's rugby league commentator. One of his first jobs, he worked as a news reporter in the BBC's Weymouth office. So I think that patch probably would have been heavy with sailing stories. That's where the British sailing team are based. A friend of mine from Sunderland, John Roberts, used to be the captain of a sonar yacht in the Paralympics, and he used to commute to and fro from Sunderland down to Weymouth. O'Neill's going to stay on here, so this is his 8th over. He's taken 2 for 21. That just does a little bit too much there. That was a length ball, and he just moved away from Colin Ackerman and past the off stump to the keeper.
It's all the naughty shouts I've heard from club fields when the scorers shout that bowler's name. F.S. Truman, A.M.E. Roberts. Go back and find all sorts of names written in the scorebook.
That's driven by Ackerman. It might go for 4. Hamid's chasing it. Minus his hat. He's gone all the way down to this near corner of the ground. He stopped it with about a yard to spare. They run 3 instead. Ackerman up to 21, McKinney on 22. Partnership 33. 62 for 2 Durham, so they're now 139 behind. That time, Hamid's hat ended up about 50 yards from it.
I don't know.
Maybe
they don't know why he's wearing it.
Maybe his brill cream might be just a little bit too greasy for it to stay on. You know?
Has he got a strange shaped head? Is that what it is? It doesn't.
You're the
suit
second
a
one
cap
today
or
to
a-
say that.
Ah, sorry.
No, Martin was the other. I mean,
It's a pertinent question, isn't it? O'Neill around the wicket to McKinney. McKinney plays that up to mid-off. Ball.
I can't recall him in a floppy sun hat before. I'm sure he has worn them, but I can't
It
recall
does
him.
look very big, man.
But it's always the cap, and for the last 5 years I've been saying that cap doesn't fit. But you know, once you are awarded your county cap, that's it. That's your county cap. But
So it's the opposite to if the cap fits.
well, if you remember when he signed in 2020, the COVID year, he had really long hair. It was a toss-up between him and Finn Hudson-Prentice, as who had the longest hair in the county championship.
Oh, that's gone away down the leg side past the keeper. It's heading up towards the boundary in front of the pavilion, and it's gone for 4. 4-leg buys.
I know a year or two later, Rory Burns very much got into that conversation, and then Haas had his cut a lot shorter. But you just wonder if the hat he was given was because of all the hair he had got in 2020, and it doesn't necessarily apply now. But his hat his cap, I should say, never stays on when he runs, and the floppy sun hat's exactly the same.
2 balls left of this 16th over. McKinney stands firm to that delivery, plays it back to the bowler.
As I mentioned on a couple of days ago on Friday, I chatted to Ben McKinney earlier in the week. you're aware that he appears in an episode of a Netflix series. I'll let you guess which one it is. Martin, Ben McKinney.
Sun Until I Die.
Correct. Yeah, there's the fly on the wall documentary about Sunderland. You see him celebrating halfway through with his dad.
Final ball of the over. McKinney plays it to... Oh, this is overthrows. That's really poor, that, from the... Not skipper. Nobody was watching there as well. He got the ball. McKinney ran for a gentle single, but he decided to hurl it towards the keeper's end, and no, there wasn't anybody there. Everybody sort of turned their back, and it's ran off the field for 4 overthrows. Not good cricket.
Lost his hat as well. You can't beat a 5 if you're a batter, especially if it gets you off the mark. A little push and run and shy at the stumps gives you an early 5.
Or gets you to a century in your final ever test match at the Oval, like Alistair Cook.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
James to continue. McKinney on strike after that 5. Clips this one off his pads out to deep mid-wicket. Just a single there to the short boundary. 72 for 2.
It's always one of those as well, when they say he's got his 50 with 7 fours and so on. Is that 5 included or not? Has it gone in there or not?
The ball has gone to the boundary. Not off your bat. It had stopped before getting there. That's a good question.
Tony Sweeney says, afternoon, Marty. Migrated to your match after watching us online, brackets Yorkshire, going down at Southampton.
Ackerman waits for James. This one beats the outside edge. Ackerman probably try and say he's pulled his hands inside the line of that one.
Going down at Southampton, or just going down?
Oh,
early for that talk.
I know. It's very premature, that. Looking forward to a first visit for quite a few years to Chesney Street over Easter, and please ensure similar weather. I think when Durham were at Southampton last year, I stayed at Fareham down near Gosport.
Ackerman lets this one go outside off stump from James.
And it's at the top of the estuary, so I cycled down the estuary one day and it ended up right opposite the Royal Naval Dockyard at Portsmouth Harbour, with a massive aircraft carrier. And I think it's been in a documentary on the BBC recently. HMS Queen Elizabeth or Prince of Wales, one of the two. But I could get from Fareham to the ground quicker than I could have done if I'd been staying in the centre of Southampton, because that ground at Southampton is nowhere near the city, is it? It's miles out of town.
James for the 4th ball of this over is on the pads this time, or on the stumps. Ackerman defends up to mid-on. I was mentioning to you over our lunch, wasn't it, Martin, that I stayed in the bubble, the COVID bubbles of 2020.
Yeah.
This hotel that's at the ground at Southampton. We all got for the Test match series in the Test matches against Pakistan, and then the white ball series against Ireland, I think it was, where myself and the TMS team, we kind of had to get our COVID tests and then stay in the hotel at the ground for a good 6 days for a Test match. Ackerman pulls this one. It's over the head of mid-wicket. He's going to get 4 for it. It's a good shot. It was in the air, but comfortably over that fielder at mid-wicket. He was in quite close there. Ackerman's boundary takes him to 25 and Durham to 76 for 2.
They had the World Test Championship there as well at that time.
That one. That was a year later, wasn't it? I think 2021 was the Test Championship final. Was
that India and Australia?
New Zealand beat them, India going in as big favourites, but New Zealand turned them over. And it was a very thing I remember about that game was a fair bit of rain, not as much as there was the Pakistan Test the previous summer, where there's pretty much 3 days worth of rain in Southampton. Ackerman edges this one, but into that gap again that he's found a couple of times, and the race is on to stop the ball, and Farn Ahmed has flicked it back, and I think he's done well there. And he's managed to keep that to 2, which, given the ball's gone all the way to the boundary, he's done very well. That's the end of the over.
It was around about that time when India hired Durham's ground for 2 or 3 weeks and made that a secure training base, and they played an England county 11.
Yeah. Would that be the warm-up game?
Did you cover that brace or not? Did you come up to Chester Street with Kevin Howells and do that one?
Yes. Hamid got a century, Speaking of Hamid, Simon Trafford, the club photographer, says, apparently, and I don't know who knows this, apparently Asib Hamid had the smallest head in the England squad. Thank you, Simon. Josh Tongue's coming on to bowl, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes, that was all very strange behind closed doors game. The first class counties 11. James Rue, the Somerset keeper, made his first class debut. I think Aspinwall, the Lancashire player, is taking a lot of wickets. I think he made his debut as well. One or two more, but there was a strong Nottinghamshire contingent. Asiba Mead got 100, which got him back into the England fold. Lyndon James played, Liam Patterson-White played.
So I think India had all the families were over as well, weren't they? Is that right?
Yeah.
I think that would have boosted the local economy, especially catering teams and whatnot that would have been needed.
Well, Virat Kohli didn't play in that game. He sat it out, and the Durham media boys live streamed his net session one lunchtime. Got colossal figures.
Tongue bowling round the wicket here from the Radcliffe Road end to McKinney, who's on 28. Dot ball.
When I was just in the Champions Trophy earlier this year in the UAE for Dubai for India's games, obviously the number of Indian journalists that travel out there for that tournament, there was no South African journalists travelled, there was no Australian journalists travelled, and there was no New Zealand journalists travelled, the other three semi-finalists. But you get to Dubai, and the media interest obviously is so huge that the amount of journalists in there from India.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Next ball's a dot ball.
Sorry, have been made to follow on, by the way, at Chelmsford.
I remember coming downstairs at the ground in Abu Dhabi, and everybody had gone because I was late getting stuff back to England, and so I had to ring a taxi, and this taxi driver came, and the stadium's like a giant spaceship sitting in the middle of the desert, or it was then. It's probably surrounded by buildings now. And we're driving away across this Dust Bowl car park as Tongue comes in, and this is played by McKinney off towards the point boundary for a single. Takes him on to 29. Durham 79 for 2. Trail by 122.
50 partnership.
Oh, yeah. That's crept upon us, hasn't it? 50 partnership, 57 balls.
Quick one. Yeah, Ackerman's 27 from 22. Rattled along. A couple of edges in there as well.
Yes, when we went to Abu Dhabi...
I hadn't finished the story. Anyway, this taxi driver picks me up and he said, "Why are you here? What is going on in that stadium?" And I said, "I've been covering a cricket match." And he said, "Oh, that's where are you from?" And he said, "India." And he said, "Who is playing in there?" And I said, "Oh, well, Virender Sehwag's playing." As Tongue comes in now, right arm over. And the ball is pushed off towards point. And he just slammed his brakes on and did an emergency stop in the middle of the desert. And he turned back over his shoulder with this longing look in his eyes, and he said, "Virender Sehwag is here now, in there?" And I said, "Well, he was a few minutes ago. Could you take me to meet him?" And I said, "I don't think so." But the problem is, most of the people who are driving the taxis and doing a lot of the work in the United Arab Emirates are expat, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Indian. Next ball from Tongue to McKinney, played up to mid-off, no run, but they never get the chance. They hardly ever get any time off, and they maybe have Friday afternoon off, so they don't get the chance to go and watch cricket. So even if India were playing there, the crowd would probably be quite small because most of the expats are working all the time.
Yeah, the crowds, there were big crowds for India games at the Champions Trophy just gone, but a lot of those were people flying in from India to come and see.
Playing a miss there from McKinney, went back into his crease. The ball pitching just outside the line of off stump through to the keeper. What's the flight time to India from Dubai? About an hour?
A bit more than that. I think it was 2.
Couple of hours,
it was 2 hours from Lahore. No, from Karachi. So it would be another hour or so on top. About 2.5, 3. I'd say. Depends. I mean, India's a big place. Obviously, it depends where.
Well, my mate Joe Morrison, who used to work for Radio Newcastle, he got a job as a TV presenter out in Dubai, and he was basically doing the Middle Eastern version of Match of the Day. And the rights keep being bought by different rulers, so it would be beamed from Dubai one time during one rights deal, and then the next rights deal would belong to Abu Dhabi, so he would go up there, and then an Indian businessman bought them, and he was commuting to India each week to do the filming and then flying back to Dubai again.
Yeah. James again for the third over of this spell. Ackerman leaves the first ball calmly outside off stump. It goes through to Joe Clark.
What were you going to say, Bryce?
I've no idea.
Can you remember? No.
Well,
It's
yeah, similarly,
Sunday.
when Notts were there,
Yeah.
you know, I can relate to the Sayweg story because Raoul Dravid and then Sarav Ganguly played against Notts. But no, it was the lift I was going to say, because the commentary box, as you know, is a mile in the sky.
Yeah,
And the blooming lift
on
kept
the fifth
breaking.
floor.
Yeah.
Somebody told me from where we were sitting commentating to the centre of the wicket was 174 metres
Yeah.
or something.
Ackman leaves another outside off stump from James.
And like with your game, I was watching a pink ball match,
Yeah.
and it was just in twilight. It was just impossible
yeah.
to see.
Had to commentate for a good hour during twilight purely with the binoculars on, because you just had no idea where the ball was. The dusk's pretty quick there, isn't it? It's not like we get these long sort of twilight periods here. It comes pretty quickly there.
Dubai's obviously the stadium where everyone says that those floodlights that you can't pick up the ball when you're trying to catch it or field it. Ackman defends another from James. Back down the pitch, the sort of ring of fire that they call it, where the lights are, rather than being on pylons like they are here, in each corner or each side of the ground, they a ring around the very top of the stadium. It's quite hard. When the ball goes up, you lose it as it goes up above it, and then when it comes back down below them again.
I played golf at Abu Dhabi Golf Club in 2005, and I can't recall, because it's just across the desert from the cricket ground.
Ackman cuts this one from Lyndon James. It's a little too wide. He's going to get 4 for it. Yeah, there's no chance. Out to that shortish boundary.
I don't know if you've seen the golf club in Abu Dhabi when it's on the European tour. The clubhouse is a huge giant eagle, and the roof is its wings spread in this big giant eagle's head. But I remember playing there, and that was right on the edge of the city, and I can't recall the cricket ground being there. And then, 5 years later, back there, and there's this huge cricket ground. But the golf club, you could see the eagle with your binoculars way over in the distance.
Durham 84 for 2 now after that boundary, and Ackman, as Lyndon James corrects his line, just defends.
And then the rate of development. The next time I went back in 2014, the buildings were getting nearer, but there was still a decent few hundred yards away. But I bet that most of that ground will be surrounded by development now.
Yeah.
And
I didn't get to Abu Dhabi when I was there in the UAE, because the games were in Dubai, but you go into the stadium in Dubai where the Champions Trophy final was. There's pictures on the wall. It's like a timeline of the development around the stadium. James again, this one on the pads, worked to mid-wicket. There's no run, and it's sort of the development that anywhere else in the world you'd think had happened over 100 years, from a stadium being in the middle of a desert, like you say. So then the next one they've built, the first one's the foundation's being laid and it's in the middle of the desert, and then there's a stand on one side, and there's a couple of houses, and then by the time the stadium's gone up, 5 years have passed, and it's just surrounded by buildings. And that's what it's like.
Sharjah was the first one, wasn't it?
yeah, I went there in 1992-93. It was out of town. It was next to a football ground, along a motorway, surrounded by desert. Now, if you drive past the ground at Sharjah, it's tucked away in the middle of such a massive sprawl of development. Half the time you'd miss it, So
the main road goes down one side, doesn't it? Right close to the ground. You'd think it's a small ground as well. You'd think that road's in danger if someone hits a big 6.
There's Josh Tong then to bowl to McKinney. He's pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run. Asiba Mead manages to keep his floppy sun hat on as he bends down. Sammy King's on as a sub-fielder at mid-on. Presume it's Fergus O'Neill who's off the park, having completed his spell. He'll be just having a little comfort break. 84 for 2. Tong into his second over. McKinney has 29. He's got a good start here. Pushes this into the cover region. They have who's that fielding in the covers? Just have
Another one with a very faded cap.
look. It's Ben Slater, isn't it? I thought for a moment there was another sub-fielder. In comes Tong on the leg side, and this is worked away, a chase for Sammy King. Can he get there? It's going to be touch and go, and does manage to get there. Well, that's Slater doing the fielding.
to go around and tick people off here,
Yeah.
aren't we? It's not Hamid, it's not
No,
Slater,
no,
Freddie
no.
McCann.
No. There's a. Oh, sorry, off the field. No, I was trying to identify the subfielder.
Yeah.
At
Number 88.
it's Holland.
Yes, there's 2 off.
Presumably then O'Neill and Pennington, the 2 bowlers that have finished their spells. Or is that Pennington down at third man? There's a boundary nonetheless as Josh Tong gets it wrong. Yeah, Pennington's on the field. So a couple off the field. Might be Farhan Ahmed, who's not about. Or has he just fielded that one? We're slowly ticking them off.
That must be, he's going through some off-spin shadow deliveries. That one must be Farhan.
91 for 2, Durham. Lee's out for 17. Gay without scoring. This one's hit with some force, but into the ground by Colin Ackerman, fielded by Josh Tong. Ackerman ahead of the game already, 36 from 31 balls faced. Played really nicely on the first day. That little bit of fortune that he admitted certainly went his way when the bail was clipped, but didn't come off. Tong in again, bowling to him, and this one just nips back, strikes him above the knee roll, drops out on the leg side end of the over. 20 gone, 10 to go this evening, day 3 here at Trent Bridge. Durham playing catch up, but they're quickly eating into this deficit. 91 runs already, they're 110 behind Nottinghamshire. But if the home side can get another wicket or so tonight and make early inroads in the morning, it may well be that they're able to get themselves into a position where they've got a manageable chase. Second half of tomorrow, Farhan Ahmed is going to come into the attack, and you can hear what the Trent Bridge supporters feel about that. Still a decent number in. The customers in the Fox Road stand, the Larwood and Vos and the Hound Road stand in the sunshine. They'll be enjoying that little bit of warmth. Once again, it's pretty cold and chilly on our right in the Smith Cooper stand and the William Clark stand. No sun for them to enjoy.
Yeah, Farhan did dismiss Colin Ackerman in the first innings. Ackerman had gone on to get 116, but he got him caught at slip, and he's going to have McKinney on strike to start off with. Farhan dismissed his fellow left-hander Alex Lees in the first innings, got caught at mid-on. Wasn't a great shot from Lees, but he's not going to have a lot to work with outside in terms of rough outside. That people watching on the stream will see that it just still looks like a solid block of brown, well-rolled grass. But Farhan, he does that, starts off with that little sumo wrestler move that we mentioned so much, where he squares up, and then this one's flighted, and McKinney goes back to chop it off his stumps, and the ball goes back into the 17-year-old off-spinner's hands. Mentioned it, so impressed with him on day 1. Can have joy ball onto the left-hander McKinney, who crouches a little bit. And this one's too short. McKinney's onto that quickly. He's hit it hard, and that has been very well fielded. It looked like it was going to go for 4, but is that
Tong?
Tong, yeah, he's got down with one hand there to his left, and
It's like a practice save, that wasn't it?
yeah, in the shadows, he's managed to swoop down and stop that one going for 4. So it keeps the pressure on a little bit, even with a single to McKinney to take Durham on to 92 for 2. And now Farhan's got the right-hander of Ackerman on strike. The man he dismissed in the first innings, as I say.
The question was, would Clark put pads on for the spinner? It doesn't appear as if he has.
He's a braver man than me. Good ball here from Farhan Ahmed. It's on the nice and straight, and you can see short leg there. Who's that short leg? It's Freddie McCann, I think. He's asking for sunglasses as he crouches down. He's right next to Ackerman, but he's looking on the angle straight into the setting sun over to our right, or the sun that's getting lower and lower, at least, not quite setting. This one's a little shorter, and Ackerman has time to just hit down into the ground to Freddie McCann. McCann wants some sunglasses because he stares towards the batter, hunting that catch. The sun is heading on its way down behind the Durham right-handed batter. Coming as a little peek at a gap on the leg side. More flight this time from Farhan, and the close Notts fielders like what they see there. No run as the ball's pushed up to mid-off. You can see the supporters out to our left are having to hold their hands up as well so they can see something with as the sun is in a tricky position. You want to be catching on that leg side. Flighted again. Ackman works it past Freddie McCann this time, but the fielder at short fine legs there to prevent a single. It's a decent start from Farhan Ahmed, just the one from it. 92 for 2. Durham 109 behind.
Wins today in Division 2. Kent defeated Northants this morning by 145 runs. During the afternoon session, Derbyshire defeating Gloucestershire by 9 wickets. So good early season results for Kent and Derbyshire. Not so good for Northants and Gloucestershire. And more recently, Hampshire getting over the line to beat wickets. And the other news from Trent Bridge today, Calvin Harrison's gone on loan to Northants for 2 matches. Edged and dropped at first slip. And this is Josh Tong bowling to McKinney. He's gone hard at that one, and it's been spilled at first slip, straight in and out by gets Lyndon James down on the ground. Second one in the match that he's put down, spilled. Alex Lees in the first innings went very, very quickly, but that's the sort of height that you.
Bit.
There's Tong in again. It was a shortish delivery. The irony won't be lost that if Arena was here, Joe Clark would be at first slip, but he's fielded enough.
I don't think Lyndon James is going to be remembered in this game for dropping 2 catches at first slip. Just a hunch.
Well, if Durham bat from now until 6 o'clock tomorrow or 5 o'clock tomorrow, might just look back on that one that saw McKinney go down on 33. There's Josh Tong bowls, and McKinney is now on 37 as he crashes this through the offside for 4.
It did look a fairly straightforward chance, didn't it? Straight at him.
Right into the breadbasket and right out again.
Yeah.
If that'll force McKinney just to concentrate a bit more, because I don't think it was quite there to hit, was it, the drive? It was a little bit too... It wasn't full enough to play the full flowing drive, I don't think.
And again, another sign that certainly with the ball, things haven't necessarily gone the way of Josh Tong in this match, and of course it's always the case, a drop is followed up by a boundary. He's in again and bowls, and just had a little fiddle at that one, McKinney, outside his off stump.
It's about 4th stump, that one. He's trying to play it.
Got 8 overs to go after this one. Don't necessarily think we're in night watchman territory yet. Each county side obviously has a different way of doing things. A lot will send in a night watchman. I know not certainly when I know Fletch was playing. I know it was 6 overs from then on in as this is defended. From then on in they would send out a night watchman. More often than not the big man would do it. Farhan Ahmed came in last night late on for the last 2 or 3 overs.
Well, early April last year at Edgbaston, Matthew Potts came out and ended up scoring a century and was still batting when the game finished the next night.
Would you think he'd be the likeliest, or do you think he'd want to get his feet up, having bowled 30 odd overs?
I think he'd probably come out.
Next ball is fired down by Josh Tong. I thought for a moment that had clipped the base of the off stump. Clearly hadn't. Goes through to Joe Clark. End of the over. 96 for 2. Durham still trail by 105. Nottinghamshire today eventually dismissed for 579. That's a lead of 201. There is that drop in and out. Josh Tong about to celebrate, and then with the hands on the way up, he just put them over his nose and turned away from the scene of the crime and made his way back to his bowling mark.
He's just slightly off balance, wasn't he? He was falling backwards as he was trying to take the catch. That last delivery, though, I think McKinney did well to get the toe of the bat on that.
Close of play at Taunton. Worcestershire have reached stumps 280 for 5, still 236 away.
Fahan with his little stomp, and then full to Ackerman, who clips it to mid-wicket.
When I say 236 away from making Somerset bat again. Worcestershire 5 down for 280, very much playing catch-up.
Plenty of runs being scored. Fahan again. I like this action of his, and he's good energy again through the crease and accurate. It's just a given from what we've seen in this game that Fahan's going to be accurate. He doesn't bowl a bad ball at all, really, it seems. This one's right there again, making Ackerman come forward and defend. Fahan's quickly back to his mark from the shadows. He comes into the sunlight quicker, and an appeal, slightly half-hearted one. Not much from the wicket-keeper. Appeal for LBW.
I don't think there was anything from the bowler either, so no. The noise was coming from those who
it's probably
didn't have a good view, really.
Yeah, the fielder at deep mid-wicket, maybe. Ackerman taps his bat a couple of times at the crease. And once more, and Joe Clark, without those pads on behind, the wicketkeeper dips them, and Ackerman's come charging down here. And he's got a lot of height on that. I think it's going to land safely over the fielder at mid-on, but he's not middled that as Colin Ackerman. He takes 2, the ball plugs.
Yeah, it's Pennington in it there.
Yeah, Pennington's a tall man, obviously. Didn't really have a chance of getting there, and I think he knew it early on. He was not really breaking his neck to get back. It's almost just a nice chip. He's got the 9-iron out and chipped it over the top for 2. Ackerman, he moves to 38 and Durham a 98 for 2. This time he's just pushed it to Pennington, who'd dropped a few steps further back, having seen that aggressive shot, and that allows Ackerman to take his single. And he's probably got what he wanted from the over there, I guess. He's managed to nudge the fielder back, and then he can take an easier, more comfortable single. Gives Fahan one ball at the end of the over at the left-handed McKinney. Still got that slip and a short leg waiting. McKinney goes back and he hits this hard into the ground, and he's trying to force it off the back foot. He's shaped as if he's going to hit a cut shot, but he's managed to get it straight back to the bowler. He's a little annoyed with himself. He hasn't played something a bit more cultured.
Ackerman looks very, very comfortable out there, doesn't he? He's seeing it well, timing it well.
Yeah, it looks like he's got time, doesn't he, on everything. He's doesn't look hurried.
39 from 41 balls faced. He's on the strike again from Josh Tong. The slip cord and were caught out there. They'd lined up for the left-hander, and it is Ackerman on strike, so they've had to move across. Fairly regulation 6-3 offside field. Here comes Josh Tong. 3 overs, none for 13. Balls now to Colin Ackerman again with time. Works it on the leg side for a single, and now they can swap over for the left-hander, although the umpire won't. Graham Lloyd will stay on that side, the Bridgeford Road side of the ground, so he's not looking into the sun as the Durham 100 is reached. Up to 3 figures. For a loss of 2. Still 101 adrift of that first innings Nottinghamshire score. And there's a wicket, and this time Tong does get McKinney. Didn't edge it to slip, edged it to the man with the gloves on, diving down to his left. And Joe Clark takes a good catch, and Josh Tong is able to celebrate a wicket. Durham 3 down, 100 for 3, and with just over 6 overs to go, now we might find out if a night watchman is to be deployed or not. Ben McKinney is out, made 5 in the first innings, 37 this time. At the crease for an hour and a half or so, 74 balls, 5 fours, nicking just away from his body. Good catch low down by Joe Clark, diving to his left, and Durham are 100 for 3.
Yeah, you can't really say as a Durham fan that wasn't coming. Josh Tong had troubled Ben McKinney throughout his 3 and a bit overs that he's bowled. He's in his 4th over, Tong, and he's had him dropped once. There was that one that McKinney only just managed to get the toe of his bat down on it. He troubled him all the way through, and then finally that's a good ball from round the wicket. He's got it to straighten just a little bit, the sort of ball that Stuart Broad bowled so many times on this ground and elsewhere around the wicket as a right-handed bowler to a left-handed batter, getting the ball to square up and just to find the edge. McKinney, lots of people talking about him, myself included, about a possibility of making his case for an England place in the summer after an impressive winter away with the Lions, with Josh Tongue, who was there as well on that tour of Australia with him, where McKinney scored 110, but it's got a decent score today, 37, but it's not the big one he'd have been hoping for on a flattish pitch, and it is Ollie Robinson who's come out to bat. No night watchman just yet, with 6.4 overs to go in the day. Ollie Robinson's namesake's been in the wickets today, I believe, for Sussex. Now Durham need the wicket-keeper Ollie Robinson to score some runs.
Mentioned earlier, it's very much a county-by-county thing, individual preference. I'm sure Ollie Robinson will have been asked close to the end of the day, do you want to go out there? Goodish conditions. Tong bowls to him, and straight away he's tucked up. It's gone off something, run away on the offside. They'll get a run. We'll have a look at the umpire. Don't think there's any bat involved now. A tap of the knee confirms it. Leg bite. 101 for 3. That might be a sticky little 20 minutes this evening, but the prospect of coming back tomorrow morning and really filling your boots with a lot of runs will, I'm sure, have appealed to Ollie Robinson. Ackerman on 40. Tong in to bowl to him. Just happy to keep it out. Another puff of dust as he played that ball out as far as Hamid, who on this occasion doesn't lose his floppy sun hat. Just see there as he polishes the ball. Virtually every one of his fingers taped up. Always has lots and lots of tape on his fingers. 101 for 3. 2 wickets to O'Neill, 1 to Tong, all from this end. Bowls now, and a nice looking shot will go for 4 through the offside. No, it won't. Again, he's just pulled up on the couple of strips there that have clearly got longer grass over towards the Fox Road side of the ground. It's obviously the same for both sides, but normally that would have reached the rope. Instead, it's a couple of runs, 103 for 3.
Further evidence of the time and the nick that Colin Ackerman's in there. Josh Tongue's bowled a fine first spell here, 1 for 16, and the final ball of his 4th over. He timed that well off the back foot.
He's in again, and bowls. Ackerman turns it up to Fergus O'Neill, who's back on the field at mid-on. End of the over, a successful one. Josh Tongue 4 overs, 1 for 16. Got the first innings bowling figures here somewhere. Am I right in thinking that Tong didn't bowl a maiden? No, 19 overs, no maidens in the first innings, 2 for 92. So he's yet to bowl a maiden in the match. He's taken 3 wickets, but yet to bowl a maiden in 23 overs.
He's been more accurate in these only 4 overs, but he's been more accurate today.
Very much so.
Yeah, step up again. And we keep mentioning with the test matches to come this summer, he's one of those that'll be rated that England will definitely be tracking. Luke Wright and Neil Colleen, both part of the England setup, were here on day 1 at least. I haven't seen them today, but they'll be definitely keeping an eye. He'll be one of those that they're interested in. And with the likes of Pennington and McCann and McKinney, maybe even Farhan Ahmed, who's going to bowl his 3rd over now, and he hurries in. Bit more loop than I think beaten bat and wicket keeper, and the ball's coming down towards us, and it's going to be stopped in time, and they're going to get back for 2 somethings. All eyes on the umpire. Leg buys is the signal, so suggestion that's flicked pad or body of Ollie Robinson.
No idea how long to play in Cardiff. It's 20 past 6 now, but Glamorgan are all out in their second innings for 2-4-8. Leicestershire need 51 to win. Leicestershire require 51 to win. Whether they'll be given sufficient time this evening or not, we'll have to see.
Fuller this time from Farhan Ahmed, and Robinson can get on the front foot and push the ball out to the shortest point of that short boundary. Deep extra cover for a single. That takes the score to 106 for 3. Robinson's first run actually is off the mark. forgetting the one before was a leg by, or the two before. Farhan faces up to Ackerman now and then runs into the sunshine. Worked from middle stump into the hands of Hasib Hamid under that floppy hat at mid-wicket. 5 overs to go after this one. There's going to be no problem with the light at all. Evening sunshine in Nottingham. Farhan again with Ackerman waiting. Quicker. Driven. Back to the bowler. The umpire holds out those 2 fingers to check with his mate who's standing out of the glare of the sun at point. Check that there's 2 balls to go in this Farhan Ahmed over. Few people have just drifted away from the crowd. Nottinghamshire still time for some further damage. Ackerman works this one, but it's well fielded by the short leg, Freddie McCann, under the lid, and he applauds his bowler. Plenty of chat out there from the Nottinghamshire players. They fancy another wicket. 106 for 3 Durham are, still 95 behind. Final ball of the 25th over is bowled by Farhan, and there's a yelp of catch, but it was always safe really. Always clear from the Freddie McCann under the lid, and he quickly jogs, and yeah, Nottinghamshire have a hurry on. It's 106 for 3, the end of that over. Josh Tongue is going to continue again. Martin's put his coat on next to me. A little chilly with the breeze coming through this window.
Yeah, it's a bit drafty now, isn't it?
See the fields over in the shadows over there. Got that wrapped up in the coats, but in the sunshine it's fine. Robinson defends from Tongue off his stumps.
Chris, the occasional long stop, says it's pretty cool really, isn't it, that at least half of us here are still earnestly and with trepidation working on how to secure a draw. Outstanding work by almost every team, and a special shout out to Surrey for letting one half of us in that contest go to bed plotting a surely unexpected win.
Tongue blows on his hand a little at the top of his mark to keep his left hand warm, but then switches the ball into his right and bowls quickly outside off stump. He gets a round of applause from Freddie McCann at first slip. He'll be feeling better now McKinney's out, having dropped him on 33, but McKinney was departing soon after for 37. Josh Tongue the bowler on both occasions, so he won't even have to apologise to his mate tonight, as he got his wicket in the end. Pigeon about to fly worryingly close to the batter, but high enough that's not going to distract Ollie Robinson, who nearly slips over in the crease as he takes this one from around the rib cage and out to Farhan Ahmed. I think that is a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, sorry. Back in via Fergus O'Neill, who's shining it with his shirt, drying it. Wonder whether too early in the season for reverse swing, I assume.
Got a 4th date tomorrow.
Yeah.
Brace, I hope you hadn't planned anything.
Early finish.
Durham will not be hoping so, but this one's played off the back foot, and they're going to steal a single as it's fumbled a little. It's parried more than anything.
It's only him baiting me and me knocking it back over the net.
Maiden over will have you home in no time.
It's
deadheading daffodils.
Won't be any of that. 4 days hard at work. I'll be put my feet up time.
Some darts to watch or something, is it?
There's always darts to watch if you know where to look.
Are you the type of man that would watch anything, Dave?
Oh,
Any
no.
sport?
No.
Robinson
Most.
waits. You had
Is that
watched
why?
the F1 this morning.
Yes, I was up.
What time did you get up?
5ish.
Wow.
No wonder you were quick to rush away last night telling me you had some quiz show to watch. I thought, not likely. 5:30 to watch that, my lord. How come it didn't send you back to sleep again?
Exciting.
It wasn't.
It was. Ish.
Everybody, even Formula One fans, have said it was absolutely boring. A man who used to present the world's most popular car show said it was boring.
Just not mention the fact he compared it to cricket, but doesn't know what he's missing. Josh Tongue into Robinson again. defends off his stumps. Score remains 108 for 3. It's the end of the over, 4 to go. Tom's having a stare down at those footholds that he's not very happy with.
Even if you have a day of cricket where you only score 220 runs and see 2 wickets in a full day, it's the battle between bat and ball.
I've got to the point of not even defending cricket when people tell me it's boring. Just tell them they don't know what they're missing.
Yeah. Oh, it's not for you then.
Yeah,
forget it.
I feel sorry for them.
That bit of the brain that can cope with the cricketing knowledge and enthusiasm they were born without.
We do have people who thinks riding a bike is a sport, though. Dares criticise other sports. This is dropped on the leg side.
I know a guy.
No run.
I know a guy who claimed he hated cycling and then was forever posting pictures of the tour of Britain coming past his
coming past the village pub I go to.
Yeah. While out on the roadside waving his little flag. Yeah.
Oh no, there's none of that.
Yeah.
108 for 3. Next ball is defended. They are. I don't know, that Tour of Britain thing, you'd tell me how many cyclists are in it? 100?
It's got very small recently because of money.
Well, how many? 100?
You get about 198 in the Tour de France. It's
How many in that Tour of Britain?
It's about 100 now.
About 100, and there's about 100 police cars and motorbikes escorting them as well.
About 30.
Absolutely incredible. And the support vehicles and the media and what have you, this is turned to leg. 108 for 3. They come in, but they'll be here in about 10 miles time after all the support vehicles have gone through. Crikey.
It brings it's a rolling jamboree of colour, and it's a festival, and it comes through your village.
Zoom, gone. 108 for 3. Ackerman on 43 from 53 balls faced. Farhan Ahmed bowls to him, and Ackerman again on the front foot defends. First time round, Farhan bowled 18 overs, took 2 for 53. Dismissed Alex Lees and Colin Ackerman.
The publicity cavalcade on the Tour de France takes about half an hour to pass through. It's massive.
Here is the young spin wizard, and that's a good bit of work by the captain, preventing a single. Sprawling stop from Asiba Mead on the leg side. Just 3 overs to go after this one delivery. 108 for 3. Be back tomorrow morning, of course, in all the usual places just before 11 o'clock Monday morning. So if you've got to go and be tied to an office or a desk or out and about in the van or what have you, you'll be able to get hold of us in all the usual places. Farhan Ahmed bowls, and this one just into the pad of Ackerman, drops up on the leg side, and there's no run. But if not, come along.
Out in the van, did you say?
Yeah, out in the van or wherever.
Oh, if they're builders, they'll be listening to Fix Radio. There's a radio channel for builders, you know. Which I've discovered recently.
A builder's radio channel.
Yeah, it's called Fix, I think.
And what's their output?
It's on DAB.
Yeah, is it music?
Well, yeah, it's a music channel for builders. I would imagine most of the advertising's tailored to Wix or wherever, or whichever building firm supplies stuff. Oh, well done there, Ollie Robertson, because that was a daisy cutter. He somehow managed to keep it out with the toe of the bat, though, off Josh Tongue. The one thing here is that we are now seeing more and more bits of evidence of this uneven bounce, aren't we?
Who presents it? MC Hammer?
Oh, clever. They play a bit of drill music on there as well.
Bit of garage.
Yeah. Defended. It's a bit of a challenge because I would imagine your average plasterer would probably want to listen to smooth. You know.
But anyway, if you want to listen to us, hopefully we'll be along again.
There could be more to that story.
Oh dear. 108 for 3, Durham. As Josh Tongue turns.
Right arm over from the Radcliffe Road end. Comes in, he bowls. That's wide of off stump. Bounces through to the keeper. 2.5 overs to go. And it's 6:30 Sunday afternoon. Sunday in the suburbs.
T has gone early, and it'll be a thrilling final day. Davis says successful 80-run chase off the final 40 overs would do nicely.
On a pitch with lots of uneven bounce.
I don't think we're going to be having that. Mark the Mod. Dave, I'm with Marty on the joy of cycling.
Tongue in. And that's fended away by Robinson. That pitched around about a length and then came up about shoulder high there. He got it away one-handed.
Mark says it continues. There's nothing like having a day in an alpine village bar, watching the television, then stepping outside to see the peloton fly by.
They can go quickly up the mountains, but I mean, you might be talking sort of 20 clicks an hour, whereas on the flat they're obviously going past it 50 or whatever. But I would love to do a mountain stage in the Alps. Alpe d'Huez being the obvious one. The madness of Dutch corner. 109 for 3. Tong bowls. Played by Ackerman up to mid-on, no run there.
A lot of mind games being played out there now. Every ball, whether it comes off the middle of the bat or not, there's the usual oohs and ahs and lots of encouragement for Josh Tongue from the Notts fielders. A few spectators have gone now and a few more just starting to drift away. Notts, a good session tomorrow morning. Could be closing in on a victory.
Ackerman plays that safely away as well to Hamid at mid-off, end of the over. 2 overs to go. Durham trail by 92 runs.
But as we saw in the first innings, there's a lot of quality in that Durham middle order. Graham Clark, Ben Rain, George Drissell, Matty Potts, Paul Coghlan. Coghlan come in at 11. No, Potts came in at 11, didn't he? 109 for 3. There's the score. No, Potts came in at 11. So 2 to go. Where's the call him? Farhan Ahmed to bowl the penultimate over of the day from the Stuart Broad end. Bowls to Ollie Robinson, the Durham wicket-keeper batter. Cuts the first ball out to Josh Tongue on the point boundary. Single taken, 110 for 3.
We've got that letterbox light right across the square now, haven't we? But either end's in shade, and the ball's got a really heavy shadow off it as well, so it's difficult to work out whether you're following the shadow or the ball.
Leg slip, short leg, short mid-wicket. Ackerman on 43. Farhan bowls and dropped down on the leg side, but Ackerman good enough to make sure that he played it straight down into the ground, not giving Freddie McCann an opportunity just to reach forward, dive forward and get his hand under the ball. Seems strange seeing short leg in pads and Joe Clark not wearing pads. Can't recall him keeping wicket before without. So it's down the leg side and turned away, and Fergus O'Neill can't stop it, but coming in from the fence away to our left is Ben Slater, and they do get a single. And the score goes up to Nelson, 1-1-1 for 3. I do think I've actually spied a cloud there, Martin, in front of us. First one of the day.
I think it's vapour off a plane.
May well be, yeah. As Robinson just blocks this delivery.
Did you see?
Closing in on stumps, 8 balls left.
Was it a week or so ago, a SpaceX rocket had it's all of its favours.
Yes.
It's frozen in a swirl, and people could see it across Britain.
Looked like an S, didn't it? Looked
Yeah.
like a logo, one of those drone adverts in the sky. This ball is accurate as always from Ahmed. Robinson stepped almost right back deep into his crease just to defend it. I think he's going to go over the wicket for the last ball here.
I think all we can see in the sky is just the remnants of vapour trails. That's
May
it.
well be. Idyllic conditions, hopefully the same tomorrow. Farhan Ahmed bowls, and this time it's Robinson on 4 on the front foot to defend. He might be hoping that he can stay down to at this end for the final over. Durham trail by 90 at 25 minutes to 7.
I think that would take Farhan Ahmed off now.
And 1 over left,
Would they?
yeah.
Give him a rest.
Durham finished their bowling stint at +2, so there's no dramas in that respect. Should not have to bat again. Didn't get docked any bowling points. And there's Tong, last over of the day.
Right arm over Radcliffe Road end. That spits up at Ackerman. He plays it away one-handed, forcing it down under the leg side. Got 3 in the slip cordon. Thought the helmets had been asked for there to bring in a short leg, but they're not. They've just moved them a little bit further back. Got a long leg on the boundary. He's only about 50 yards away on that Bridgeford Road side. Got a mid-wicket as well. Third man's down towards the Hound Road stand. Tongue comes in, pitches it right into the block hole. It's driven upfield by Ackerman and stopped. Diving stop from O'Neill. I wonder where the border is, where Hound Road ends and Fox Road begins. Is it where the pub is, do you reckon?
I don't know, because the far side is just a curl of buildings, just goes all the way around.
Stays low, kept out though by Ackerman. 3 balls to go tonight. So we're finishing just before 20 to 7. Ackerman standing with his bat leaning against his pads, and the logo is beaming the sun back in our direction. The sticker. If there's a wicket, they would of course go off now anyway. Finish the over tomorrow. Dunn comes in. That's guided down to third man by Ackerman for 1 run. So he moves on to 45. Ollie Robinson has 4. Two balls to go. Just altering the field around now. They're bringing a short leg in, and the helmet has been called for. Freddie McCann going in there, I think. Just keeping the batsman thinking. Still 3 slips, short leg. Tongue right arm over. 112 for 3. It's played back up towards the bowler's end by Robinson.
So the day began with Nottinghamshire resuming from 297 for 5. They lost night watchman Farhan Ahmed for 17, but Matthew Montgomery and Lyndon James put on 118 for the 7th wicket. Montgomery out for 75. Lyndon James went on to play a marvellous knock. He was last out for 125. Matthew Potts 4 wickets for Durham, bowled beautifully.
In comes Tongue, and that's driven by Ackerman out towards deep point. Third man comes round to cut it off. He'll get 2 runs, so he's on 47. When he, sorry, Robinson that was, sorry. So he's on 8. They had the runs on already. They've added the runs on already. So that's the end of the day's play. 114 for 3. Ackerman 45. Robinson on 6. Little partnership at the end of the day there of 14, and Durham at 114 for 3. Have their work cut out tomorrow. They trail by 87 runs. They're going to have to really battle hard and dig in, but the runs come quickly on this ground, so they can, if they don't lose a flurry of wickets in the morning, it's not being that kind of game, then they should have that deficit wiped out by lunchtime and should be building a lead and try and see if they can bat their way up to tea, maybe beyond. But at the moment, you would fancy that if anybody's going to win this match from here, it will be Notts. It's been their day.
We'll have to see what happens. Thank you, Martin. Thanks to Matt Henry, who's been here with us again on day 3. We'll all be back tomorrow morning. Have an enjoyable evening, and if you can find time in your busy Monday to join us, we'd love to hear from you or know you're out there. Once again, huge thanks to Kirsty and Aaron in the production office, and the wonderful camera crew out there of Spence, Barney, Lewis, Lee and Shuey for bringing you the pictures and generally doing such a fantastic job out there, out in the fresh air all day long. Thanks to them, thanks to you from us all at Trent Bridge. A very good night.